responsibility to pay their bills. So patients have that responsibility. When healthcare workers are giving you the care, then you have the responsibility to pay your bills. Another responsibility that patients have is the responsibility to not withhold information, which is something patients often do, because they think maybe the doctor is going to judge them. Maybe they've been taking herbal medications, and then when the doctor asks them, they don't volunteer that information. So that is not a good thing to do when you go to the hospital, because every information you withhold affects your care. Yes, some people take medications before they come to the hospital, but when they get to the hospital, they don't disclose those medications. So when the doctor prescribes another drug, so there's that danger of drug-drug interaction, or taking the same class of drugs that has two different names, right? So these are some of the things that patients need to also be responsible about, giving the full information. And then, very importantly, they also have a responsibility to respect the rights of other patients, and then the rights of the healthcare workers. So healthcare workers too have a right. For example, if a patient goes to the hospital and they are being disruptive, they are threatening the staff, they are being violent or being physical with the staff, the staff of the hospital or the healthcare workers, even though they have sworn an oath to save lives, they also have the right to refuse to attend to that patient. So those are some of the responsibilities. And as much as patients should be aware of their rights, they also should be aware of these responsibilities, so that there is less friction in our hospitals.
Of course, and one more thing, earlier on when we spoke about ethics, you mentioned that doctors and healthcare professionals are human beings as well, and sometimes, may not be able to be as accommodating, or depending on a number of reasons. And so I want you to also talk about that. Would you say it's an issue of burnout or something of the sort, or I want you to talk about that particular issue and how it also affects how these healthcare professionals attend and handle their patients.
Yeah, so it's a combination of things: burnout, poor remuneration, this Japa phenomenon. Yes, so it's a whole lot of things. And when people always have good intentions, it's my belief, and that is what we talk about patient doctor for Nigeria. Most doctors, when they come, they have good intentions. No doctor comes into the profession and says, okay, I want to be mean to patients. But there are some systemic issues, like we have said, and that burnout you have mentioned is top on the list. Is top on the list, because every day that we're witnessing this brain drain, it means that the very few doctors we have in the first place are having to deal with an increasing number of patients. There is no how you're going to have that and please to still have quality, right? So that is a very big issue. Another issue is the nobody does anything for free. Every one of us, whenever whatever we're doing it for what we can get from it. So doctors, yeah, they saw an oath to protect, they saw an oath to save lives, but they also have families, they also have needs, right? So that job for them, if it's not fulfilling those needs, it affects the way they work as well. So remuneration, yeah, people say that doctors talk too much. They talk too much about their pay and all that. But when you consider the work, the amount of work they have to do, they go to work, they do calls, they have to make decisions, life threatening, as in life affecting decisions, decisions that affect life. So these are not small responsibilities. And then the remuneration should be at the same level, should be commensurate to that kind of service that they are rendering. So that's some of the things. And as a nation, as a people, we need to consider these things and make sure that we put things in place so that these people are encouraged, as much as it is their duty and responsibility, they are also they have that environment, the enabling environment that helps them to fulfill their duty.
So, in your opinion, that what would you say that needs to be improved upon when it comes to patient-doctor relationship, so that when we get to the hospitals, we will not have cases of patients complaining of rights being breached or medical personnel complaining of. So how do we bridge that gap between patients and doctors to create that comfortable environment for both parties to be able to interact with themselves and get the best of, whatever it is that brought them there?
Yeah, yeah, fantastic question. And that is exactly the question we are answering, or we are solving at Patient Doctor Forum, right? So to answer your question, patients need to be educated. So we have talked about the rights of patients today. For how many people know these rights? How many patients know these rights? So patients need to be educated. Apart from their rights, they also need to be educated on the best way to interact with the healthcare system. So in Nigeria today, there's a lot of distrust in the healthcare system. I'm sure we have all heard so many stories in the news about how maybe doctors did not do what they were supposed to do that resulted in loss of lives or injury or harm. And those kind of news actually affects us without knowing it. So by the time you go to the hospital, you go with that, thought or that distrust of the system. And that distrust actually can also affect the way you interact with them. It can affect the way you receive care because of that distrust you already have unconsciously. So some of these things we need to disabuse ourselves of it, because most of those stories in the media, they are not really told correctly or accurately enough, right? So we need to educate the public on how best to approach the healthcare system to get the best out of it. And then for the doctors, they also need to be trained and retrained on these ethics we're talking about, their responsibilities, and communication skills. Because, like I said, in a situation where a doctor is overworked, what is usually sacrificed first is communication. So you just want to do everything fast and discharge everybody. So communication is often the first thing that suffers. But we know that communication is actually very important and it affects healthcare outcomes. So communication trainings for doctors is also a must. So if we do this on both sides, for patients and for doctors and other healthcare workers as well, I think we're going to have an improvement in the health.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
If you look at what has happened, the judiciary also has interfered in the removal of party hierarchy, democratic institutions, based on the fact that matters were brought before them. There has also been delay of, justice. And like we normally say is that justice delayed is justice denied. The judiciary has also, mobile up everything in the sense that you find that conflicting judgments have given rise to politicians creating mayhem in the political ecosystem. And this is as a direct result of the judicature by implication judgments that they gave that has affected the economy or the ecosystem of politics in Nigeria here. So, to my mind, I believe that judiciary has been a distraction for democracy and has also lobotomized democracy, dismembered democracy, and has made democracy more reliant on the judicature for it to thrive in Nigeria here. It's a sad one and very unfortunate.
All right, now, Barrister Adams, let's also talk about, the consequences of these actions by the judiciary, because, I mean, when we have a lot of politically sensitive cases that are being dragged on for so long, I'll take what is happening with the ADC currently and, the judgment not being definite and pronounced. Now, when we have situations like this, I mean, what would you say are the consequences? I mean, particularly looking at 2027 elections, what would you say about that?
The consequences of delays like that's happened with the ADC case, in my view, is cataclysmic or may have a cataclysmic results. You have made people now, we are waiting with bated breath, and all those who are involved in this matter now do not even know what will happen next week because they are waiting for judgment for the Supreme Court to come. You find out that every political activity now of that political party now has been kept in abeyance. Pending when the Supreme Court will rule on the matter that is before them. And these delays now create room for many of us to suspect manipulative tendencies and to manipulate the judicature to award judgment that will discredit the opposition party and credit the ruling party and put the ruling party in stronger advantage to that of the opposition party. Because once you begin to deliver judgment of this nature, you are giving room for manipulation. There are those who now intervene and interfere in how you write your judgment, the time you give it to destabilize the opposition. For instance, before this got to the Supreme Court, the justices of the Supreme Court were aware that INEC has set out its timetable for congresses, for primaries, and whatever political parties are to be done, pursuant to the 2027 election coming up. So these preconditions must be met. If, for instance, the ADC as a political party now does not even know where it stands because they are awaiting the judgment of the Supreme Court. Now, time is ticking. Like we normally say, time agglutinating. And when time is going, they don't even know their fate. Some of them now have been placed in disarray. Some are even contemplating whether to go and join, other political parties because the future of, the political party is not certain as judgment has not been delivered, to them. So it is something that is worrisome because assuming up to now, days to the primaries under the law, the judgment has I wonder what is delaying the judgment. You see, why we are so amused and so worried is because of the fact that the particular matter before the Supreme Court are not matters that are done by writ. These are matters of originating processes. You don't even need witnesses. You just affidavit evidence and the written address. Now, if those processes were before my lordship in the Supreme Court, what is now difficult for them to read and even make pronouncement on that same day? I've seen judges who they have, the matter for about 3 hours for them to give judgment or ruling on the matter. I was thinking the Supreme Court was going to do this, but never did that. So that gives room for us now to feel that the Supreme Court will be funny and that the judgment that may be delivered, the signs that we are seeing is these are ominous signs, and you will not blame anybody that is trying to reason that particular way, because as it is, we are so scared, and we there's a mantra now in Nigeria. They say, "What did you does not exist." So once that happens, it now becomes a problem that we now believe that judicature can manipulate. In fact, they now have a life of their own. They can even, squash the law. They can even expand the law. They can contract the law to create, seismic miasma in the, political ecosystem, of their favored candidate. The judiciary has now become a cabal saw that once you go before them and you lubricate their hands, individuals, that you may get results. That is a place you go there and buy your results or buy your judgment. It's unfortunate, as case may be.
Now, earlier on, you mentioned the issue of conflicting court orders. And I want to know, where exactly is the disconnect? Why do we have different courts giving different rulings or different judgments to a particular case? Is it that there is a lack of communication somewhere, or they are not aware? I want to understand exactly what the dynamics of that issue of conflicting court orders, what it's about.
The reason is this, like you rightly said, there's a disconnect. There is a disconnect in terms of information. For instance, under Section 251 PQROS of the 1999 Constitution, the jurisdiction of the Federal High Court is well known. Also, under the Section 277 TC, jurisdiction of the State High Courts are well known. Another Section 6 sub 6B also, jurisdiction of the judicature as a whole is well known. Now, in 36 states of the Federation in Nigeria, there is at least one Federal High Court, and the one in Abuja. Of these 36 Federal High Courts, or whatever, 37 for instance, there is no communicating link between Abuja and Port Harcourt Federal High Court, where I can go to and log in and get information about, as if I'm a judge, in Port Harcourt. They should set up, even if it's a WhatsApp group, where all judges of the Federal High Court all over Nigeria can log in on a daily basis and check whether there are new cases that were judged, ruling it is as case may be. That will help them now to now understand that a judgment was given in Zamfara yesterday that talks about, party, and a judge sitting in Benin having gone to the WhatsApp group to find out that, a judgment that was given in Zamfara, we will not give such a judgment again. No, there's synergy, and the judges that operate from those various Federal High Courts in Nigeria, the synergy is there. Even the CJN, recently, one of the seminars she attended, admonished the judges, to always interact and do some rapprochement with each other, and even pleaded with them to have a common ground and group, where they can communicate on daily basis, so that they don't begin to give conflicting judgments. So there must be a common ground. That is number one. Number two is that when judges begin to give conflicting, judgment, because you must have some recalcitrant and stubborn people in every system in Nigeria. If a judge flouts the procedure and rules of court, the duty of the CJN is to discipline that judge. If, for instance, Judge A gave, judgment in Zamfara, and that of Rivers having seen or heard about that particular judgment, if it goes ahead to entertain such matter in a court of coordinate jurisdiction of that nature, that particular judge in Port Harcourt should be sanctioned. Either you can sack or you force him to resign, discipline him and prosecute him, as the case may be. Tanko Mohammed, the ex-CJ of Nigeria, I think he's late now, did something like that, where he was the chairman of the NJC. He punished some judges who erred in law, who erred in procedural attitude, who were recalcitrant and very abysmal and stubborn with their jobs. He disciplined them, but three of them, one in Cross River, one in Kebbi State, and one in River State. These judges, part of the big stick that was wielded by the NJC there was that they will be suspended from sitting, and the other one also will not get promotion for the next 5 years, etc., as the case may be. So these are punitive measures that the NJC took as at that time. Unfortunately, we have not seen that replicated in the tenure of Kekere Ekun. We don't know exactly what is her motive and her drive, why she has not, punished any area judge. Because she is the chairman of the NJC and the head of the NJC, and the NJC is the body responsible for appointment, disciplining judges, etc., as the case may be. So why has she not been able to, invoke or activate, some of those punitive clauses as did the predecessor, that is Tanko Mohammed, who is late now? Why is Kekere? I have not seen any single judge, that has been punished during her tenure. All judges just do whatever they like and they go scot-free. So that means that she relied on managerial and administrative discipline to discipline judges. Because if you don't punish offenders, whenever this kind of thing happens, then you are bound to have a repeat of those things taking place. And that is the thing, that the scenario that is in Nigeria right now. It's unfortunate. I must confess to you, very, very unfortunate and shambolic.
All right, now very quickly, very briefly, what do you think that the judiciary can do to, improve or rebuild confidence in it as an institution capable of delivering, timely justice in when it comes to political issues or even generally speaking?
What I feel should be done is most of our judges should go for training and retraining and must be told about the implications of their acts, commission and omission, and that if you fail, you'll be punished. The reward system for judges also should be reviewed. I have seen judges who cannot feed their family in Nigeria. They sit and wear the garb of a judge, but cannot feed their family. They beg about out. And once judges are hungry, politicians who have too much money are bound to influence them. So they have to review the salaries of judges and the emoluments and their potencies of being a judge. They have to review those things. And the third one is that the reward system in Nigeria is zero. People talk about bad judges, but nobody speaks about the good judges. You cannot tell me that of all about 6,000 judges in Nigeria, all of them are corrupt and bad. There must be one or two who are above board. But how have you rewarded them? Have you ever seen a paper that, oh, this particular judge is the best judge, in Nigeria, based on integrity, and the person is rewarded when he or she retires? No. But when footballers go outside Nigeria to go and play and win, pop and come back, them, they give them awards, give them houses. The reward system is bad. And once the reward system is porous, you are bound to have people who will do things and will not regret it. Because they know that if they don't corruptly enrich themselves, nobody is going to reward them for having integrity or be straightforward. So those are the things that have to happen. Then the fourth one is the kind of officers being recruited into the bench, the NJC has to look at them. Right now, as it is, there are some of my juniors who were never do well. They were fools in school, but as I speak to you today, they are high court judges all over Nigeria. You know, we know them, we have studied with them, we know that this man is not fit and proper to be a judge. But because he has connection or connect that's not in Nigeria here, they make him judge. That they need to display that attitude of negativity and corruption while that is taking place. So must have to profile and look at the background of some of our judges. A judge in a matter just like a God sitting in heaven. That is who a judge is. A judge can commit somebody to death by a stroke of the pen. And if you have somebody that is not faithful, you make him a judge. That will happen on the day he comes. Maybe if it's not on this lucid interval, he might send somebody wrongly to jail or able to early grave, because of mistake and, corruption, as case may be. So these are things that should happen to enhance it. And we should, remove the appointment of judges, magistrates, or members of the bench from the executive arm of government. How come now that if you want to appoint a judge, the National Assembly will participate, the executive arm will participate. But when you want to elect the president, or you want to elect the president of Senate and the Speaker of the House of Legislature in Abuja, judges or judiciary don't participate. It's only when they have problems that they come there and begin to talk things like that. As I speak with you also, the Senate president has a private jet. The Speaker of the House of Rep operates on a private jet. Was anyone given to the CJN, another arm of government? We have 3 arms of government: judicature, legislature, and the executive. But the executive we have, the legislature we have, but the judicature does not have. Look at the salaries of an average senator. He spends more than the salaries of a judge that he takes home in a year. So these are things we need to rejig
that
the
is
system.
quite understood. Yes. Yes.
Thank you so much.
Well, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
It is a federal high court. Now, having made that clarification, there were 2 developments in Abuja yesterday with regard to the crisis in the ADC. One is this one you just played back, which clip we just played. About 4 or so state chairmen of ADC went to court, challenging the conduct of state congresses that produced new executives. Now the court ruled that they, the state chairman, ought to conduct that Congress. It was like entering the kingdom of God through the back door. I must first of all plead my ignorance. I'm not a learned person, so some of my comments, our lawyers may say it is not technically correct, but I'm being commonsensical. They went to court, and the court granted them a number of reliefs. One is that the court nullified the process that brought new executives to state chapters of ADC. But the ADC has already said that the tenure of the current executives of the state chapters will subsist. In other words, the Congress that was held did not abridge or abolish the tenure of the state executives. Now, I ask myself, since their tenure was not affected by the action taken by ADC, what did they go to court to protect? Something that has not happened. And ADC also said the Congress it conducted and the outcome of it will not be effective until the tenure of the current executives ends. But I think the court knows better. ADC yesterday, on Wednesday, issued a statement indicating that it conducted Congress, it has not implemented its outcome, and says that its lawyers were studying the judgment of the Federal High Court of Wednesday, and it will, their lawyers will react and advise them, and they react accordingly. So we're waiting for them to either go to appeal that judgment or to accept it. If you accept it, it then means the actions taken by the David Mark-led executive have been nullified by the court. That is by implication. But more interestingly, the same Wednesday, late Wednesday, we got a statement that the Supreme Court will, this Thursday, give judgment in the case of David Mark versus Bala Gombe, Nephew Bala Gombe. It will be right for us to remind our viewers how David Mark arrived at the Supreme Court. Bala Gombe had first said that he did not resign his position as Deputy National Chairman of the African Democratic Congress when the entire executive resigned. And that by the constitution of the African Democratic Congress, the moment the national chairman resigns, his deputy moves into the office. So he went ahead and declared himself the acting national chairman of ADC. David Mark and co went to court. No, it was Nephew who went to court and requested the Federal High Court to now formalize his declaration of himself as acting national chairman. The court went ahead and said, we are not going to sit in judgment over this. Since you came via ex parte means let the court take decision in the absence of the other party. And the court said, no, will not do that. You serve David Mark and co. And let them come to court and tell this court why the reliefs you're asking for, why we will not confirm that the chairman having resigned, he should take over. David Mark was not satisfied with that position of the High Court. So he went to the appeal court. And appeal court said, let everything remain the way it is. I do not know why we like the Latin expression, but what the court said, keep matters the way they were before you approached us until this matter is decided. David Mark objected to that ruling by the appeal court. And the reason is very simple. He said, no court has determined by the Supreme Court on more than 5 occasions, in more than 5 cases, no court in the land has jurisdiction in matter relating to the crisis of leadership in a political party, because it is internal affairs of a party. not justiciable, not within the jurisdiction of courts. That has been the position of the Supreme Court on more than 4 or 5 occasions. So David Mark said, the appeal court was wrong. To say leave things the way they are until we decide means the appeal court has assumed jurisdiction. So David Mark approached the Supreme Court and is asking for one single thing. Does a court of law in Nigeria have jurisdiction over the internal leadership crisis of the political party? It's simple. Now, that case will be determined by 2 p.m. Nigerian time this Thursday. If the Supreme Court says, as it has said on more than 5 occasions, that no court has jurisdiction over the internal crisis of a political party, it then means all the cases and decisions of the lower courts have become a nullity. However, if the Supreme Court today rules that a court has jurisdiction, it then means the ADC and David Mark will have to go back to the lowest of courts, that is not magistrate, to the Federal High Court, and begin to appeal one by one decisions taken by those courts. What that will amount to in essence is that the African Democratic Congress, having been unable to resolve its crisis, cannot take part in the 2027 general election. And that is what lawyers, analysts have been fearing. Let me also draw our attention to what the Nigerian Bar Association had said earlier. The Nigerian Bar Association has expressed worry that the courts and lawyers were undermining democratic.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Yes, ADC, for instance, you will hear that democracy is being threatened. The judiciary is the problem of, politics in Nigeria and democracy in Nigeria. You begin to hear about, judiciary being corrupt. It is advocacy. So that goes to show that the reward system in Nigeria, especially as it concerns the judiciary, is very low and poor. It's subjective. It's non-existent, as the case may be. And finally, that if the Supreme Court's judgment doubts the unnecessary political tension generated by the derecognition of INEC of David Mark, fashion, at least temporarily, it's just like taking a pain reliever when you have fever. It will ease the pains, but the malaria fever still remain there until you take the appropriate medication. So it does the tension on the line, and it's not heated up as it is right now. So that is my first take on this.
Now, I'd like you to also highlight or, one of the center of this ruling, which is the rebuke of the lower court by the Supreme Court on how it exercised its powers, in its previous judgment. And a lot of people are wondering, I mean, it's quite troubling, looking at such procedural inconsistencies in such politically sensitive cases. What is your take on that as well?
The people, the judges at the Court of Appeal, the lower court, I believe that is what you are talking about. They are all human beings. When I mean that they are human beings, I mean they are Homo sapiens. And it is only God that is infallible. It is only God that is infallible in his judgment. All other mortals, the human beings that we are bound to make mistakes one way or another. And if you look at what is going on, the opinion of judges is like their legal opinion on how they see things. They may be wrong. And that is the reason why you see you have three strata or three layers of adjudication of justice. The High Court, the Court of Appeal, and the Supreme Court. The reason why you have this is because we know, or they know, that somewhere, somewhat, there might be error in judgment. There might be mistaken belief, which is natural, as the case may be as human beings. And you now have a court that will correct the mistakes that has been made by the lower court of appeal. Now, who is to correct the mistake of the Supreme Court? Because the Supreme Court at times do err in law. And also, there are cases that have erred and they regret. Like when Charlie Boy's father, Charles Oputa, talked about that the Supreme Court, they are not infallible. They are fallible, but they are infallible because they're the final court of the land. So what he's trying to say there is that there might be errors that in judgment that they have given. The only person that can write that particular judgment or error in judgment, if the Supreme Court error in law, is Almighty God. So I do not think that we have to blame, the lower court for, delivering a judgment, what we refer to as par incuriam, a judgment that was delivered in error. It is not because of the fact that they knew exactly it is their opinion, their legal opinion. But at this time, it was the wrong opinion they had. So there is no much thing to blame them for inconsistencies. As you said, it does happen in legal jurisprudence all over the world. In the United States of America, we've seen where judges, even the Supreme Court, has sent some people to the death row to life imprisonment. But later we now find out that they were not guilty of that particular offense. So it does happen all over the world. So it's not just peculiar to Nigeria situation. So I just leave it at that they are not infallible. They are human beings like you and I.
Of course. Now, looking at the ADC, I mean, this victory, of course, gives the breathing space or breathing room for the David Mark-led structure, but the substantive matter still returns to the trial court. So would you say that this is a full victory for the ADC, or it's truly a form of political stability now for the ADC, or would you say that the ADC is still, in a situation of struggle when their issue has not been fully handled?
The issue with ADC is that they got the Supreme Court upheld their appeal partially and not, wholesomely or wholly, any word we want to use there. It was a partial, victory for them, because the ADC couched or fashioned 7 grounds 7 grounds for that appeal. And out of the 7 grounds of the appeal, that 5 before the Supreme Court, only 1 was granted. So if you have 7 grounds for your appeal, and 6 of the grounds out of 7 were dismissed, then you have only 1 ground left for you. That is not total victory. That is a partial victory, what we call a Pyrrhic victory. You know, what we call ephemeral victory, a victory that is effervescent, a victory that is, or maybe short-lived. So in that wise, out of 7, you have 6 dismissed. If it were to be a student that is before you, and the total marks over 7/7, the students get 6/7. 6/7 is wrong or marked bad. Students obviously failed that election. So that is the situation the ADC find themselves. But they can celebrate because, after all, Nigeria was described as one of the happiest people on earth and one of the happiest nations on earth. So people celebrate with everything. You can even see that even New Month, people celebrate and say Happy New Month. And we celebrate. People throw parties, because they want to celebrate New Month. So we love celebration in Nigeria. So they can go ahead and celebrate, but it's beyond that. It's beyond that. Like I described before, you have your doctor diagnose you of having malaria fever or typhoid. But instead of, getting full treatment, you took a pain reliever. The pains have been relieved for 1 or 2 days. You may feel very okay, but it doesn't cure the malaria fever. So that is what is there right now.
With all that has happened in the ADC and political parties when it comes to judicial processes and court orders, what precedent would you say that this judgment creates for future party disputes or, issues involving party executives and officers? What precedent does this particular incident with the ADC set for future situations like this?
Let me say categorically that this is my submission and my opinion, that the lessons to be drawn or the precedent set by the judgments of yesterday is that people should understand that, a lot of lawyers, some of my colleagues and many politicians, they have been saying that courts should not meddle into the internal affairs of political parties. The Supreme Court, by conduct and judgment yesterday, has reiterated and reinforced the fact that Section 83 sub 5 of the Electoral Act that talks about, interference in internal politics of leadership problem of political parties is not unlimited. It's not unlimited. Why am I saying that? That the courts, can adjudicate upon matters of leadership of a political party where there is breach of their constitution, the Electoral Act, and there is breach of the 1999 Constitution as it pertains to the rights, the civil rights of party members. But on the issue of discipline of members in a political party, that the courts cannot even entertain it, because it is the duty of the political party to discipline and sanction their members. For emphasis, for sake of emphasis, let me distill these 2 lessons of precedent. Number 1, that Section 83 of 5 is not unlimited. It's just a cautionary measure, but not a holistic measure to ask jurisdiction of courts when it involves the civil rights of a member of a political party, or when it involves breach of the constitution of a political party, or when it involves breach of an electoral act, sections. That once that happens, the courts can intervene. The abstract clauses will be lifted. That the abstract clauses will not be lifted for courts to intervene. That is the reason why you found out that in the PDP case, they upheld the suspension of some of the members to say that the party can discipline their members. In the ADC situation, there was no issue of discipline. It was an issue. It was an issue of leadership that touches on the Constitution, that touches on the civil rights of the members, that touches on the Electoral Act. That is why the Supreme Court said that they have to go back, to the Federal High Court to conclude the issue of leadership between the Mark and Matthew Balakope. So it means that the courts can intervene when it comes to pertaining to the case that was filed at the lower court. And the Supreme Court is very say anything about the matter that the state chairman of ADC filed, that also the court intervened in that matter by Justice Malik. So those matters have the life and currents of their own. So now move on, as the case may be. So the matters are still pending. So the matters must go through the grounds of jurisprudence from the Federal High Court to Court of Appeal, then to the Supreme Court again. It's going to be like a rigmarole, as the case may be. So two issues were distilled here. So those who are saying that Section 83 sub has excluded or outside jurisdiction of court, there is a proviso now. And that proviso is that when it affects my right in the party, breach of our party constitution, breach of the electoral act by leaders of the political party, that I can approach the courts. So, to adjudicate on those issues. So those are the two lessons learned. This, can you hear me?
Of course, I can hear you, Barrister Adams.
Hello. Good. The second one is that for those people, those politicians, who or even litigants, when a magistrate court grants an order, say, don't do this, you just ignore the judgment or order, just say, what can they do? You go ahead and conduct whatever you want to do in breach of, the order of that court, no matter how low the court is in the hierarchy of courts, and you think you can go away scot-free. The Supreme Court has maintained that he who comes to equity must come with clean hands. And in this instance, in the PDP case, he said you can never even listen to you. You can't even listen to you because your hands are soiled, with irregularity, executive rascality, and at the same time, abuse of court process, disobedience to court orders. That if we can't even hear you, because you have breached it, you have no right to be here. So that is another one. Another one that's been learned by those of us who are lawyers, and is very clear, is that the Court of Appeal, because people don't know why the Supreme Court dismissed that particular appeal, relied on by INEC, partially. He said that the Court of Appeal erred because a matter you have dismissed, because the Court of Appeal dismissed that matter and say, go back to the lower court you have dismissed the matter, you become functional suspicious. The matter becomes not limited before you cannot even awaken it. So once you have dismissed it, why are you now giving an order for status quo ante bellum to be maintained? So, in other words, the Supreme Court said the judges overreach themselves by dismissing a matter. Then you now wait for that to make consequential orders. That when the matter you know you have dismissed has become functions officials, non dimitives, you are coming back to resurrect it by saying status quo ante bellum to be maintained. So it is not even the issue of INEC chairman now. It is the court. And in trying to obey that court order, the INEC people interpreted the order to suit their own and caprices. That was why this Urore who started the first system. They said the third or fourth one. The man group should blame their lawyers. They should blame their lawyers because a lot of the lawyers we have today, high-profile lawyers, they create problems for their clients. The Court of Appeal asks you to go to the Federal High Court. The Federal High Court asks you simple thing to do. Show cause why we should not grant this whatever. Instead of you showing cause, INEC has even gone to show cause why that particular judgment should not be given by saying they compare the demand fashion. But David McFashion and their lawyers, instead of putting their counter before the court, they went straight to Court of Appeal, wasting the whole time. From Court of Appeal, instead of Court of Appeal said, go back to the lower court to face that matter, they went to Supreme Court. Can you imagine how many weeks they have wasted now?
All right, Barrister
and how do you not
Adams.
think
Yes. Right. Now, just before we go, let's just quickly move away from this particular topic. Today is May 1st. Earlier on, you mentioned that Nigerians love to celebrate a lot, and today is one of such celebrations. Today is Workers' Day, being May 1st. So I just want you to also speak on that, just very briefly before we go. What do you think about, Workers' Day, Nigerian workers, and how it is being celebrated?
You see, today, May 1st, is Workers' Day, and coincidentally, it's my birthday, as the case may be. Now, you look at it, for me, I have to want a comment on this, is that there is nothing to celebrate.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
It's the best on the beat.
We know that many of us are regular audience at Nkata Umibe, but for some who are coming for the first time, so Nkata Umibe is a flagship program of the Center for Memories. It's a monthly lecture series, a gathering that we hold every month in the tradition of the Igbo people, where we gather together under at the village square or under the Odara tree to deliberate on issues that affect the community and how the community can move forward. And, in that tradition, the center decided to open up a platform like that where we can gather every month. And Nkatumuibe started in 2018. Our very first edition was held in May of 2018, and we had Professor Chidi Odinkalu as our speaker, and he spoke on Igwe Kunye. And after Professor Chidi, we've had other very prominent speakers. We've had Dike Chukwumerije, we've had Professor Okendibe, we've had Chika Onigwe, the author, we've had Chika Odwa, the journalist, we've had Yvonne Chomambanefo, we've had Kingsley Lieze, the CEO of Tennessee. We've had Frank Nweke Jr., we've had Chichi Aniagolu. In fact, if I go on to list the speakers that we've had, we will not live here today. Just suffice it to say that between 2018 and now, we've had over 35 editions of Nkata Umibe. No, sorry, we've had over 40 editions of Nkata Umibe. I'm now reducing the number. And the topics have usually cut across different issues affecting us as Ndi Igbo, and what individuals like you and I seated here today can do to move our region forward. And we're so honored to have our distinguished speaker for today. So I'm going to very quickly just read out a brief profile of him and then invite him to the stage to make his presentation. And as you all know, after the presentation, we're now going to have the Nkata proper, the moderated session. And we also have another wonderful person who will also be driving that conversation. So Larry Ogwego is a Nigerian who believes that ordinary citizens can transform themselves and their nation if they consistently insist on doing what is right. He founded Greater Tomorrow Initiative, GTI, a youth development organization that later gave birth to Human Rights Volunteer Corps, a people-driven human rights movement. He is the National Coordinator of Human Rights Volunteer Corps and the Civil Society Team Lead for Nigeria Policing Program, MPP, in Enugu State. Larry worked for many years as a facilitator with the Institute for National Transformation, NT, and has conducted training on human rights, personal development, and national transformation in many African countries, including Gambia, Uganda, Kenya, Ghana, and South Africa. He has facilitated and also conducted training in different parts of Nigeria for different institutions, including the Nigerian Army, the Defense Headquarters, the Nigerian Police, many reputable universities, and several faith-based organizations. He recently started the Life Coach Project. The project partners with educational institutions and faith-based organizations to provide knowledge, skill, and wisdom for successful living. He is a social entrepreneur and also a serial entrepreneur with interest in many small and medium enterprises. And today, we have the honor of having him as our distinguished speaker to speak on the very important topic, Ndu Mmiri, Ndu Azụ, interrogating the state of human rights in Ala Igbo. Ladies and gentlemen, with a resounding round of applause, please let's welcome Mr. Larry Ogwego as he comes to make his presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a great honor and privilege to stand and share the podium that has been graced by some of Nigeria's great men and women. When you were mentioning the names of the distinguished speakers that have been here, I was humbled. Incidentally, I've had the privilege of actually attending many of the Nkata Umibe series myself, basically because I'm onye Igbo. And I'm like Nkata gbasara ndị Igbo. But I must start by acknowledging the great work that is being done by Center for Memories. I also love the thematic focus Makonya Ta Nechi. If you do not remember your past, you may not be able to manage your present, and you definitely won't be able to plan for your future. So when that thematic focus was chosen, I don't know how it was done, but I believe it was inspired maka ụnya taa na echi. Ndị Igbo si na onye amara ebe mmiri bidoro maba ya ama ama ebe ọ kwụsịrị. And that actually provides the background for the respect I have for the great work that Center for Memories is doing, Center for Memories. And I wish we would take the work this center is doing a lot more seriously, because we have a rich history. We have a rich history as far from way back, but also have a rich contemporary history as Igbo. And if we can go back and listen to the Center for Memories and begin to document, study, imbibe, and deploy the benefits of our collective achievement as Igbo, we will be inspired to do more. So I must salute the center for the great work they are doing. I also want to salute Maazị Hanye for piloting the affairs of this center so well, and our beautiful moderator, the sign language interpreter that held sway when I was talking with the young people. I salute all of you. They are the future of Nigeria. When I was looking at them, I was seeing senators, governors, presidents, and all of those people. I told them when I was taking the picture with them that I want to have a copy so that when you become a governor, if I come to your office and they want to delay me, I'll show them the picture. So I spoke to her when she was in secondary school. Come on, let me see her. So I salute the whole system that seeks not only to have this conversation with us, but also to prepare us for the future. I enjoyed my session with the young ones tremendously, because I have this energy when I talk with them. I know that they represent the future. If you want to know how Nigeria will be in the next 20 years, look at them. And I thank the center for preparing them for a great future. Nigeria won't always be the way it is now. It won't always be the way it is now. With the kind of lessons that are being taught and the kind of questions I got from them, the kind of response I got, I can assure you that what we may not be able to achieve, they will achieve. I have a very simple task, but for me also a very, very sobering task of discussing a well-chosen topic, Ndu Mmiri, Ndu Azụ, interrogating the state of human rights in our Igbo. When we talk about interrogate, we are talking about asking serious questions, asking questions aggressively about the state of human rights in our Igbo. But before that question of the state of human rights in our Igbo, there's a very interesting statement, a very interesting philosophical statement in Ndu Mmiri, Ndu Azụ. So that statement speaks to the fact that without the understanding of Ndu Mmiri, Ndu Azụ, you may not even fully appreciate what we are going to be talking about. Ndu Mmiri, Ndu Azụ speaks about the fact that there is no way you can make progress in a society if you do not recognize interdependence. Mmiri actually accommodates the azụ. The water accommodates the fish. Without the water, the fish will not survive. But guess what? Without the fish, the water will lose part of its relevance. As a matter of fact, in several riverine areas, what takes people to the water is the fish. So if you remove the fish from the water, people may not even know the water is there. Besides being a means of moving from one point to another, one major reason people go to the water is to get fish. So there is this interdependence between Mmiri and Azụ, between the water and the fish. While the water looks like it's more important because it accommodates the fish, if you remove the fish, the water loses a large part of its relevance. And that is what we are looking at today, Ndu Mmiri, Ndu Azụ, which speaks to different aspects of Igbo philosophy. Egbe bere, ugo bere, okata na akpa dibe ma dibe arụ n'oke ọnụ n'ọkụ, biri ka mbiri. All of these expressions speak to one fact, that we have to learn how to coexist peacefully to the benefit of all of us. So when you get that background, it lays a foundation for the conversation about the state of human rights in our Igbo. And since we are going to look at it from the point of view of interrogating the state of human rights in our Igbo, I want to actually just ask a few questions and answer them because I don't have all the time in the world. So the first question is, what is human rights? Human rights are basically the rights we have because we are human. There are other more elaborate and fancy definitions. But why I love defining human rights as the rights we have because we are human is that a lot of people associate human rights with the caliber or state of the person who is seeking to enjoy the human rights. So very often when I speak about human rights, for instance, when I talk about the right to liberty, the right to bail, people ask me questions like, so if the person actually committed the crime, should the person also get bail? And my answer is simple. The law says the person should get bail. The law assumes the person is guilty until proven innocent. The law does not look at the person through the lens of being guilty because the law assumes the person is innocent. But you as a layman, you're saying, I saw him steal. He is not entitled to bail. But then the last time I checked, bail is not supposed to be go home and sin no more. Bail is supposed to be go home so that you will enjoy your freedom and be productive. Perchance you didn't actually commit the crime. So what if after all of the detention, the person actually didn't commit the crime? So the point is, human rights should be enjoyed by people because they are human. Not because they are nice people. Not because they are innocent. Not because they are wealthy. Not because they are educated. Not because they are politically connected. But just because they are human. When we understand this definition, our communities will begin to change dramatically and drastically. For instance, I've noticed that when you come to a village setting and you are discussing issues around human rights, you notice that people who had a bad reputation will actually not get their rights respected because most people will be judging them based on their past. I don't know if you can connect to what I'm saying. That is, if something gets lost in a certain environment, everybody will look in the direction of the thief. Even if it's not the thief that stole it. In fact, some people actually go to steal something knowing that there is a person who has the reputation for stealing who is likely to take the blame. So they will quickly steal knowing that everybody will suspect the thief, we all know. It happens also that sometimes when we are discussing human rights, people say, not for this one. The things are, see, we shouldn't be discussing human rights here. But the first thing I want to establish is what is human rights. These are rights we enjoy because we are human. It's that simple. And does it mean that if a person commits a crime repeatedly, the person should be entitled to the rights repeatedly? The unfortunate answer is yes. Is it my opinion? No. So why am I so adamant about it? Because that's what the law says. You cannot exist in a democracy without the rule of law. But let me also surprise us. We forget that human rights did not start with 1999 Constitution. Before the white man came, Igbos had the rule of law. That is why in those days, if the son of a king committed alo, the son of the king will banish. You see that thematic focus in several home movies in Nigeria, where there's this struggle between power and dominana. There was the rule of law, even in Igbo land. Igbo ocho, Igbo osocho. You had to run beyond an evil forest or big body of water if you killed someone, even if it was manslaughter. The status of your father will not save you. So did we have the rule of law in Igbo land? Yes. Did we have respect for rights? Yes. How do I know? We do not even remember that even women had rights. We always think about the fact, that Okonkwo used to flog his wife in things all apart, so we don't have rights. No, it doesn't work that way. Most of us do not know that there are rights that women enjoyed in the southeast, in Alibo, even before the white man came. I'll give you one example that will surprise some of you. Do you know that it was the right of a woman to have a place to cultivate? It wasn't negotiable, it was a right. I'm not guessing. It's something I researched long ago because at some point I asked myself, these human rights we're discussing, is it so alien? I not only talked to elders, I spoke to a professor of family law. The man shocked me when he started listing the retinue of rights enjoyed by women in traditional Africa. If a woman, for whatever reason, maybe she didn't have a boy child or she was divorced from the husband, was sent back to her family, the family had the duty to allocate her a portion of land to cultivate her ede. It was a right. It wasn't negotiable. Whether or not. I was surprised when I got a list of rights So what does it tell us? We are not that distant from human rights as we have been made to believe by the white man, that everything good came with the white man. No, we had order also. In fact, our society was so well ordered, we so well respected the rule of law and the rule of tradition that you didn't have to use doors in your house. There was no door in traditional architecture of the Igbo man. We had onuzo, the point of entrance. We had no door. There was no need to lock it. If you went to the market in the good old days, there was no need to actually protect your yam. You had to take some other products home if you finished your business. But you left the yam in the market because the yam was the king of crops. You don't steal yam. Izuji valo. You don't steal the king of crops. So we had rules of engagement. So we are not strangers to the rule of law. The fact that the rule of law has been documented now doesn't mean that it has never been there. As a matter of fact, the rule of law was more functional in the traditional Igbo society than it is today in Nigeria, because today the politicians are above the law. In those days, almost everybody was subject to the law. If you refuse to be subject to the law, Anna will take care of you. Because today, our courts may decide to even sing on your mandate we stand. But in those days, the goddess of Anna will not permit you to desecrate the land. And as long as you cannot live in the air, that's why in those days, you wanted to say something important. You removed your shoes and stood on and said, as you stand on this soil. So we need to begin to ask ourselves, are these things really new? The answer is no. I wanted to lay this foundation before we start talking about issues around interrogating human rights in these modern times. We have not always been the way we are now. We had reasonable respect for the rule of law. That is why, if you notice, people are going back to traditional religious practice in Igbo land. Have you noticed the trend? Have you noticed the trend? Do you know why? Because the system we claim to be operating these days is not protecting us. So somebody decides to sit on your rights. You go to the law. The law is playing games and dying about giving you your rights. So the poor man says what? I don't know if you have been hearing that recently. Because the poor man believes that since I don't have money to fight with you, since I don't want to fight with you in a court that may be biased, let me go to a place where I will get justice. And that begins to tell you that we need to reinvent our present approach to human rights to align with who we were in the past. To respect people's rights without looking at status. Having said that, I'll also ask the next question. What are the different rights we have as a people? There are three major classes of rights. We call them social rights, economic rights, and civic rights. That is economic, social, and cultural rights. Economic rights, social rights, cultural rights. All of these rights have implications. But one of the things we don't think about is that people have cultural rights. I chose to talk about it a little because it speaks to the state of human rights in Igbo. And if we want to ask questions, we should ask hard questions. Why is it that in your village, Christmas is around the corner, people will organize village revival? Am I correct? Our daddy I just passed on. If not, he may come to your village next to pull down strongholds, and sometimes you burn people's shrines. Let me tell you the truth. When you burn a shrine, you just burn a cathedral that pre-exists the churches you built in the city. Every shrine is somebody's cathedral. So if you go and burn a shrine because you are pursuing an evil spirit, you're actually stepping on somebody's cultural rights. That's what I'm saying. So human rights is not about going to police station or going to recuse somebody from the cell. No, there are several implications. We have the freedom of thought, conscience, and religion. I'm asking her questions today. Why should you go and burn somebody's place of worship without the person's consent? On the assumption that is the person who stopped you from progressing in your village. And that is purely an assumption. You have refused to work hard. You have refused to study hard. And then when you fail exams repeatedly, your father will go and burn somebody's shrine and say the person is tying you. While some people may practice malevolent spiritual practices, there are also several persons who engage in benevolent spiritual practices. But we lump all of them together, and we condemn them without realizing that they have a right to choose who to worship, when and where. Or to choose not to worship anybody at all. Or anything at all. So these are tough questions, economic, social, and cultural rights. I'll tell you a shocking story that I encountered as a person. I received a report, and we investigated the report, and it was true that a young woman was stripped naked from head to toe and paraded in her hometown, not elsewhere. What was her offense? That she brought Ndi Akoromaka to their village. Her village was predominantly following one of the conservative Orthodox churches. A priest participated in this show of shame. So an undergraduate who was in UNN at that time brought a fellowship, and they bought land and wanted to establish Oka Akorakan at their village. The village conspired, thought she was mental, that we are introducing something alien. She didn't even bring Omenana. She brought another church, another denomination. In the course of teaching her a lesson, they stripped her naked and took her all over the town, the village, naked. By the time we got involved in that matter, there was pandemonium. We complained that the Muslims in the north apparently make it difficult for Christians to hold crusades and operate freely. And then we come here, we also don't allow some people to operate freely. So how does that speak to the state of human rights in our life? How can you be pointing one finger at some other persons for persecuting you, and then you're persecuting other persons right in your space? Because we don't understand human rights. So there are different types of rights we have, classes of rights. It's not just about, I just wanted to choose a cultural rights to make us understand that this human rights thing is deep. And when you don't allow people to flourish, when you oppress people, you don't get the best out of them. A person who is oppressed cannot be creative. If you doubt what I'm saying, go and check the history of the entertainment industry in Nigeria. Anytime the military takes over in Nigeria, the entertainment industry practically dies, it shuts down. Go and check. Chris Okotie and his colleagues reigned under Shehu Shagare. Go and check the records. The records are there. Once the military took over, all the superstars in music, their career stopped. Because you cannot come to a military administration and be shouting Nigeria, scatter, scatter, Nigeria. You won't sing again. Once certain persons take over power, fear rules the space. Once there is fear, creativity takes backbench. Creativity flows freely, doesn't like to be encumbered. So in any place where people are oppressed, you're actually oppressing creativity and productivity. So the question that we need to discuss next is, what are the rights we should have? Modern day rights. I've mentioned some of them. We have a right to decide how we want to worship, who we want to worship, where, when. But I must also point out that some of the rights that we are going to discuss are not for minors. If you are less than 18 years, there are some rights you shouldn't enjoy because your parents will make those choices for you. So I'm saying it so you will understand. But when you become an adult, you are supposed to be mature enough to make choices for yourself. We have so many rights entrenched in the Constitution. We have the right to life. Nobody's life should be taken without recourse to due process. We have the right to liberty. Nobody should be detained. It's common in Nigeria now, for whatever reason, to detain a human being sometimes for 6 months, 1 year, and say it for security reasons. No, the laws are clear, very clear about those things. But we choose not to respect the laws because it's politically expedient not to do so. And it's worse in the Southeast. So when you go to Imo State, there is this oppression, something that is very notorious for detaining people indefinitely. When you go to Ebonyi State, recently we released a young man who was detained in the military camp for 3 months. And when we investigated, we found out he didn't really do anything. We presented the real story to the commander. He was released the next day. So he wasted 3 months of his life. Just wasted it. And nobody said, I'm sorry. If it's abroad, he will pay healthy compensation. Not in Nigeria. He will go and do Thanksgiving because he has been released. He will not be talking about compensation. So, we also have the right to be treated like human beings. The right to the dignity of the human person. This is one of the few countries in the world where, on a regular, we see people sitting on the back of trucks. That is, the policemen will arrest us, tell us to sit down on the back of their pickup truck. You come to the police station, they ask you to sit on the floor. Meanwhile, there are empty chairs all over the place, but they'll tell you to sit on the floor. Sometimes I even wonder about my sanity and their own sanity. How can you have chairs that are not occupied and you ask a human being to sit on the floor? So what are the chairs doing there? And the last time I checked, most of those chairs were actually procured by ordinary Nigerians supporting the police. They call them PPR, Police Public Relations Committee, right? And then other well-meaning Nigerians. So we buy chairs and donate to them so we'll be comfortable. Then we come there and they say, sit on the floor. So sometimes I actually go and check whether there are spirits sitting on those chairs. And you find out that they're just empty chairs. But somebody has found the habit of oppressing you to the extent that you submit. That is, the person dehumanizes you. So even when somebody walks into that police station and looks at you, you look like a criminal. He doesn't have to work hard to convince your family that you're a criminal because you are so dehumanized and so you are so in such a bad shape that people will be asking you, that's the first question most of your friends will ask you. They have not asked you what happened, and they assume you're guilty. Because of the way you look like a criminal. They do it intentionally. But assuming you come in a suit and you're sitting down in a dignified manner and you cross your leg, like that our sister there, somebody comes in to look at you, and the person will assume that this is a gentleman. What is he doing here? So they don't want you to look like a gentleman. But the law says you should treat us with respect to the dignity of our person. It's not only about the police and the institutions. We have women and men who have empty rooms in their homes, and their house girls and house boys sleep in the kitchen with rats and rodents. That is an abuse of the right to dignity of that house girl. I was raised in a family where my dad forbade calling anybody house girl or house boy. In my home, when you arrange the order, if the house boy or house girl was placed as if like this is your senior, you gave the person the respect that was due to him. My dad would punish you more for disrespecting a family member than that house. So he taught us to just respect people for being human, not because of the state of their family, economy, state of birth. No. Those things came with the package for me. I didn't have to struggle to learn how to respect. I respect everybody. I respect young people. I respect old people. I respect people who are poor. I sometimes, I don't know if I respect people who are rich well, because sometimes they don't even deserve the respect. But to just respect them anyhow because they're human. I actually find it easier to respect ordinary people, to make them understand that they are human. They are not any less human because they are not billionaires. But we have lost all that. So we have a plethora of rights, so many rights. Tenants have rights with their landlords. Landlords also have rights. Employees have rights. You don't just wake up and tell an employer you are fired. If you have the guts to say you're fired, you should also have the guts to pay 1 month in lieu of notice. If you have a tenant and the tenant is not quick to vacate the house and not quick to pay you rent, you should be patient. Go to the law. Don't tell me that the law is slow. My dad taught me some lessons. There was a time I had a furniture company and I used to complain too much. All these carpenters, that. My dad said, look, sit down, young man. I sat down. He said, look, if they are as smart as you, they will not be in your employment. They will have their own businesses. So your job is to raise them to be who you want them to be, not to complain about them. My dad doesn't talk too much. He will say one thing like the Bible, you can begin to interpret it for yourself. Say, stop complaining about them, raise them. If they are as smart as you, they won't be working for you. I learned that lesson. I started training my workers every Saturday. I bought a car and I started complaining about mechanics. My dad said, you have 2 options. He said, either you sell your car and start using buses, or you go and find good mechanics and relate with them. And he said also, I know one day you complain about tenants. It's either you don't build a house, or you build a house and tenants will owe you and you manage them. These things come with a package. So if you have a car, you deal with our mechanics. If you have a house, you deal with the tenants. So you don't tell me, no, the tenants are obnoxious. If you have a house, you have to be patient about evicting your tenants. So there are so many rights, I cannot go through all of them. But what I'm saying essentially is that we must get to that point where we understand that these rights are for human beings. They are not for spirits, and we should ensure that these rights are respected. So the big question for me, the elephant in the room, is what are the worst abuses we are currently dealing with in the Southeast? I would have probably spent less time laying the foundation, because for me, this is the big question. And when I have these conversations, I'm not talking as Onyibo, just talking. I talk authoritatively as a person who has probably received the highest number of complaints of anybody in the Southeast. I have received and managed thousands, literally speaking, of complaints from across Alibo. Alibo transcends the Southeast. So we have a unit of HRVC, for instance, in Asaba, I've received thousands of real reports, real time, from people who suffer abuse. So when people argue with me about human rights abuse, I ask them, what do you really know about abuse? Do you have documented cases? How many do you have? I mean, we are talking about how many years? 17 years of sifting through thousands of complaints. So I've been able to find out how the mind of the Igbo man works when it comes to human rights. I've been able to see the worst of abuses. I've been able to see people who do things that are obnoxious. I've seen a man quarrel with a brother. You won't get this. Quarrel with a brother, the same father, the same mother. And because he felt the brother was giving him trouble because he was educated, this person, educated lecturer, speaks a lot of English. This one, businessman with plenty of money. The businessman got angry, went and loaded a trailer with scrap. You know what scrap is? Scrap metal. Then went to the gate of his brother because issues concerning land. Packed the scrap trailer, used it to block the gate, and removed the head of the trailer. I don't know if you understand this story. That is, he used the trailer truck filled with scrap metal to block the entrance of his brother's gate. So the only way the brother could remove that was to go and get the head of a trailer, come and hook it to that stop, and drag it out of. And then he also left thugs to look after the trailer body to ensure that nobody even hooked it to drag it out. To his brother. I've seen all sorts. So the money God gave him was for the purpose of oppressing, to show his brother, okay, I'm going to put you in your place by using my words to block your gates. That's how cruel people can be sometimes. So what are the worst abuses? N'ala Igbo. The worst abuses we have by far, unfortunately, with the police, ndị uwe ojii, and security agencies. The cases are difficult to manage. And the cases are legion. The first one is monetization of services. Most people don't know it's abuse. So you go to a police station, you want to go and report a case, and they charge you money for reporting the case. You want to go and arrest the suspect, they charge you money for arresting the suspect. And you suggest, okay, I don't want to pay money for you to bring your vehicle. They will say, bring money for fuel. It's okay, I have a car, let's go with my car. I say, no, we can't go with your car. You have to, okay, let me put fuel in your car. I say, oh, God, you are difficult. That's not how we do it. Bring money for it. So you now decide, okay, I want to bring the money. Make we no quarrel for this matter. So you now ask the person, how much will it cost you to buy fuel from, say, for CID Annex? I'm now using a real case example, to Emene. And the person says 100,000. So you're wondering, is he driving a V12 vehicle that flies in the air or something? That's the person looks in your face and says 100,000. In fact, there was a case we got involved in, and they asked 3 persons to pay 100,000 each for them to go and inspect the site of a dispute, which wasn't a police case, it was a land matter. But somebody took it to the police, I'll get to that. And they collected 300,000 from 3 persons who didn't know their right to drive from Abani Road to Emene. Of course, our volunteer refused to pay, and they couldn't do anything about it. He said he won't pay. I have a car. If you want to join me, you join me. If you don't want to join me. And when they realized that he wasn't going to budge, they left him and said, no, and so we just leave him. But the others paid, knowing fully well that one of them didn't pay. So that speaks to the state of the mind of the Onyibo. We still have that assumption, so you submit to anything that they throw at you. There's the tendency of the police to do what is not their job, like debt recovery. Many of you here know stories of policemen being used to recover debt in business transactions. That is absolutely wrong and untenable. Anytime I say this in public space, people ask me questions like, so, what am I supposed to do? Going to court takes forever. So I say, no. See, my dad taught me some lessons. I've shared some of the lessons. If you do business, people will owe you. So you have to factor that into one of the things you have to deal with. And follow due process. If you don't follow due process, you will pay. I'll quickly tell all of you who may be looking at me as if I'm from the moon that sometimes the oppressor can actually become the oppressed. The hunter can become the hunted. I'll quickly tell you the story of a policewoman who gave a loan to a church member. Church member couldn't pay the money. The money came with 1 million naira interest rate, I think, for 3 months. There was a transaction the woman was doing. The transaction didn't just go through. So she had to pay 2 million capital and 1 million interest. She neither had the capital nor the interest. And what happened?
the policewoman arrested her and detained her without evidence of detention. You didn't get that. That is, when you take a person to a police station, you document that you arrested Larry Ogwego and this is the offense he committed. They put her in a cell and there was no documentation. That's abduction. So when the family members go to the station and say, I'm looking for this person, they'll say there's no such person here because the person doesn't even appear in the records. And what was their position? They told the family members after some days, like 5 days, that if you bring the money, we'll release her. That was a simple instruction. Bring 3 million, we'll release her. If you don't bring 3 million, she doesn't go home. The brother came to our office, reported the matter to us. I didn't believe the story. But when we investigated, I asked one simple question. Was this transaction documented? Listen carefully. Because you will learn a lesson from this story. In fact, many lessons. The brother said yes, that my sister said it was documented. Can I have a copy of the document? Yes. And when they brought the copy of the document, it was written clearly that a police officer gave a loan with interest to a friend and a church member. And because the friend couldn't pay, she was detained. I didn't talk about the loan. I didn't talk about the interest. I spoke about two things when we wrote our petition. One was abduction. It wasn't arrest because the family didn't even know. It was not officially recorded that she was arrested. But do you know the second case that was interesting? A police officer is not permitted to be a loan shark. She was a loan shark. When we followed up on the second petition, that same woman came back to appeal to the person she held for more than 2 weeks. Of course, they released her. The Deputy Commissioner of Police ordered her release. Immediately, he received the petition, and the woman said, yes, I gave her a loan. But when he showed the woman the second petition that spoke to the fact that we are going to escalate the matter to Police Service Commission, because we are not supposed to be a loan shark. You are giving people loans without being registered for the purpose. You're a police officer. The only business you can do is agriculture. We put our cases in black and white against her. And that woman came to settle the matter. Sorry, but for the purpose of this issue of Ndumiri Nduazu, people understanding that we need to be careful about how we treat people we think are less important or vulnerable. This woman reported the matter to her pastor. That is when she was being harassed. The woman who was owing money. Because she was on the run and reported to the pastor. Pastor brought them to make peace. It was in church, in the pastor's office, that the policewoman arrested her. I verified that from the pastor. How did I meet the pastor? When the policewoman's job was being treated, guess who she ran to? The pastor. What went around just came around. Pastor called for a meeting. And guess what? To release her from the very wicked acts she committed, I insisted she should forfeit both loan and capital. She detained somebody for 2 weeks. Now, some of you may be looking at it as if you're a very wicked person. But you see, I explained my rationale. I don't do things arbitrarily. My rationale was simple. I told her you have the option of our submitting the petition, following it up, and going to court against you for abduction and illegal detention. The court may award more than the money we are discussing. You may lose your job. The option is that you forget the money, both principal and interest. She forgot the money. Why did she choose to forget the money? She decided to pursue the money the way most of us will pursue it, without any concern for the rights of this other woman, because she was in a position of power. And then because of that approach, she lost the entire money. Do I look like I'm wicked? No. My job was to try to use her as a lesson to other persons in that station who felt that their uniform gave them license to maltreat the rest of us. So there are so many things we can talk about when it comes to security agents, but we're not going to dwell on that. In fact, as we speak, the most frequent reports we get in our office is about police cases and then a few other security agencies. And then you'll be surprised that the next highest number of cases has to do with domestic issues, domestic violence, violence against women, maltreating of children, abuse of children, that's sexual abuse and all sorts of things. Family-related cases. It's actually shocking. It's so bad that the spinsters and bachelors who work in our office are afraid of getting married because sometimes I ask a very funny question. Oh, you are dancing with this person on the wedding day. I ask this question to all the couples that come quarreling. So what happened? What changed? The way they look at me, it's like this man is mischievous. But I say, so you people did. So did you love him before? I say, oh, God, stop asking me that. I say, no, I have to ask you. So what really changed? But the point I'm making is, when we fight these battles, we fight without rules. You see, a man insists that the wife will not see the child she carried for 9 months because they just are not married anymore, without considering that the issues of custody and visitation rights is not about only the couple, it's also about the child. The child's mental development will be affected if she doesn't get to relate with either of the parents. So I take time to explain these things. That it's not just about you. When you two were loving one another, you didn't discuss with this child. She was somewhere enjoying in the spirit realm. You people making the law of Gapote here. And now you are inflicting this injury on the child. Are you guys okay? Una meeting with the child before all these things started. No. Sometimes they become sober. I explained to them, no. Whatever issues you have should not be visited on the child. Family matters. I wish I brought it here, but my time was obviously limited, so I decided not to bring some things. But I wanted to bring some tools. A man wrote a constitution for her wife. Actually wrote it and gave the wife. When the woman and gave it, he had the courage to give the wife a copy and held a copy. When the woman submitted, I said it's not true. The woman said it's true. Ask him. I asked the man, a lecturer at Federal Polyoko. The man said, I wrote it. What did he write there? You cannot have visitors from your family. That's they won't not turn to sleep. They won't visit. Your friends cannot come. There were 12 commandments, 12 obnoxious and wicked commandments. None of them made sense. The man actually wrote it and gave. I told the man, do you know that I can actually put you in jail with this? Because VAP law has been criminalized. But people don't know. The man wrote something that could put him in jail and gave the wife and said, this is the constitution of this house. An educated man who actually read law in the Open University. I told him, what kind of lawyer are you going to be? So these are the challenges we are dealing with now, Igbo. Of course, one of the things we have to talk about is government agencies and institutions that deal with us without recourse. In fact, my pain is that they don't even deal with us with the intention to reform us or to help us maintain order. When MOT is looking for somebody to arrest, they are not looking at sanitizing traffic, they are looking at revenue. So they wait for you like a hunter waits for a prey. In fact, I think they even manipulate the traffic light. So you are just driving at normal speed. You just move from green to red, bam. You don't know whether to jump on your brake and somebody hits you from behind. You don't know what to do. The moment you pass, that the hunter is waiting. The next you see the hunters pursuing, and they pursue, overtake, and they recover all. Most of the time. And that is wicked. The job of the Ministry of Transport is to make sure the roads are clear. You go to main market, you cannot pass. You go to different places. Their job is to make the roads clear so that we can enjoy the road, not to pursue us. I told them clearly that Ministry of Transport is not a revenue-generating agency. If anybody tells you that person is a liar, there are institutions that do not generate revenue for government. They provide an enabling environment for investors to come, for other revenue-generating institutions to now have a lot of business that will now make up for the revenue they are not generating. If you don't want to think about it like that, what is the Human Rights Commission going to do? So what revenue are they going to generate? There are institutions that don't generate revenue. So how much revenue do you expect the courts to generate? Do you know how much they pay judges? They give them vehicles. They pay the registrars. So how is the court going to generate revenue for government? There are institutions that create sanity and the environment for things to work. And those institutions must be respected as such institutions. If you convert them to revenue-generating agencies, you are destroying the way the natural order of things work. Unfortunately, that is what we see in the Southeast. These things may be happening in other places, but it appears to be worse in the Southeast. And for me, I will also ask myself one other question that is important. I have to do the rest in the next few minutes because that's what I've been told. So the next question that is important is, what is driving abuse in Ali Igbo? What are the causes? What are the things that are driving abuse? The causes are very clear and straightforward. First of all, people lack knowledge. Some of the things I say here sound alien, that even an armed robbery suspect is supposed to be assumed to be guilty until proven innocent, rather, until proven guilty. You don't, even when you saw the person commit a crime, that doesn't justify your assumption of guilt. And I'm not joking. I don't have time to explain it, but I have a classical explanation that when in the villages, in Anambra State and other people ask me questions like, Nanne nonya anyosuoshi? Say yes. It may not be Oshi. Sorry, but I'll use this. Sorry. I'll just see how God will help me. But I have to tell this story. I don't know how God inspired that story, but I asked this question, or one day I was put on the spot, as in, how do you explain this? I saw somebody do something. I said, okay, let us imagine that you have a neighbor. You know your neighbor very well. You know all the people who live in that house. And one day they all went to work. And then you saw somebody breaking the door from behind. The person was actually determined to break the door. Then when that person broke the door and went inside, he came out with TV and kept the TV. He went inside again, came out to fridge and kept the fridge. Let's be honest, what will run through your mind? Onyoshi, if you are used to lynching people, what do? You pounce on him, put a tire on there. You know, before he explains, somebody will hit him with a rod from behind. He will pass out. But what if you give him time to explain? And you are like, what are you doing? And he says the house is burning. Can't you smell the smoke? See the smoke. I'm trying to help bring out the property. What will you do at that time? Huh? You verify, isn't it? After that, what do? You join him in bringing out property. Am I correct? So what changed? You interrogated the situation. On the surface, he looked like he was a thief. But when you looked deeper, you found out that he was not a thief. So there are scenarios that look like it's an open and closed case. When you interrogate it, that's why you have court. That's why you have prosecutor. That's why you have defense counsel. That's why the law says you must have a lawyer if you're going to be tried in a criminal case. So that the whole story will come to the surface. And it has to be proven beyond reasonable doubt. So we lack knowledge. And then we have a culture of abuse that has lasted for some time, driven by impunity. The feeling that nothing will happen. That I'll do it and nothing will happen. Police will tell you to your face, I'll waste you and nothing will happen. Landlord will tell you, Nanga Ponda would have to pay you. Don't worry, he gave me. These are things people will tell you. That statement is driven by impunity. The feeling that nothing will happen to me if I do something wrong. That's one of the biggest problems in Nigeria. Beside the so-called corruption. In fact, impunity drives corruption because some Nigerians are corrupt, knowing fully well there won't be consequences for the corruption. So impunity is very dangerous. And then we lack courage. When we are abused, even when we know institutions that can help us, people have come to our office and say, let us fight. They'll say, happier. Police. Say happier. If you know how many times I've felt, and I tell them things like, I should leave it because you feel insecure. What of me that's going to fight the battle? They know my office. They probably know where. So don't you think they should be more angry with me? Why are you a coward? Say, oh, God, you won't understand. Now, Pastor may be not I'm happier for God. You see, the problem living in for God is that the person may also repent and God will forgive him. He forgives all our iniquities, including human rights abuses. So sometimes I'll tell you, see, take it to the law. Even God expects us to obey civil authority. When people do what is wrong, report them. It's not unforgiveness. You are sanitizing the society. You have a duty to do that. But our spirituality means that, that we can take all sorts. And then, unfortunately, not only that we lack courage, there is institutional support for human rights abuse. We have governments and governors that act outside the law openly. And when they do that, politicians and political players get this impression that they are also immune, so they can act with impunity. Then their friends and family members and associates borrow the same behavior. So before you know what is happening, the whole society is actually emulating bad example, and then what happens is that we are living in a jungle. But one of the worst challenges we have in Ali Igbo with this issue that money can fix all things I want to address that just for 2 minutes. The Igbo man has this belief system that money can actually solve every problem. So he can actually kill someone, or so will ego mechie. That's if he spends enough money, the matter will be closed. That is why they are demolishing your houses all over Nigeria. It's not because they are targeting Igbos. An Igbo man is the only person that you will tell, you cannot buy that land. It's on a floodplain. The Igbo man will say, don't worry. No, tell me the truth. And he will start with you that gave him the advice. He will close your mouth with money. You will sell the land to him. Do the documentation. Knowing fully well you shouldn't build there. Then when a pharaoh that doesn't know Joseph comes and demolishes the building, because we are the people who believe that money can do everything. If they have 100 houses there, we own 70. So it looks like we were profiled. But the truth is that we are the people who invest in property, and we are the people who must invest, so we buy anywhere. Abuja, same story. Lagos, same story. We have a sense of impunity that if you have enough money, you will tell him, see, one day, he said, when we get to that bridge, we'll cross it. Don't worry, when we get there, we'll solve it. Then when the bulldozers come, he will start looking for media houses to shout, so why are we not going to follow the rules of the game? If you build in the proper place and have your documentation, if they demolish your house, they will pay you compensation. They won't even demolish it. So that issue of impunity, driven by the thinking that money can fix all problems, is very dangerous. So what solutions do we prefer? Because we're interrogating the situation. We must have knowledge. We must make sure the knowledge of human rights covers the entire space. Every place people gather, they should be discussing human rights. It is sad that we are going to have elections in Anambra State tomorrow, and no governor, no candidate is raising human rights as a campaign issue. And the electorate are not talking about it also. It's a big shame. As long as people do not make it the most important conversation, we will continue to suffer as a nation. Why? Because human rights affects and covers every aspect of your life. And I'm not joking. The right to good governance is there. Every other thing, in fact, the right of inclusion. Let me also explain this carefully. Now, when you have a proper government, when you have a proper leader, one of the things you use to assess quality of leadership is their capacity to include persons who are vulnerable. But we live in a country where the last people will consider are the pensioners. Governors award contracts of hundreds of billions of naira, pay the contractors, and tell you they don't have money to pay pensioners who served the state for 35 years. We don't talk about persons with disability. We spoke to a commissioner in ENUGU State some time ago about putting ramps for bus stops, and he asked us how many we need the ramp.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
To Global News on Signature TV. I am Christopher Lele. In the headlines, Tinubu to visit France, Kenya and Rwanda for summits. Opposition political leaders rubbish Tinubu's economic policies, lament workers' hardship. Havana slams new Trump sanctions as collective punishment of Cuban people. An appeals court blocks FDA rule that allows women to obtain abortion drugs by mail. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, News is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
President Bola Tinubu will be jetting out of Abuja today for a trip to France, Kenya, Rwanda to participate in high-level summits on economic growth, investment, climate action and strategic partnerships. A statement by the Special Advisor to the President on Information and Strategy, Bayo Nanuga, disclosed that the President's first stop will be in France before proceeding to Nairobi, Kenya, for the African-France Summit scheduled to begin next week. The summit, to be co-chaired by French President Emmanuel Macron and Kenyan President William Ruto, will focus on key issues including energy transition, green industrialization, digital transformation, restructuring of the global financing architecture, and climate action. The gathering, which has as its theme Africa Forward, Africa-France Partnerships for Innovation and Growth, is expected to provide a platform for African leaders and their French counterparts to discuss economic transformation, climate resilience, infrastructure development, youth empowerment, technological advancement, and peace-building initiatives. Tinubu also will travel to Kigali, Rwanda, to attend the annual Africa CEO Forum, taking place from May 14 to May 15, which is expected to bring together over 2,000 private sector leaders, investors, and policymakers to explore strategies for accelerating Africa's economic transformation through regional integration, shared scale, and increased cross-border investment. The President will be accompanied by some ministers and senior aides, as it is expected to return to Nigeria after the Rwanda summit. President Bola Tinubu has declared insecurity and poverty as national emergencies, warning that both crises pose serious threats to jobs, productivity, and Nigeria's overall stability. Tinubu made the declaration at the 2026 International Workers' Day celebration held at Eagle Square, Abuja, where he was represented by the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, George Akume. Tinubu noted that there cannot be decent work where workers fear for their lives, where wages cannot feed a family, or where insecurity disrupts farms, factories, markets, and other economic activities. He said the federal government was treating both issues with urgency due to their far-reaching impact on livelihoods and economic confidence, and assured that his administration is implementing coordinated strategies to tackle the crisis. Tinubu highlighted several interventions under his Renewed Hope agenda, including the Community Protection Guards Initiative, which has recruited 45,000 young Nigerians to boost local security while creating employment, and the social investment programs, which had expanded reach 15 million vulnerable households. Organized labor, however, used the occasion to push for a significant wage review, with calls for a new minimum wage of up to 250,000 naira. Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi and former Vice President Atiku Abubakar have criticized the economic policies of the Tinubu administration and their effect on the Nigerian workers. In a message he shared on his X handle, Obi paid tribute to workers as the drive force of any functional society, acknowledging their roles across key sectors such as education, healthcare, agriculture, transportation, security, and manufacturing. He noted that despite these contributions, many workers are struggling to stay afloat as worsening inflation, high food costs, and rising transport fares have significantly eroded the value of their pay. Obi urged the workers to harness their collective political strength and demand accountability leadership defined by competence, character, capacity, credibility, and compassion. Atiku Abubakar, in a separate message also posted on X, struck a more sober note, saying he could not celebrate Workers' Day, but instead observed it in grief, accusing the current administration of worsening economic conditions under the banner of renewed hope. According to him, the reality for many Nigerians reflects increasing hardship rather than the promised relief, with workers bearing the brunt of current policies. He insisted he revisited the removal of fuel subsidy, describing it as a necessary reform that was poorly handled as the policy was implemented abruptly without adequate preparation of safety nets to cushion its impacts, leading to a spike in transportation costs, food prices, and general living expenses. Meanwhile, Labour leaders in ENUGU State are calling on the Nigerian government to pay more attention to insecurity and poverty, which they say pose serious threats to decent work. They made the call during the Workers' Day celebration held at the Michael Okpara Square, ENUGU. Correspondent Chinemerem Ikebunam tells us more.
Workers across Enugu State converged at the Michael Okpara Square, Enugu, to commemorate the 2026 Workers' Day celebration, with labor leaders and government officials emphasizing the need to improve the welfare of workers to adoption of a better approach to fight insecurity and poverty in the country. In his address, the Commissioner for Labor and Employment, Felix Nnamani, described the 2026 Workers' Day observance as unique because of the transformational leadership in the state. He commended Governor Peter Mbah for his commitment to the welfare of the working class in appreciation of the fact that workers remain the bedrock of any government.
The theme of this year's Workers' Day, insecurity, poverty, the bane of decent work, aligns with Your Excellency's commitment and bold steps to ensure that they are stamped out of Enugu State, which has yielded multiple results as you have tackled them head-on.
The chairman of the Nigeria Labour Congress in Enugu State, Fabian Wibo, said Workers' Day remain a moment to honor the sacrifices, dignity, and contribution of heroes past and present. Wibo lamented the levels of insecurity in many parts of the country, which he said makes it nearly impossible for Nigerians to operate in decent and safe working conditions.
Your Excellency, we are appealing sincerely that you direct that immediate action be taken with regards to the issue of this minimum, that 2,000 minimum pension, and then the gratuities. Your Excellency is sincerely urged to consider and direct the payment of consequential adjustments to workers of Enugu State, as the new minimum wage act does not contain consequential adjustments.
Chairman of the Trade Union Congress, Simon Akeme, stated that workers should not only provide income, but also dignity, stability, and hope. He highlighted the devastating impact of insecurity and inflation on workers and described the current economic realities as abnormal.
Poverty at the same time continues to deepen, even among working population. Many workers, despite being employed, can no longer meet their basic. Your Excellency, inflation has toppled and crippled the economy of workers.
The Deputy Governor, Ifeanyi Osai, who represented Governor Peter Mbah at the event, stated that the administration is ever committed to improving the state and its workforce. Addressing the theme of the celebration, insecurity and poverty, the bane of decent workers, Osai urged workers and stakeholders to continually task themselves on ways to improve productivity while appreciating efforts of state workers towards building a better Enugu State.
We must begin to add context in your annual celebrations to begin to give meaning, hymn of today's event. If you want to chase out poverty, you can't chase out poverty if you're not attempting to tax your head and get creative.
There are high expectations that beyond the May Day observance and speeches, there should be concrete policies and actions that would translate into safer working environments and improve living standards for Nigerian workers. In Enugu, Chinemerem Ikebunam, Signature TV News.
Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) has fixed Saturday, June 20, 2026 for the conduct of by-elections in 6 states of the Federation. The elections will cover senatorial vacancies in Enugu, Nasarawa, Rivers and Ondo states, as well as a State House of Assembly set in Kebbi State and the House of Representatives sit in Kano State. The chairman of INEC, Professor George Amupeton, disclosed this at a brief ceremony held at the Commission's headquarters in Abuja to receive and swear in a new National Commissioner, retired Rear Admiral Jamila Malafa. Amupeton said the by-elections will be conducted alongside the Ekiti State governorship election, which has been scheduled for the same date. Speaking on the appointment of the new National Commissioner, Amupeton described Malafa as a seasoned professional with extensive experience spanning military service and electoral operations. He noted that the new commissioner had previously worked with the commission in the area of logistics and served as Director of Legal Services in the Nigerian Navy, bringing a wealth of administrative and legal expertise to her new role. In a brief response, Malafa expressed appreciation for the reception accorded her and pledged to contribute meaningfully to the Commission's work. The Excellent Community Education Welfare Scheme has provided health insurance coverage for 1,000 pregnant women in ENUGU State. The initiative is part of a broader effort involving the ENUGU State Government, the Federal Ministry of Health and World Health Organization, and international partners to transition from malaria containment to elimination. Speaking during the 2026 World Malaria Day commemoration in ENUGU, the Chief Executive Officer of Excellent Community Education Welfare Scheme, Dr. Andy Ayo, said the organization is working to remove financial barriers preventing pregnant women from accessing care. Ayo said the board and management of the scheme have approved the provision of health insurance for 1,000 pregnant women in ENUGU State who will have their premiums paid to the State Universal Health Coverage Agency, allowing them to receive antenatal care and deliver free of charge at hospitals. He said the initiative would also ensure that beneficiaries participate in malaria in pregnancy services. The State Commissioner for Health, Professor George ENUGU, said the state's malaria prevalence rate of 9% is lower than the national average of 15.2%. A representative of the World Health Organization, Dr. Adaize Ugu, said the efforts to eliminate malaria required sustained commitment, noting that funding gaps and climate factors remain challenges. The event highlighted ongoing efforts to reduce malaria prevalence, with stakeholders expressing their commitment to lower the rate to below 5% in the coming years. As Nigeria continues to grapple with rising cases of chronic illnesses, the conversation around prevention is taking center stage. That was exactly the focus of the 12th valedictory lecture of the University of Nigeria ENUGU campus, delivered by the distinguished Professor of Clinical Pharmacology and Nutritherapeutics, Chioli Pascal Chijioke. Correspondent who attended the event for Signature TV now reports. The 12th valedictory lecture of the University of Nigeria ENUGU campus brought together a broad mix of stakeholders, health professionals, policymakers, academics, business leaders, students, and community figures. Underscoring the relevance of the subject, representing the Vice-Chancellor, Professor Simon Otuanya, the Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Administration, Dr. Josephat Onwumere, described the lecture as both timely and necessary. He emphasized the need for people to adopt lifestyles that would make them age gracefully.
For those whom it pleased God to allow to grow to be called old people, this lecture is very important. And to all those aspiring to grow old. So on behalf of the Vice-Chancellor, Professor Simon Uchenna Otuanya, I, Professor J.J. Onwumere, declare this valedictory lecture open.
Delivering the lecture, Professor Chioli Pascal Chijioke, a professor of clinical pharmacology and nutritherapeutics, focused on the theme towards healthy aging, personalized nutrition, and the reversibility of chronic disease processes / cancer prevention. Professor Chijioke emphasized that what people eat plays a critical role in preventing chronic diseases and promoting healthy aging. He urged the government and key stakeholders to adopt nutrition-driven approaches in tackling public health challenges.
So personalized nutrition would use genetic information specific to an individual patient
to pre-select a diet that will be nutritious and not incubate the metabolic syndrome associated immune dysfunction. I think I can speak faster when it's actually on the slide. And this would be better than just relying on trial and error in terms of maintaining health. And in future, as we get to know more about our respective nutri-genomes, then appropriate labeling packaging on foods would enable us to avoid those dietary components which may be harmful to that particular individual.
The ENUGU State Commissioner for Health, Professor George Ugu, who represented Governor Peter Mbah, said the lecture offered practical insights that could help shape policies within the state's health system.
So this is a very important public health message that we have picked up here, and it is the kind of message that His Excellency likes to work with. So that you can even use diet and reverse somebody who was having hypertension and become normal temperature. So if you look well, if we keep copying other people's diet, it keeps being an issue for us. So he's referring us back to our good old local diets, things that are healthier to eat, and body practices that are more preventive of health, exercises. If you combine it with exercise, good nutrition, then you'll be healthy. You don't have to be buying drugs, you don't have to be going to hospitals. So that is a very important message which we are going to work with in our public health department in the ENUGU State Ministry of Health under the leadership and guidance of His Excellency Governor Peter Mbah.
From Abia State, Commissioner for Health Enoch Uche, who stood in for Governor Alex Otti, described the lecture as both celebratory and strategic, highlighting opportunities for collaboration to strengthen healthcare delivery.
Congratulate him for such a very productive and fruitful research life and academic life. Of course, we want to wish him well because the valedictory lecture shows that he's signing out. And as he signs off, we want to believe that he still has a lot to provide. And of course, Abia State will be open for him to come and explore things that he can do with us because we can see that he has a huge repertoire of experience and of course of evidence-based nutritional options that can help to us in what we are doing.
Colleagues also paid tribute to Professor Chijioke's academic journey. Dr. Michael Okafor of the Department of Pharmacology noted that the valedictory lecturer has set a standard worthy of emulation.
Dr. Chijioke is a seasoned academic. He has worked all over these years to be able to show us that if you live right, you are going to, and especially eat right, exercise right and sleep right, you are going to age very well. And a whole lot of diseases that are associated with you not doing right will not appear in the first place.
The event also featured free medical consultations, including checks on blood pressure, blood sugar, height and weight, alongside the presentation of awards and gifts.
University of Nigeria, the Vice Chancellor, Professor Simon Uchenna Achanya. I hand over this clip to you in recognition of this lecture, which I found a wonderful lecture. I'm going to digest it again and see those items I have to consume, those foods at least to look healthier. Congratulations.
As conversations on healthy aging continue to gain momentum, the message here is clear. Preventing disease may well begin with something as basic as what's on the plate. In ENUGU, Christopher Lele, Signature TV News. Nigerian Consulate in South Africa, NICASA, in collaboration with the Nigerian Citizens Association in the country, has offered a free repatriation flight to Nigerians willing to return home permanently following the rising unrest in South Africa. The president of NICASA, Frank Onyekwelu, told newsmen that even though there is currently no structured support system in place for affected Nigerians, the consulate's intervention is already providing an option for those who would wish to leave. She said that many Nigerians were already indicating interest in returning home as the situation had forced many of them to close their shops and businesses. Nigerians in South Africa have been narrating their experiences, saying that the recurring violence had continued to threaten their safety, livelihoods and mental well-being, as some of them have been forced to stay indoors, thereby living in constant fear. Violent anti-foreigner protests erupted in cities such as Pretoria, Johannesburg, Durban, East London and parts of KwaZulu-Natal. resulting in harassment, looting, property damage, and injuries. This has triggered fear and panic within the diaspora community, with the Nigerians in Diaspora Commission directing Nigerian business owners to temporarily shut down to minimize risks and avoid losses. The demonstrators are accusing migrants of causing economic hardship and crime, with activists demanding the deportation of undocumented foreign nationals, particularly those from African countries such as Nigeria, Ghana, Zimbabwe, Mozambique, and Somalia. The Nigerian Consulate General in Johannesburg, Guinea Kanwa Oke Uche, has confirmed that 2 Nigerians, Amara Miro Emmanuel and Ekpenyong Andrew, were killed in separate incidents linked to the attacks. May Day rallies in the U.S. demand reforms for working class rights. Fury over young girls' killings sparks vigilante justice and violent clashes with police in Australia. Details and more from the international scene.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Roughly 500 labor groups across the United States organized a widespread economic blackout, calling for no school, no work, no shopping, to mark May Day, also known as International Workers' Day. The events, organized as part of an initiative called May Day Strong, were inspired by economic boycotts following ramped-up immigration enforcement operations in Minneapolis, Minnesota, and the deaths of U.S. citizens Renee Good and Alex Prati in January. The events are broad in scope, but are overall efforts to protest government policies that prioritize the ultra-wealthy over working-class people. May Day Strong had a broad set of demands, including tax the rich and abolishing immigration and customs enforcement, ICE, a call that comes as Republicans voted on Wednesday on a budgetary measure that would fund the agency under the Department of Homeland Security. It also calls for ending war and expanding democracy, according to a statement from the group. May Day Strong says the overall mission of its rallies is to put workers over billionaires and has lined up broader economic boycotts in several cities, including Los Angeles, Boston, and Atlanta. Violent crowds clashed with police outside a hospital in a remote Australian outback town on Thursday night as they demanded authorities hand over an accused child killer. Dramatic footage showed police officers dodging rocks and sticks while rioters smashed police cars and set a police van on fire. Officers were seen shooting rounds of tear gas at the crowd, with some smoking canisters picked up and thrown back. Absolute anarchy was how Northern Territory Police Commissioner Martin Dole described the scene in Alice Springs, considered the gateway to the Uluru, formerly Ayers Rock, in the desert heart of the country. Jefferson Lewis, 47, was arrested on Thursday for the alleged murder of a 5-year-old girl, now known as Kumanjai Little Baby, a pseudonym given by her family as a cultural measure among the indigenous Walpiri people to avoid the utterance of a deceased person's name during a mourning period. Lewis had been the subject of an intense manhunt in Central Australia since Saturday night, after he was seen holding hands with the child in the hours before she was reported missing. After a 4-day search that saw close cooperation between the indigenous community and local police, the girl's body was found by the edge of a river some 5 kilometers from where she was last seen. The Cuban government has firmly rejected new sanctions levied by United States President Donald Trump, calling them unilaterally coercive measures intended to impose collective punishment on the Cuban people. In a post on social media on Friday, Cuban Foreign Minister Bruno Rodriguez said that these measures are extraterritorial in nature and violate the United Nations Charter, while further asserting that the U.S. has no right whatsoever to impose measures against Cuba or against third countries or entities. The Cuban minister's remarks came hours after the White House signaled a further hardening of its policy towards the Caribbean island. Earlier on Friday, Trump issued an executive order to expand sanctions on the Cuban government, according to two White House officials who spoke to the Reuters news agency. The move serves as an effort by Washington to ramp up pressure on Havana following the abduction of Venezuela's president Nicolas Maduro in January by U.S. forces and Trump's recent warning that Cuba is next. A federal appeals court temporarily reinstated a nationwide requirement that abortion pills be obtained in person, undermining access to the method of abortion that has only grown widespread since the U.S. Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. Friday's ruling from the Fifth U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals is a major victory in the anti-abortion movement's war against medication abortion, which now accounts for roughly two-thirds of all abortions in the United States. The ruling stems from a lawsuit filed by Louisiana last year against the U.S. Food and Drug Administration after President Donald Trump's administration refused to act on calls to reinstate the in-person dispensing requirement for abortion pills through the regulatory process. The opinion was written by Trump-appointed Circuit Judge Kyle Duncan, joined by Circuit Judges Leslie Southwick and Kurt Engelhardt, who were appointed by Presidents George W. Bush and Trump, respectively. And that's it on the foreign news.
The stage is set for a tense high-stakes showdown in Ekene as Nigeria's under-20 women's national team, the Falconets, prepare to lock horns with Malawi in the first leg of the final qualifying round for the 2026 FIFA Under-20 Women's World Cup. The crucial encounter will take place at 4 p.m. today at the Remo Star Stadium. The two-legged playoff represents the last hurdle for both nations in the pursuit of a ticket to Poland, which will host the global tournament later in the year. The return leg is set for May 9 at the National Stadium in Malawi, and the aggregate winner across both matches will earn the right to compete on the global stage. A victory for the Falconets would mark Nigeria's 12th consecutive appearance at the Under-20 Women's World Cup, a feat no other African nation has come close to matching, and stands as a testament to the country's enduring dominance in women's youth football on the continent. The Falconets rounded off a rigorous 3-week training camp in Abuja, where tactical drills, fitness, conditioning, and team bonding were given top priority, while Malawi's young scorers, Scorchers, arrived in Nigeria with quiet confidence, boasting of a healthy blend of youthful exuberance and senior-level experience. Still talking sports, the Nigerian Football Federation (NFF) has officially announced that the playoff round of this year's President's Federation Cup will commence on Wednesday, May 6, marking the long-awaited start of the country's oldest domestic football competition. A statement signed by Ruth David, Director of Competitions for the NFF, said the men's and women's categories will kick off on the same day at designated centers. The playoff round serves as the gateway to the main draw of the prestigious President Federation Cup, with teams from across Nigeria vying fiercely for a place in the next stage of the competition. That's the size of our news this afternoon. I'm Christopher Lele. Thanks for joining us.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wayek is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never heard what it was CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what it was CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
We are local.
International communities observing
Right, the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Beneath the surface of seemingly peaceful communities, sinister forces can operate undetected. The discovery of a ritual syndicate in Umojo, Umumbandiago reveals what could happen under the shadow of communities and the importance of vigilance and collective actions. The activities in Umumbandiago are a grim reminder that reports of ritual killings are not just fairy tales, but stark realities, not as distant from us as we may think. The latest incident, which is the adoption of a 13-year-old girl by a gang led by self-acclaimed native doctor Onyeka Obu, popularly known as Ide Play, Ide Show, has sent shockwaves to the area, the entire Enugu state, and beyond. The incident, which occurred in Umojo, Ishago, Mumba Autonomous Community, has sparked widespread outrage and concern.
My father and I were collecting firewood to process Gary when we encountered a group of men. They tricked my father into handing over his cutlass, claiming they needed it to repair a motorcycle, only to turn the weapon against him. They abducted me and tied me up, intending to use me for rituals.
Chairman of Ezago local government area, who had earlier visited the scene of the incident, provided a detailed account of the incident, sharing a harrowing tale of the girl's ordeal. He confirmed that a rescued 13-year-old girl was taken to the hospital where she was examined by a doctor and declared medically healthy. Chairman urged community members to be vigilant and speak out against evil whenever they occur, emphasizing the need for solidarity and community action.
In their numbers, because we have neighborhood, with the neighborhood watch within the area, how to go to that particular house. In the course of searching for that child, because the father is from the community, he narrated what happened. And an eyewitness observed a noise or a cry of a child and described from the father's account of it that a bike also entered there. So hearing that cry of a child and a bike that entered where he sees no road, he now confronted the owner of the house. What is actually happening inside their compound? And the man tried to dissuade him that it could be the goat or something like that. So the man, sensing that it could be something worse than that, and he's alone, had to now allow the community that are already in charge of the search of the missing child. So their collaborative effort led them into that house. And when the owner of the house, who actually knew what happened, noticed that they are coming in their numbers, because they were to interrogate him and find out more, he now escaped because they were not sure at that point in time. Neighborhood watch. The essence of neighborhood watch is to help in police, in community policing, and it was through their effort this thing was achieved. So the problem we usually have is that the criminal is still a human being from a particular community, but we'll keep on fighting it this way because they will keep on being after a lot. They understand. That's why if you see this kind of a thing, you do things that will deter others from joining crime.
A community leader in the area, Chibato Keke, emphasized the importance of staying focused on productive endeavors, cautioning the youth against the dangers of criminal activities. He encouraged them to channel their energy towards positive pursuit, ensuring a brighter future for themselves and their community.
Advice goes to the parents. Don't leave it for your teacher or for your whoever. Teach your children what they will be in future, what they will do, the road they will follow, how to respect people, how to follow this world. This world is vanity upon vanity. But if you go and get money from me, see your children, see your mates, why are you here disturbing me? The child can go out and do whatever he wants to do and come back, even use his mother.
The divisional police officer for Umumba Division, Emeka Ichie, declined to speak to Signature TV on the incident, saying he was not authorized to do so. In Enugu, Ugonno reporting for Signature TV.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have, some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
And indeed, the entire members of our great union in ENUGU State, and by extension, the entire health workers of this country under medical and health workers of Nigeria, we present this token in appreciation of your labor-friendly disposition to health workers in ENUGU State.
The Medical and Health Workers Union of Nigeria has conferred an award of distinguished leadership and outstanding contributions to healthcare delivery on Enugu State Governor Peter Mba. The award was presented at the Government House in Enugu by the union's national leadership in recognition of what it described as measurable improvements in the healthcare delivery and welfare of health workers in the state. The union commended the governor for fully implementing the consolidated health salary structure for medical and health workers, as well as approving consequential salary adjustments for state workers.
It is a deliberate and deeply considered act of recognition by one of Nigeria's foremost labor unions in acknowledging a leader whose governance has made a real and measurable difference in the lives of health workers and the citizens of ENUGU State.
Speaking while receiving the award, Governor Mbah said his administration's heavy investment in health and education is driven by the need to build a productive population that can grow the state's economy. He revealed that over 50% of the state's budgets in the past 3 years have been allocated to the two critical sectors. The governor also disclosed plans to further expand primary health coverage and make all the health centers in the state fully operational.
Another interesting thing we've done is we've also migrated to EMR. We've moved to the electronic medical records. So we just felt that our citizens should not, they should be able to carry their medical records in their pockets.
The union pledged continued collaboration with the Enugu state government, expressing confidence that ongoing reforms will further strengthen healthcare delivery and improve outcomes for residents. In Enugu, Chinemerem Ikebuna, Signature TV News.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top-charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Presenting the motion on the spate of killings, Kabiru Amadu warned that rising violence and forced payments to armed groups are pushing already vulnerable residents further into poverty. The Zamfara-born legislator noted that many of the residents who are being exploited rely on small-scale farming and petty trading for survival.
Mr. Speaker, the above-mentioned killings are just few examples of many killings and kidnapping that have been taking place only within 1 month in my constituency. The following were resolved, Mr. Speaker. Number 1, call on the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to explore a new strategy to end these killings and activities in Zamfara State and Nigeria at large, Mr. Speaker. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I want this House to mandate all ministers of defense, all service chiefs, to relocate to Zamfara State to conduct a massive and rigorous operation that will bring an end to this menace.
The House urged the President to adopt fresh security strategies and directed the Minister of Defense and the Civil Service Chiefs to relocate temporarily to Zamfara to coordinate an intensified security operation. Later, proceedings took a dramatic turn when Anambra lawmaker Ifeanyi Uzokwe attempted to give a personal explanation on Section 82, subsection 1 of the Electoral Act. He argued that the law does not mandate INEC to physically attend political party primaries or conventions and was supported by Joe Onuakaluse.
And I stand this afternoon, all of us, to look at our electoral law 82.1. When we go out, the impression that people have outside is that INEC must be present in conventions and congresses of party, but it is not in our law. I will take our members to 82.1 and it reads, Notice of Convention and Congresses. 82.1.
Honorable Ifeanyi,
point of order.
I hope you are aware that we are in the process of amending our Electoral Act.
Yes.
And that a session is going to be dedicated very soon to look at clause by clause all the relevant provisions and the amendments proposed. So I don't think, if in the light of what we have before us, we need to discuss anything about Electoral Act. You should wait until when those issues that you are raising are not addressed in the amendments that...
Your Excellency, what happened if you watch the televisions, you will see that these people are throwing in our democracy into spanners that we cannot handle in future. Let me read
I believe, Honorable Ifeanyi, hold on, please. Wait until when the amendments are brought before us. If it is not captured, then you have every right to actually
it is an existence.
But Speaker Abbas Tajuddin ruled him out of order, insisting that any amendment issue must be channeled through the Constitution Review Committee.
But my appeal to him was that rather than discussing about this issue,
please.
We should wait for the Deputy Speaker, who is going to bring before the Parliament a comprehensive amendment on... Please, can we sit down? Let's have order, please. Order, please. Order, please.
It's the laws that guide us while we're here. And when the issues of law are raised, Mr. Speaker, we are the makers of the law. We are the protectors of the law. And we are the amendments of the law. By virtue of 7th schedule that we are sworn in of the 1999 Constitution, the issue that were raised by Honorable Ifeanyi is an issue of law. And the House have the right to hear him out. That's my position, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, I'm coming under Section 4. Section 4 is Section 4. I want to read.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Joe,
Mr.
please,
Speaker,
can you sit down?
4.
Mr. Speaker, point of order.
Lawmakers also adopted the motion urging the NNPC Limited to fast-track oil drilling in Obi local government area of Nasarawa State, following a request by Abubakar Dahiru.
The Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited has sufficient funds allocated under the Petroleum Industry Act to prosper for the oil anywhere in Nigeria. We are aware that drilling the OB oil statutory duty of the Nigerian National Petroleum Limited, as provided in the Petroleum Industry Act, which allocates 30% of the funds for oil prospecting. Concerned that the delay in drilling the OB oil in Nasarawa State is affecting potential income, employment opportunities, and economic growth for both the state and the nation.
A bill sponsored by Essen Martin Etim and 24 others seeking to amend the Constitution passed second reading. The proposal seeks to reduce the minimum age for Senate and governorship positions from 35 to 30.
It further proves that if a member of this House at 25 years spends 2 terms in the House of Representatives, he will be 33 years and he will still not be qualified to go to the Senate or to become a governor. So I think that this Honorable House should look into it, and we maintain the gap between the office of the governor and Senate, as it were, and that of the House at the 5 years that it has always been. So this bill is seeking to reduce the age from 35 to 30 for the office of the governor and membership of the Senate, as it were, Your Excellency.
Late President Muhammadu Buhari in May 2018 signed the Not Too Young to Run constitutional amendment into law, reducing the minimum ages for the office of president from 40 to 35 years, and House of Representatives and State Houses of Assembly from 30 to 25 years. The age limit for governorship and Senate seats was, however, left unchanged at 35 years. I am Princess Ken Ochama,
Signature TV News.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
We are local.
International communities observing
Right, the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken it through by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Good day, Nigeria. Welcome to eVibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. I'm your baby girl, Queen Nwokonta. I'll be walking you through a lot of stories today, a whole lot of stories today. We tend to talk about stories that are making around in the entertainment industry. Today's Tuesday, so we'll be looking at Playlist Pal as... No, today's Tuesday, right? Celebrity Pig, not Playlist. Oh God, I love Playlist Pal so much. Yeah, so today's Celebrity Pig. So we'll be looking at some celebrities that are actually underrated. Yeah, but first of all, let's talk about what's trending in the entertainment industry. Nollywood actor and entrepreneur Solomon Akiyesi has passed away. The sad news was confirmed on Monday by Abubakar Yakubu, president of the Actors Guild of Nigeria, AGN, who stated that Akiyesi died in his sleep on Sunday. His body has since been deposited in a mortuary in Abuja. Yakubu further stated that the guild is still awaiting more details from the actor's family regarding the circumstances surrounding his death. He explained that Akiyesi went to bed and did not wake up, and confirmed that the incident occurred in Abuja, where his remains are currently being kept. He's a native of Edo State from the Akoko-Edo Ososo area. Solomon Akiyesi had a long-standing career in Nollywood, featuring in several films such as Heart of a Saint, Desperate Ladies, Pretty Liars, and Breach of Contract. His passing has shocked many Nigerians, with tributes around pouring in his colleagues, pouring in as our colleagues and fans react to the unexpected loss. Honestly, I love this man so much, and I enjoy watching his movies. He has a very beautiful voice, and the way he speaks just tends to draw your attention, because why is one person so fine? Why is one person so fine, have a great voice and speak so well, and also act so well to top it all? And then he's from Edo State, but unfortunately we lost another great actor and of course a legend in Nollywood. Why is it? It's as if every year we tend to lose somebody in the Nollywood industry, and it's disheartening. This one, at least he did not go through a whole lot of pain, maybe in the hospital or some sort. It's more like he went to sleep and did not wake up. But I mean, we would still tend to hear more details about his death. Maybe he had high blood pressure or was sick 2 days ago and all that, but according to the story, he slept and didn't wake up the next day. May his soul rest in perfect peace. He has gone to be with the Lord. All right, Nigerian rapper Olamide has revealed that he often feels nervous before going on stage. So speaking in an interview with YouTuber Korti EO, the Bado Krona explained that his anxiety stems from traumatic experiences during past performances. He records several unsettling incidents where individuals unexpectedly rushed the stage and attempted to grab personal items such as his chain or hat. He described those moments as frightening and unpredictable, noting that such experiences have continued to affect his confidence whenever he is about to perform. And that is, you know, at the beginning I was like, you tend to feel anxiety when you're coming on stage, something you've been doing for how many decades, right? But then he had to go into details that, you know, those whole, it gives you PTSD, and that's one thing that Burna Boy just tend to like avoid. You know, people tend to say he's too arrogant, he's too this and that. There's nobody that if Burna Boy is performing on stage that would come up and say, oh, I want to grab his jacket, I want to get his chain or some sort. He'll match you with his Timberland. You know that. It's either he'll match you or he'll push you out or something, right? So I tend to understand Olamide because it throws you off guard, you know, especially when you have a flow, when you have a pace, especially when you have you have everything figured out of how you're going to perform on stage and make everyone enjoy your performance, and then you just tend to feel that anxiety that, oh my god, if I go up that stage, I'm sure that one or two crazy person is going to storm up on that stage with me and try to drag my chain. It just makes you feel uncomfortable, and you know that, trust me, people would always make that particular scene go viral. That's how we are, you know. So let's move forward. Nigerian rapper Speed Darlington has taken a swipe at singer Portable, arguing that the latter's claimed wealth is not reflected in his appearance. So the Bank Dadang Krona made this remark during a recent live stream with Pella while explaining why he does not upload his music to the streaming platform Audiomack. So when encouraged by the host to follow Portable's example by putting his songs on the platform, Speed Darlington declined, insisting that there was no real financial benefits from it. He maintained that he does not, you know, this is actually very funny, because there was a time I was looking for Speed Darlington's song on Audiomack and I didn't see it, and I was wondering what's going on. How come it's not there? But it's trending on all platforms. Content creators are using his sound, people are using his sound, so let's tend to get a full music on Audiomack, but I didn't see it. In fact, the fun fact is that when he performed on stage, you would enjoy it, because last year, I think during the festive period, he was invited to one of the shows, right, to come perform. Speed Darlington has fans. People were literally vibing to his lyrics, like word to word. It's more like they even know the lyrics more than he does. So he's like, what's the point of putting my song in the platform when there's no financial benefits from it, and I don't see even the Portable you're telling me to emulate? If he's gaining money from it, it's not showing in his lifestyle, it's not showing in his body. There's nothing to say, okay, let me emulate and put my music there, since you're seeing Because these two people, should I call them controversial singers now or what? But their song tends to just make you laugh, right? You would still vibe with it. Anyways, moving forward. Okay, let's go on a short break. We would continue the stories after the short break.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. With weekend repeats just the Hubs on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
21st of December. 21st of December, and I'm going to from the east. Let me see your hands up. Before a sunny day, a rainy day, I'm a Thank you. When I say all right, you say OPU. All right. All right. One bar, two bar. One bar, two bar. I don't like to get out there in Europe. I don't like to get out there in Europe. I promise my mother. The devil is in the front. But you put on my back. Yes, I do. Sit on 5-star hotel money. go be the street. Trying to talk with I took out from bottom, I did the receipt. I'm not seeing it, I don't know one with it. Back on the rebel. I'm not over it, because time is all to come. You go to the day, they force a call. I'm going to watch my friend, I hold the call. People that can't see through to God. You go down like who they pray to God. Think what about she can pay to God. Cyber car for power, pay to God. Can't hear you, I'm about to boss. But I could go and change on the force. I didn't get up on that all that jump on waves. Yes, I do. Shit on 5-star hotel, money.
You wish I could give you up, but you're my new favorite drug. Enter into my blood, run with my toxic love. Look how you make me happy. You take a hold of me. You take a hold of me. You take a hold of me. Look how you make me. I wish I could give you up, but you're my new favorite drug. Enter into my blood, run with my toxic love. Look how you make me happy. You take a hold of me. You take a hold of me. I wish I could give you up, but you're my new favorite drug. Enter into my blood, run with my toxic love. Look how you make me happy. You take a hold of me. You take a hold of me. You take a hold of me. wish I could give you up, but you're my new favorite drug. Enter into my blood, run with my toxic love. Look how you make me happy. You take a hold of me. You take a hold of me. You take a hold of me. Look how you make me. I wish I could give you up, but you're my new favorite drug. Enter into my blood, run with my toxic love. Look how you make me happy. You take a hold of me. You take a hold of I wish I could give you up, but you're my new favorite drug. Enter into my blood, run with my toxic love. Look how you make me happy. You take a hold of me. You take a hold of me. You take a hold of me. Look how you make me. You're my new favorite drug. Enter into my blood, run with my toxic love. Look how you make me happy. You take a hold of me. You take a hold of I wish I could give you up, but you're my new favorite drug. Enter into my blood, run with my toxic love. Look how you make me happy. how you make me.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused, but at the same time you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
And indeed, the entire members of our great union in ENUGU State, and by extension, the entire health workers of this country under Medical and Health Workers of Nigeria, we present this token in appreciation of your labor-friendly disposition to health workers in ENUGU State.
The Medical and Health Workers Union of Nigeria has conferred an award of distinguished leadership and outstanding contributions to healthcare delivery on ENUGU State Governor Peter Mbah. The award was presented at the Government House in ENUGU by the union's national leadership in recognition of what it described as measurable improvements in the healthcare delivery and welfare of health workers in the state. The union commended the governor for fully implementing the consolidated health salary structure for medical and health workers, as well as approving consequential salary adjustments for state workers.
It is a deliberate and deeply considered act of recognition by one of Nigeria's foremost labor unions in acknowledging a leader whose governance has made a real and measurable difference in the lives of health workers and the citizens of ENUGU State.
Speaking while receiving the award, Governor Mbah said his administration's heavy investment in health and education is driven by the need to build a productive population that can grow the state's economy. He revealed that over 50% of the state's budgets in the past 3 years have been allocated to the two critical sectors. The governor also disclosed plans to further expand primary health coverage and make all the health centers in the state fully operational.
Another interesting thing we've done is we've also migrated to EMR. We've moved to the electronic medical record. So we just felt that our citizens should not, they should be able to carry their medical records in their pockets.
The union pledged continued collaboration with the ENUGU state government, expressing confidence that ongoing reforms will further strengthen healthcare delivery and improve outcomes for residents. In ENUGU, Chinemerem Ikebunam, Signature TV News.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
We are local.
International communities observing
Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
Aye. We have taken the move by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Well, the world over, January each year is World Cervical Cancer Awareness Month. It's actually a month dedicated to cervical cancer awareness, prevention, management, and treatment. And today we're going to be talking about cervical cancer, preventable, treatable, beatable. My name is Chigi Chiagorom. I'm your host, and this is Inside Health. With me in the studio is Dr. Joseph Tochukwu Enebe. He's a consultant obstetrician and gynecologist with ESU Teaching Hospital, ENUGU. Thank you so much for joining us this beautiful Saturday. How are you doing?
I'm fine.
Great.
Thank you so much.
Great. So we're going to jump into the meat of the matter. But first, I would like you to stay put and listen to our special report so you can have an understanding of what our subject matter, cervical cancer, is. Please stay with us.
Every year, hundreds of thousands of women around the world face the silent threat of cervical cancer. Yet, this disease is largely preventable. It's a cancer that, if caught early, is treatable, but too often, it remains undetected until it's too late. Today, we'll explore the causes of cervical cancer, its impact, and the powerful ways we can stop it in its tracks. Cervical cancer develops in the cervix, the lower part of the uterus that connects to the vagina. It is most commonly caused by an infection with the human papillomavirus, or HPV. HPV is a virus transmitted through sexual contact, and it's extremely common. Most sexually active people will be infected at some point in their lives. For many, the body clears the virus on its own. But for some, certain high-risk types of HPV can cause lasting changes in the cells of the cervix, leading to cancer over time. These changes are not immediate, and cervical cancer often develops slowly. In fact, it may take years or even decades before these abnormal cells become cancerous. Early-stage cervical cancer rarely causes symptoms, which is why screening is critical for detection and prevention. In the early stages, cervical cancer often doesn't show any noticeable symptoms. This silent progression is what makes regular screenings so essential. The pap smear, a simple test that collects cells from the cervix, can detect abnormal cells before they become cancerous. When cervical cancer is detected early, the survival rate is as high as 92%. That's why it's vital for women to get regular screenings as part of their routine healthcare. A pap smear is not only a lifesaver, but it's also a tool that provides the opportunity for early intervention. When abnormal cells are detected, they can be treated before they develop into full-blown cancer. The primary cause of cervical cancer is the HPV virus. It's important to note that HPV is common, with the vast majority of people who have sex becoming infected with the virus at some point in their lives. But not all HPV infections lead to cancer. In fact, most infections are cleared by the body's immune system within a few years. However, certain high-risk strains of HPV, particularly type 16 and 18, are linked to the development of cervical cancer. These high-risk strains are responsible for about 70% of all cervical cancer cases. While there is no cure for HPV itself, there is a powerful tool that can prevent infection with the most dangerous strains, the HPV vaccine. The HPV vaccine is an important step in the fight against cervical cancer. It's most effective when administered before individuals become sexually active, typically between the ages of 11 and 12. But it can also provide protection for people up to the age of 26, reducing the risk of HPV infection and, consequently, cervical cancer. Vaccination programs are already making a difference in many countries. In regions with high vaccination rates, the number of cervical cancer cases has begun to decline. Yet, there are still many parts of the world where access to the vaccine and screenings is limited, and cervical cancer remains a major health challenge. Globally, cervical cancer is one of the leading causes of cancer-related deaths among women, particularly in low- and middle-income countries. Here, limited access to screening and vaccination programs means that many women are diagnosed too late when treatment options are fewer. In some regions, the lack of awareness and healthcare infrastructure further exacerbates the problem. However, there are efforts underway to change this. Mobile clinics and educational campaigns are bringing much-needed screenings and vaccinations to rural and underserved areas. Through outreach and awareness, communities are being empowered to take charge of their health. Education is one of the most powerful weapons we have in the fight against cervical cancer. In many places, awareness campaigns are helping women understand the risks of HPV, the importance of regular screenings, and the life-saving potential of the HPV vaccine. By educating women about their health, we can increase early detection and prevention rates. Empowering women to make informed choices about their health not only saves lives, but it also creates healthier communities for future generations. Every year, thousands of women survive cervical cancer. Women like Maria, who, after receiving a routine screening, learned she had abnormal cells. She underwent treatment and is now healthy, cancer-free, and living life to the fullest. Her story, like so many others, is a testament to the power of early detection, treatment, and prevention. When cervical cancer is caught early, the outcome is often positive. But not every woman is so fortunate. Globally, cervical cancer still claims far too many lives. That's why our fight must continue, and why we must ensure every woman has access to screenings, the HPV vaccine, and the knowledge she needs to protect herself. The fight against cervical cancer is not just a local challenge, it's a global one. But it's a challenge we can win. With education, access to vaccines, and early screenings, we have the tools to drastically reduce cervical cancer deaths. The World Health Organization has set an ambitious goal to eliminate cervical cancer as a public health problem by 2030. This goal is within reach, but only if we act together. Cervical cancer doesn't have to be a silent killer. Through prevention, education, and early detection, we can protect the women of today and tomorrow. Together, we can end the suffering and ensure a future where cervical cancer is no longer a threat. Thank you for joining us on this important journey. Stay informed, take action, and be a part of the movement to end cervical cancer for good.
Thank you. Many thanks for still staying with us. And our guest is still in the studio, Dr. Tochukwu Joseph Enebe, a consultant obstetrician and gynecologist. Dr. Enebe, from our report, it's safe to say that cervical cancer is a disease of the females. And if it is, can you tell us in simple terms what exactly is cervical cancer?
Well, the most simple terms, we could say that cervical cancer is the growth of cancer cells on the cervix.
Okay.
The cervix is the mouth of the womb. That is the entrance to the womb in a very simple way. So when you have abnormal cells start growing there and growing uncontrollably, that is what we call cancer. And that's cervical cancer, yeah.
Okay, so you said the abnormal cells. What, predisposes a woman? And we're going to get to whether it can actually affect the males, because from the special report we heard about people being sexually active, but we're going to get to that in a bit. Now, what are some of the predisposing factors that could make one female, develop cervical cancer, maybe another one may never develop it in a lifetime?
Okay, well, just from what we've heard so far, cervical cancer, one of the major it has been known that the major cause of cervical cancer is human papillomavirus infection, and is sexually transmitted. So we say that cervical cancer is a sexually transmitted disease. So now, how are you predisposed to it? It means that first of all you have to have what? Sexual contact. So, and also the report also told us that if you have a sexual contact at the time when the cervix is immature, is not strong enough to resist the infection.
Can you give us an age range?
We talked about below 18 days. If you have
Below
the first
18 years.
sexual contact within this period. But they also mentioned that the likelihood is commoner. It's commoner among the younger age. So if you start coming back from 11, 10, 9, which commonly in our society now, you find out that the women now have their first sexual contact at those ages, So, and what happens at that age? When the human papillomavirus infection is so many, they have so many strains. And amongst those so many strains, there's only few of them a number of them that causes cervical cancer. We mentioned the strain called 16 and 18, and likewise 35, 45, and others. These are the ones. So you may be infected with human papillomavirus infection without being affected with those oncogenic strains, those ones that cause cancer.
You have to speak English. You're speaking OBGYN.
So oncogenic, the cancer-causing strains. So if you are infected with those ones, now the body also has its natural defense system of fighting those viruses. So now, if the age is immature, you find out that over time, those viruses are not excreted. But in the adult, somebody that has a very good immune system, you find out that over time, about majority of the viruses, they're excreted. So you find out that those ones, they don't grow into abnormal cells and then subsequent cancer. So it means that one, if you have sexual exposure in an early age, it could develop cervical cancer in future. It's not only that. You don't find out that, okay, now assuming I don't even engage in sex at all, it means that probably I am not going to have cervical cancer. So now, it means that abstinence could be a preventive way of people not getting cervical cancer. Now, assuming that I have only one sexual partner, it means that maybe probably if we have a virus, we may share only one virus, or we may not even have at all. However, now when you now find a woman having multiple sexual partners, you now find out that problem comes in. Then in our own traditional system, we find out that our people, sometimes you see early marriages, and those early marriages, probably, there could be polygamous family in some of them. So if I have polygamy, why you have so many women, this one has
it all
virus.
boils down to multiple sex partners.
So it boils down to almost the same thing. So we're saying that, fine, the major factor is what? Early sexual exposure, multiple sexual partners, and then things that can bring down your immunity system. Assuming that even at adult age, maybe beyond 18, somebody gets exposed to human papillomavirus infection, and then there is no good immunity. So, for example, people that have human immunodeficiency virus, HIV infection. So it brings down the immunity to the extent that the body can't fight those HPV viruses. And then there's no persistence. So actually the major cause of the precancerous cells or those cancer-causing cells is just that the virus stays there for a very long time. So if it stays there for a very long time, you cannot have time to now develop into cancer. Now, and if you look at this cancer, you can also say that this cancer is a very merciful cancer because it gives you time for you to do something.
But in giving you time to do something, you're not even aware that
is the problem.
So is it really messy?
Yes, it's merciful because it's saying, okay, now you have opportunities of not getting infected. That's number one. Now, secondly, even when you are infected, if you have a very strong immunity, it means that you can ward off the virus. Now, even when you get infected and you couldn't remove the virus, it also tells you, please, I am there. But the problem, can I know that the virus is there? So when that neglect is given to that disease condition, you then find out that over time, between 10 to 20 years, somebody develops cervical cancer. So which means that within 10 years, 20 years, it could have been dealt with. And I think that's the reason why we're here.
Are there other lifestyle factors that can predispose a woman to contracting cervical cancer? For example, sharing of underwears, hygiene, certain kinds of food. Are there other lifestyle factors that can predispose someone
just
to
like
cervical
what I have
cancer?
said, every other thing that is surrounding this is just like stories, you know. The only major known cause of cervical cancer is sexual exposure, not because we're wearing similar clothes and all that. So if that's a mechanism of transmission is not known to science as of the moment. And then, like I said, you know, having sexual exposure at an early time, maybe due to marriage or due to probably the decadence in the
society.
society.
Was that why, although I'm jumping a little bit, but it's really important, was that why during the time of the cervical cancer vaccination, a certain age range was targeted? Rather than those in the older age bracket, they targeted the younger ones, I think between 11 and 13 or 11 and 14. Was that the reason why?
Yes, of course. You know, because it's science, you know. That most of the time we have seen that most of the time the sexual exposure comes in almost about just shortly after this time. Even though we may argue that we have to even bring the age backwards because sexual exposure can even occur at 10 years, depending on the family brought up of the girl child. Yeah.
All right. You mentioned that sexual orientation, sexual escapade, that is the major predisposing factor. Now, and from the special report, and you have also alluded to the fact that it's a sickness of the female folk.
Yes.
But it is gotten through sexual intercourse.
Yes.
And sexual intercourse is between a man and a woman.
Yes.
So how does the man transmit HPV, which is the etiological agent, without himself getting sick? And then the woman carries the virus and probably it progresses to becoming, you know, a cancer.
So if you look at the HPV virus, it affects surfaces. If you come to a woman, the epithelium, you know.
What is the epithelium?
The epithelium is the cover of those reproductive tracts. Like you have the vagina, you have the anus, you have the cervix. You find out that the HPV can actually affect all those surfaces. But the one we are discussing today is just the cervix, the cervical cancer. So men on their own part also has the covering of their penis. They can also have cancer caused by the same HPV.
Wow.
Then if also
but it's not called cervical now because it's
there's no cervix.
No
so,
cervix.
Yes. So it's called penile cancer. So you can also have penile cancer there, but that's just the man's own version of cervical cancer.
Wow.
They can also have vaginal cancer. All of them are also caused by the same type of viruses.
Tell us about oral sex. Can it transmit HPV?
Yes, definitely it can transmit HPV.
How does that work really?
Now, you are touching the body parts where those viruses are. So you swallow the viruses at the end of the day. So you can also cause problems in the throat. So
because there's also lining,
yes,
cell
can also
lining.
cause throat cancer. So that's why it's not really advocated. I hope our women will understand that.
No, we're here to educate. Please go ahead. So you're saying this same HPV that can cause cervical cancer, can cause penile cancer, and cause throat cancer.
And then if people that also have anal sex, also causes anal cancer.
My goodness. What are the signs, the earliest signs of cervical cancer?
Now, the truth is that at the early part of cervical, maybe, let me say, there are stages in this progression of the cancer. One is that the cancer can progress from infection to the precancerous stage. From the precancerous stage, the cancer itself.
Okay.
So you now find out that the cancer during the precancerous stage, no symptoms.
Asymptomatic.
So it's highly asymptomatic. So the woman who has such a condition won't know that it has any infection. Then also the early part of the cancer itself may not present with any symptom. However, when the woman starts presenting with symptoms, most of the time we find out that the cancer has advanced.
Yeah.
So now what are the symptoms a woman can see and they say that it has cervical cancer? First of all, you may have a discharge. Now, that discharge could be described as watery and has offensive odor.
Very different from the ovulation
Yeah,
discharge.
no, it's not cyclical, it's always there, and it's watery and it's foul smelling. So if a woman has that, it means that she has to go and see the health professional, especially the one of the OBGYN. Okay? Now, apart from that, if a woman has sexual contact, especially maybe with the partner or the husband, and there is blood, so bleeding after sex, you must see the doctor for my examination. And
What kind of bleeding? Can you describe the bleeding?
Post-coital bleeding, maybe after sex, or during the sex, you see spots of blood. Of course, you must have to find out where is that bleeding coming from. Is it coming from tears, or is it just coming from those epithelium? If it happens, then we'll have to screen the woman further to know whether she has cervical cancer. Then I mentioned, you can also touching inside the body, if there is a mass there. Those masses are usually, they bleed very easily. A woman touches there and there is bleeding. Now remember, this cancer doesn't stay only on the pelvis. It can also move forward to affect other organs.
Upwards.
It can move both. It can affect the rectum. It can affect the urinary bladder.
Is that mobile?
Of course, these are cells now, and those cells are they are micro, of the micro size, so they can be
Do they talk
transmitted.
to each other like? Do they have
you can see.
intercell communication?
Of course, one cell affects the other just like that until it gets around the body. So now, if all those structures there around the cervix are affected, you may also have symptoms. One of the symptoms, a woman can come down with kidney failure. And now what's happened? Maybe probably because this cancer affected the pelvis of the woman and blocked urine passage and damaged
from the bladder.
Yes, and damaged the kidneys. The woman may also urinate blood because the cancer has also affected the urinary bladder and she's now urinating blood. So you can see whenever a woman has any condition not to see blood and she sees blood from her private parts, she has to come to the hospital for further investigation. Or maybe she's poo-pooing and there is blood there, so she has to...
Well, with poo-pooing, you would suspect it's from your digestive tract.
That's what I'm saying. Whether it's from the digestive... Well, you have
just
to come
go check yourself.
Yeah, so that we cannot investigate further and find out. But before that one occurs, of course, the major pathway could have had symptoms, Not like a major, more of bleeding. Most of the time, the bleeding is most of the time uncontrollably. And there is a lot of offensive smell. Of course, some of us that stay in the hospital, you find out that when you see a woman that has cervical cancer, of course, from the offensive odor, we know. We have not spoken to the woman, but we know that this is a cervical cancer. And it's a disease of shame, and nobody wants to have cervical cancer.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You know, a while ago we talked about certain lifestyle, factors that can predispose a woman. And there's this, well, I would call it like a cosmetic practice among the female folk. It's called douching. You find some people they'll tell you it's saline, it's neutral, the pH is neutral, just use it to wash your insides. Now, is this a myth? Is it an old wives' tale? Does it do any work, or is it a predisposing factor in itself, to that area? How does douching help the women folk, and does it predispose them to cervical cancer?
Just like I mentioned before, douching is not a practice that we support in our practice, because one, like you said, it can also help to transmit some other infections and all that, and it doesn't prevent cervical cancer in any form. Say you want to wash off the HPV viruses, it doesn't. So if somebody is practicing douching, it doesn't help prevention of cervical
cancer. Does it even do anything? Does it help in any way?
It doesn't have any significant value.
Therapeutic or
no
value.
It doesn't have. Probably people do it because they don't want to get pregnant. But
even
still,
with that,
it doesn't prevent
pregnancy.
Yeah.
All right. So according to the report, cervical cancer is like the second largest in terms of prevalence, second only to breast cancer. Now, why is it that most cancers, their etiology is unknown, but this one particularly is known? And there was this recent report, I've forgotten the details, where a surgeon was known to have contracted cancer from operating a cancer patient. Now, is this something that is real? Can a cervical cancer patient transmit, the virus to probably her physician or maybe a caregiver? So is it transmittable?
Well, for that to happen, there have to be a lot of processes. Like now, the caregiver could be a man. And before we operate on women, we usually protect ourselves properly, and so that there's no contact. So you find out that there's no contact. Like I said, the major problem there is contact, skin contact, between both the two parties that are involved. So if there is no major persistent skin contact, there won't be any transmission.
Okay.
And like I said, not only that there is transmission, somebody gets a HPV virus infection. But remember that over time, if you have a strong immunity, your body system can always remove those viruses. The problem is when the body immunity has failed and you find out that there is a development of cancer-causing-like cells, which eventually, if unchecked, will eventually progress to cancer. Yeah.
All right. So, like I mentioned earlier about cervical cancer vaccination, right? And on so many platforms, medical and healthcare platforms, people have come out to say cervical cancer, it's really important that women are aware, protect themselves and things like that. But then finally you find out that people are not catching on. Case in point, the recent rollout of cervical cancer vaccination. What has been your experience with the vaccination? Is there hesitancy? Did people fight it, or did they really accept it? Before you answer that question, I think it should be a follow-up question to how exactly does vaccination prevent cervical cancer? Then you can answer to the vaccine hesitancy.
Okay, let's start with how vaccines affect.
Yes.
Now, what vaccine does is that they bring in the antigen. Antigen is something that looks like...
I was going to tell you to explain what antigen means.
Something that looks like the HPV virus. And then you plant it in somebody's system. Now, the body reacts to it by developing antibodies. That's cells that fight...
Soldiers that fight
those cells.
Yeah.
So when the body develops it, it means that the body is now equipped. So when the body now sees anything like that virus, it attacks it and takes it away. So that's what the virus does. So now, if a girl child is given that HPV vaccine, it means that she now develops immunity. So it means that the virus cannot affect the woman. If that type of virus affects...
Because you mentioned it's type 16 and type 18.
Yes.
Can one vaccine, protect for 16 and 18, or you take two different vaccines for the two different...
No, like the common vaccines we have the Cervarix, we also have the Gardasil. Now the Cervarix protects for only two, like the 16 and 18, and they cause majority of the cervical cancer, up to 70% of the cervical cancer. So now, but the Gardasil has about 4 strains that it helps to prevent, both the 6, 11, 16, and 18. Now, they are also working on trying to get more vaccines that are polyvalent, that is, that can prevent so many virus. Up to 9, they have gotten a vaccine that can prevent up to 9 strains. Okay, so that is where we are at the moment. Just like the question he asked, assuming that one of the virus that I got, I am not protected against it in my vaccine, probably you may develop severe cancer. But well, like I said, the majority of the cancer-causing viruses are protected by these two. So if we're able to take out these 70% of viruses, I mean, the girl child will be protected against the
All right,
virus.
we're still going to get to the vaccine hesitancy. However, I want to go to the streets. There's another report, Vox Pop want to find out what do people know, the extent of the knowledge they have of cervical cancer. So please take a listen to this presentation.
Cervical cancer is a growth that cannot be contained. In other words, it's malignant. Yes, it can spread. That's the meaning. It does not stay in one place. So it can start from that place, from the mouth of the womb, and spread to other parts of the womb and go into other parts of the pelvic region. Affect even the bladder. It can affect the stomach. It can go up and go to the chest. And typically, malignant cells can even travel through the lymphatic system. In other words, it can get very far from where it started. So it is caused by what is called the human papilloma virus. There are the HPV for short. There are many strains of it. So many strains of it. In other words, many types of human papilloma virus. And this is a cancer, incidentally, this is a cancer that has a known organism that causes it, unlike many other cancers. So it is helpful in the sense that if there is an organism that is known to cause it, something can be done if that organism can be arrested. So in trying to prevent it, children at a certain age who have not had any sexual contact can receive a vaccine, the human papilloma virus vaccine, that would prevent if that organism comes into their body now, their antibodies will now fight it and they will not come down with the cancer. And it's not for adults who have been engaged in sexual activity. So talking about finding it out early, like in cancers, early detection is usually the best form of treatment. So we do certain things like pap smear. Something is taken from that portion in a female. And may I just say something before I get to that? It affects only females, but males can also harbor that virus. Yes, males can harbor the papilloma virus, the human papilloma virus. Males can harbor it in their body, but they will not suffer from it because they don't have a cervix, they don't have a womb, but they can transmit it effectively to as many women as possible. Yes, and that is why one of the ways of preventing it is not having multiple sexual partners, maintaining a good sexual life. Then doing the preventive, which is going for screening for pap smear in designated places like the University of Nigeria Teaching Hospital or cancer centers by the Medical Women Association of the ENUGU State. I think they also do that, as some other private institutions do that. So the treatment for that, if detected early, the womb that place can be removed. That is surgery. A radiotherapy can be done. Chemotherapy using drugs to kill the cancer cells can be done. If it hasn't advanced much, that's why early detection is very important. So generally, the awareness that should be created is for parents to know that their girl child can receive the vaccine and have that cancer prevented, because if I'm not wrong, it's about the second most lethal cancer. It kills, in statistics, it is after breast cancer, that is next. After breast cancer, that is next. But the child can be prevented at an early stage by receiving the vaccine. Then, like I said before, people should not be engaged in multiple sexual activities. They should maintain a partner. And screening also can be done. I'm not quite sure about screening on men to know if they have it. I believe that there might be, let me not say what I'm not very sure of right now. Then, in conclusion, we need support for cancer patients, because there is a lot of, there are places that the fund of Nigeria or the global world or WHO goes into that are not really so necessary. Their health is not given priority. Women with cancer, you find out that majority of women with cancer, cervical cancer, are paupers. Yes, they are paupers because sometimes their lifestyle is due to poverty. Even if you are so rich, treatment for cancer is quite expensive. So it depletes the purses of people. So funding and support to cervical cancer patients and other cancer cases is very necessary.
Cervical cancer is a type of cancer that affects the cell cervix. So it's close to the lower abdomen, which is the vagina. So cervical cancer, it has affected more than 90% of women in this country. So I think that talking about cervical cancer, we need solutions to cervical cancer. First of all, some people don't know the solutions. They don't even know anything about cervical cancer. Therefore, the government needs to create awareness to the women. Even if we cannot create it in a very big way, it can be introduced in the secondary school, university, or even in primary school in order for people to know about it.
Awareness of cervical cancer. So I think government should create more awareness. Not just government, even schools, they should teach about cervical cancer, because I myself, I don't really know much about cervical cancer. So government should create awareness in hospitals, even the society, they should talk more about cervical cancer and the dangers of cervical cancer, because it kills women and some women don't even know about cervical cancer. Also in hospitals, there should be vaccines for cervical cancer, because in my secondary school, I think a hospital came and we actually had to pay, and they gave girls vaccine for cervical cancer. So I think it should be talked about often.
I believe if the government put more efforts on the issue of cervical cancer, for example, HIV is widely known, kidney problems are widely known, but cervical cancer, I don't believe a lot of people, a lot of women knows about it. So if the government can concentrate on that area and put more this thing on that area, I believe it will make people be aware of it, and a lot of women will not die ignorantly, because it's when it gets to the dangerous stage that a lot of them know about it. So if the government can concentrate the way they concentrate on HIV, kidney problem, even malaria, on cervical cancer issues, I believe there will be a little bit of solution on that.
Welcome back. Well, before we went to take a listen to the Vox Pop, we were on cervical cancer vaccination hesitancy, and Dr. Enebe is still in the studio to have this discussion with us. So, Doctor, tell us, but before we go to that, there's something that someone mentioned from the Vox Pop that I wanted you to respond to. Yeah. There are many actually, but we'll take two. First of all, she mentioned that cervical cancer is malignant. Now you're going to explain what malignancy means, and indeed, if all cervical cancers or all HPV viruses cause malignancy. Then secondly, she said that the vast majority of women who suffer from cervical cancer are poor. Now, is there a correlation between the economic state of an individual and being predisposed to cervical cancer? So first of all, talk about the malignancy.
Okay. Well, malignant means cancer.
Okay.
They are cancerous. Okay. They have abnormal, uncontrollable growth that goes around to affect, one cell affect the other ones, and it continues to spread.
Okay.
So that's malignant.
Okay.
So it's not all HPV viruses that are malignant. Just like we said, some of them are. I used the word oncogenic before, like cancer causing. You know, so some of them are not. They are low risk viruses. If you get them, some of them also cause normal genital warts. You know, that's another thing also. Women
caused by HPV.
Caused by HPV. Just like that Gardasil I mentioned, they are caused by HPV 16 and 6 and 11. So you can see that Gardasil also controls for that
genital warts.
Genital warts. Yeah.
Okay.
So and then you talked about.
She mentioned that a vast majority of women that come down with cervical cancer are poor.
They are poor. Yeah. Well.
Is there any correlation between the economic, standard and?
Yes,
and
from what she's saying that probably we wanted to talk about hesitancy, and the major thing there is education, knowledge. Who knows about cervical cancer and who doesn't know? Now we conducted a research in ENUGU among secondary school teachers.
Yes, I was going to get there.
Yes,
because I know you posted it on ResearchGate, I think.
Yes, among secondary school teachers. These are the people that should be teaching the children, or probably even the parents. We found out that majority of them don't have a good knowledge. It's only about 41% of them
knew what
cervical cancer is. So if they don't know, how will they not teach the children how to take vaccine? Have you seen where the problem started? And most of them are also parents somewhere, you know. Okay. Now we also even had we also did another study. Among the nurses that work in the hospital, they know about cervical cancer. You know, majority of them have good knowledge, but they never screened for cervical cancer causing.
So there's a gap between knowledge and attitude.
So you find out that attitude is different, and also knowledge is also quite different. That you educated does not translate to the fact that you will be screened. However, if you're educated, most likely your sexual life will be maybe different. You know, having multiple sexual partners will be grossly reduced. However, when you talk about poverty, she doesn't have the education. That's number one. Now, if you don't have the education, sometimes you see them getting married to polygamous homes, being exposed to sexual activities quite early in their life because they may be exposed to maybe the streets, you know. And then also, even when the person grows up, he doesn't know anything called screening. So you find out that poverty, in an essence, can translate to causing cervical cancer.
Let's talk about screening. I think in the course of the presentation, screening came up, pap smear.
Yeah.
I want you to speak to how available the testing is and how easy it is to get tested. But first of all, tell us what the processes are. What exactly is pap smear?
Well, pap smear is a procedure that we carry out on women. It's a form of test that we carry out on women by collecting cells from the mouth of the womb. When we collect those cells, we stain them on a slide and then view it under the microscope. And when we view it under the microscope by specially trained people, there are certain things they will see on the cell. They say, oh, this one is getting abnormal. And they cannot say, okay, this one is high risk, this one is low risk.
They can be categorized.
Yes, they can be categorized
being looked
by
at
looking at
under
them
the microscope.
under the microscope. So that is what is called a pap smear. And it's expected that every woman that is sexually active should at least, if they're coming into the hospital, should carry out pap smear. Now in our own environment, you find out that carrying out this pap smear is difficult. Why? The people that are even meant to do the screening, they are just very few. If you look at what is happening in Nigeria now, most of the majority of the doctors, they've all migrated. So who is going to carry out the screening? Who is going to read those pap smear? Now, one of the materials that we use for the pap smear, it's not commonly available. There was before I became a senior doctor in my hospital, I carried out a research and I wanted to do pap smear. I went to Buetem, I couldn't find any material for pap smear. So I have to go to China to import those materials and then
for pap smear?
Yes, for me to carry out that pap smear. So I found out that it's not commonly available. Now, which centers are now doing the pap smear? There are very few. Maybe you talk about UNTH, talk about Parkland, then talk about the Women's Center, you know, and then some other few. You find out that people don't even engage in procuring materials for those screening procedures. So now I think the ENUGU state governments, they are working towards the fact that they want to make sure that people are trained. Now, training people at the primary level means that you have widespread information and education among the populace. Now, they also now learn how to now look out for those things that look like cancer. And if they do that, it means that majority of the people, when they come for antenatal, they should have that education.
Yeah.
They should be told about cervical cancer and when they can get that thing done. And then even among women meetings, how many times have they brought out their time and say, yes, there is one virus, they say that it causes our death, and that it kills almost majority of the women that have it. Can we table it, and it becomes a major discussion on their table. So I find that enough is not being given to this particular disease. And that is why it has persisted and continued
for this long
to exist in the environment. Now, if you come to developing countries, the majority of the cancers are in developing countries compared to what we have in developed countries.
Which goes to collaborate what the lady mentioned.
Yeah. So why? If you go to developing countries, they have a streamlined policy how they are checking cervical cancer. First, they are checking it at the level of the primary level, making sure that women within the age of 11 and 14, or 9 and 14, that they have vaccination. Now, if they don't catch it there, eventually get infected with the virus, they also wait for you at the screening level, where they also do pap smear, do visual inspection with acetic acid, and so many other ways of checking for whether you have exposure. Because that time, they're just checking whether the virus is there. And all of them, all these, when they check and find out that it's there.
We find out that this is a matter, is a policy matter.
So you can see now.
It's a policy matter.
Yes.
Yeah.
So now let's get it down to what is happening in developing countries. Government is not interested.
My question would be, I know, but you know that government doesn't give you anything on a platter.
Yes.
As Nigerian government doesn't at least.
Yeah.
Now you're a member of NMA. You're also a member of MBCAN.
Yes.
What are some of the advocacy moves that you guys have made to see if there will be a little bit, even if it's just subsidy, for carrying out the test, or just in any way to make it easier or accessible and affordable
you can
for
see
the people?
The women group, the medical women, that's the women that are doctors in ENUGU.
Yes.
They have thought it twice that this is the major cause of morbidity and mortality among women. And they said, now established a center, they are paying somebody. So what we're not saying that we want to spread this message more. That if you want to screen for cervical cancer, they can come and you'll be screened. So you can see, yes, and you see that sometimes when we're doing our health week, sometimes this is where we focused. And then when we also do our health outreaches.
I'm curious as to why you are leaving it for the women week. Sometimes women listen more to their husbands than to their fellow women.
Yes.
So wouldn't it be important that the men also lend the voice to the
so
women?
That's what I'm saying, that sometimes when NMA, Nigerian Medical Association, when they are doing their outreaches, they also do pap smear as one of the, like in MDK and Parkland, when it comes to MDK and Parkland. Last, we went to Aba. And one of the things that we went to Aba was screening women for cervical cancer. It was part of our program. There's no way I would go there, and we know about it. So we screened a lot of women to know whether they had any risk of developing cancer. And the people that had problem, we brought them to ENUGU and they were treated. So it's part of our program. We have not forgotten that. Yeah. And not only cervical cancer, breast cancer, because two of them, they run hand in hand. So we examine people's breast and also make sure that we screen them for cervical cancer. So it's an integral part of, you can't discuss about anything anyway without putting cervical cancer by the side. So,
now, does cervical cancer cause infertility in women or even in men as carriers?
Now, if somebody has HPV virus and no abnormal cells, there's you can have your babies and no infection.
The baby is not infected.
However,
okay,
when there is a treatment around that cervix, maybe the cervix is being cut off or the uterus is removed, you now find out that you cannot say, this cervical cancer has not led me to not having a baby. I could remember when I was in training, a woman that has human immunodeficiency virus infection. Now, because of the fact that they have low immunity, so they even develop the virus at their early ages. So around 23, the woman developed cancer of the cervix. And when it develops cancer of the cervix, that area is blocked. It's covered. There's no way. There's even having sexual contact will not more be possible. So you can see such a woman will not have a child, and it may be described as infertility.
Yeah. Secondary, right?
Yes. No, infertility means that when you talk about primary and secondary, they are different. So, but Is infertility. Could be.
Okay, when you were discussing pap smear, it sounded a little bit invasive, right? But I know that antibodies have actually come up in the course of our conversation. So is there like a serological test that can be done to detect, the presence of, HPV or the antibodies to HPV without going through a woman's inner parts, right? Is there any test like that?
Well, most of the time what we do
as
is
an alternative to pap smear.
HPV testing, You want to now test whether the woman has HPV. Now do a DNA and check whether the woman has any cancer-causing virus.
You have to break it down to carry
So we still have to go there, just like the way when a woman has a discharge, she comes to the hospital and they takes a sample from there, And I think women have to start developing positive mindset towards preventing cervical cancer, making sure that each time you go to the hospital, you have an opportunity for you to do cervical cancer. When I work, there's no woman that comes to my clinic that I don't recommend, at least for the first time, even if it means that this is the only time the woman will have pap smear.
All right. So we are gradually winding down, but I wanted you to speak to, I know you've said you've done outreaches, but have you met with politicians or relevant stakeholders in trying to make, when you get to the hospital, there are some tests that are, what's the word, vital tests, right? But for lack of a better phrase, has there been any policy or advocacy move by your group or your association to speak to stakeholders to see how they can get this particular test, I'm talking about cervical cancer testing, to become not really an important, but a test that must be carried through and of course subsidized so that people can afford it. I know you have gone for outreaches, you have spoken to that, but is there like advocacy to meet with government officials, to meet with committees, healthcare committees, to say, guys, we need you guys to come and subsidize this so that women can have more access, make it an integral test, an integral part of the battery of tests that women can do when they come to the hospital, something like that.
I think the advocacy has always been there. And but what we're not begging now is that government should focus more on it, and start bringing in material. Like I said, that ENUGU state government is going to train a lot of health workers. And why are they training the health workers? They want to train them on how to carry out cervical cancer tests on women, especially those women that are in the villages that don't have access to town or have places where they could be screened. So they are now training them. Maybe by Monday, you see that the training will start statewide.
Oh, beautiful.
So, I mean, that's a positive side from the government. And in the last government, they supported Parkland by creating a cervical screening center. And they supported it with colposcopy machine and the rest. So you can see government, they also gradually, they are learning about it. Then if you watch in the last government, there was a time the girl child they were vaccinated against HPV. So, I mean, it's still also showing that they are also showing interest. But like you said, if government is going to hear us through this advocate, this is also means of speaking to the government, that any woman that comes to the hospital should have a free cervical cancer screening, just like what is done abroad. Once the person is sexually active, they should just give that cervical cancer screening free of charge. And then they should also invest more on medical workers that are going to help carry out this. Not allowing our medical doctors to be traveling abroad. By the time all of them travel, it means that the cervical cancer that is already so much. Imagine Nigerian population is about 1% of the world population, but you have about up to 10% of cervical cancer burden in the whole world. I mean, it's so bad. So we should make everything possible to retain our doctors.
In one word, what's the prognosis for cervical cancer? In one word, before we go, we have a testimonial of a cervical cancer survivor that will soon come up. What's the prognosis?
Let's see. If it's detected early, the prognosis is fine, good. Almost about more than 90% chances of 5 years survival. So if it's just the key thing there is early detection.
Beautiful. So with that, we get to the testimonial report of a cervical cancer survivor. Take a listen to this.
My name is Maria. I was diagnosed with cervical cancer, and it was one of the most challenging times of my life. However, through the support of my doctors, family, and friends, I found strength I didn't know I had. The treatments were tough, but I'm grateful for the medical advancement that helped me through. Today, I'm in remission, and I encourage others to take preventive measures such as regular screening and never lose hope in the faces of diagnosis.
And there you have it, a testimonial from a cervical cancer survivor. Great story. Thank you so much, Dr. Enebe. It was really good having this conversation with you. I mean, I, for one, I learned a thing or two, and I'm sure our viewer out there learned something. So thank you so much for coming.
Thank you very much. We have not discussed, so we just opened up the discussion.
How about doing a part 2?
Of course, I'm always available. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And thank you for staying with us. That has been Inside Health. And don't go anywhere. Inside Health comes up next time, next week. I'm still your host, Chigi Chagoram. Bye for now.
On E-Vibes, where the vibes never stop, only on Signature TV.
Voter apathy and vote buying have continued to cast a shadow over Nigeria's elections despite ongoing reforms and advocacy by civil society groups. The continued low voter participation and the monetization of the electoral process, which again manifested in the last Saturday's governorship election in Anambra State, have raised questions about the strength of the nation's democracy and citizens' confidence in the system. At a post-election briefing in Awka, the program officer for the Public and Private Development Center, Abdullahi Adamu, noted that despite the calm environment across the 21 local government area, low turnout and vote buying remain critical threats to credibility and public trust. Adamu urged INEC to act decisively to strengthen transparency and restore faith in the process.
From our observation, we can confidently say that the 2025 Anambra off-cycle governorship election was largely peaceful. The conduct of INEC officials and security personnel contributed significantly to the calm atmosphere, and citizens who came out to vote were able to exercise their rights without major disruption.
Presenting the group's findings, Executive Director of Catch Them Young Community Initiative, Nonso Orakwe, noted that in the pre-election period, online discourse was largely peaceful, with 78% of conversations promoting calm participation. According to him, misinformation was minimal, campaign messages were inclusive, and no major threats were reported, setting a positive tone for polling day.
We call on INEC, civil society organizations, development partners, and community leaders to 1. INEC should strengthen logistical planning and staff deployment to ensure timely arrival of personnel across all polling units. Intensify voter education and civic engagement to rebuild public trust. Strengthen enforcement of laws against vote buying, and electoral malpractices.
Orakwe said on election day, INEC officials arrived mostly on time, but Beaver's glitches barred some new registrants from voting. He noted that security was professional, though vote buying was observed, while turnout was low, blaming it on dwindling trust in the electoral process.
INEC officials arrived early in many polling units across the local governments. However, it was reported that in Onitsha South local government, INEC staff arrived late at the polling units, which caused accreditation and voting to commence late. Incidents of vote buying were observed across many local governments. Voter turnout was notably low.
To address the issues, Oracle called on INEC, CSOs, development partners, and community leaders to take urgent steps to strengthen logistical planning, empower grassroots organizations, and intensify voter education efforts to rebuild public confidence. The group praised INEC officials, security agencies, and citizens for peaceful election, noting that voter apathy and money politics now require collective action to strengthen Nigeria's democratic process. Addressing these recurring issues require not only institutional reforms by INEC, but also civic education, enforcement of election laws, and collaboration among stakeholders to ensure that future elections truly reflect the will of the people. From Oka, Lawrence Nwimo, Signature TV.
And indeed, the entire members of our great union in ENUGU State, and by extension, the entire health workers of this country under Medical and Health Workers of Nigeria, we present this token in appreciation of your labor-friendly disposition to health workers in ENUGU State.
The Medical and Health Workers Union of Nigeria has conferred an award of distinguished leadership and outstanding contributions to healthcare delivery on Enugu State Governor Peter Mba. The award was presented at the Government House in Enugu by the union's national leadership in recognition of what it described as measurable improvements in the healthcare delivery and welfare of health workers in the state. The union commended the governor for fully implementing the consolidated health salary structure for medical and health workers, as well as approving consequential salary adjustments for state workers.
It is a deliberate and deeply considered act of recognition by one of Nigeria's foremost labor unions in acknowledging a leader whose governance has made a real and measurable difference in the lives of health workers and the citizens of Enugu State.
Speaking while receiving the award, Governor Mba said his administration's heavy investment in health and education is driven by the need to build a productive population that can grow the state's economy. He revealed that over 50% of the state's budgets in the past 3 years have been allocated to the two critical sectors. The governor also disclosed plans to further expand primary health coverage and make all the health centers in the state fully operational.
Another interesting thing we've done is we've also migrated to EMR. We've moved to the electronic medical records. So we just felt that our citizens should not, they should be able to carry their medical records in their pockets.
The union pledged continued collaboration with the Enugu state government, expressing confidence that ongoing reforms will further strengthen healthcare delivery and improve outcomes for residents. In Enugu, Chinemerem Ikebunam, Signature TV News.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Development Discourse, where we ideate for Africa's development. My name is Patrick Okibo. I'm the founding partner at Next Year. Next Year is a multi-competency advisory firm that's focused on helping to address the complex development challenges we have on the continent. As you know, Africa is home to about 1.5 billion people and some of the most dynamic economies. Yet many of these nations have stalled reforms, weak institutions, uneven development. What bold strategies or strategic choices must the continent make to build stronger economies and improve the lives of our people? My guest today understands these issues and has written extensively and spoken extensively about pragmatic solutions to these challenges. For the last 30 years or so, he's worked as a development leader in more than 40 countries. He has unparalleled experience in building financial systems that deliver impact and has a deep understanding of Africa, as well as unmatched connections at the heart of international financial systems. He's currently a vice president on special leave for budget, performance review, and strategic planning at the World Bank. Previously, he served as chief of staff to two World Bank presidents, David Malpass and Ajay Banga, as well as senior advisor to two World Bank CFOs. He's also served as the director for International Development Association, IDA, Resource Mobilization, and International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, IBRD, Corporate Finance Department, where he was responsible for implementing IDA's hybrid financial model and the policy analysis of IBRD, income and corporate finance. In this role, he oversaw a really successful IDA 20 replenishment 1 year earlier than planned, with a record $93 billion raised to finance 75 of the world's poorest country. About half of them are in Africa. He's also authored several seminal books serving as foundational thoughts for Africa finance, making finance work for Africa. I mean, it's a must read for people in the space. He's also co-authored two World Bank publications, Financing Africa Through the Crisis and Beyond, and Financial Sector Development in Africa, Opportunities and Challenges. Dr. Mayambo, you're welcome.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for your generous introduction. Greatly appreciated. And congratulations for this program. It's programs like this that get us talking about Africa, so thank you very much.
And thank you for making time to join us. We've been seeing your movements across Africa, campaigning for the presidency of the Africa Development Bank. So we're really appreciative that you could find the time to do this with us. But I thought we could start by unpacking your thoughts on Africa's development, its challenges, its potential, the role for the Africa Development Bank in all of this, and ultimately, why do you consider yourself the best person to lead us at this pivotal time? When Africa must get its act together and address the very pressing needs we have. So, if I may start. You've dedicated your very dynamic career to addressing Africa's development challenges. You're well acquainted, with the various scholars and their theories regarding Africa's underdevelopment. From your perspective, why have we continued to struggle as a continent with developing and ensuring quality of life for our people?
Thank you very much. That's a great point to start this conversation. But before we get into it, I want to make sure we don't lose sight of what's working on the continent. Across the continent is actually higher than the global average.
Okay.
We have 16 countries today that are growing at a rate of more than 6% per annum. We have 300 firms with revenues in excess of $1 billion. And the level of innovation in our financial systems is as good as it is anywhere in the world. Our technological advancements in mobile telephony are great. But your point is valid. Why are we still struggling? And after 30 years in development, I come down to one issue, and that the pace and scale of our development efforts simply is not enough. You can go from Cape to Cairo, from Nairobi to Abidjan. You will find good development projects, good development initiatives. But unfortunately, they continue to pale in comparison to the scale of our challenge, which is what brings me to the African Development Bank, which is after working in development and getting global experience, watching all of these developments take place, I've come to the conclusion that the formula for development that saw Europe develop, America develop, Asia develop is exactly the same that we need right here on the continent, which is massive investment and scale. And if there is one thing that I hope a successful Maimbo presidency will leave behind is significantly higher resources for governments, for individual projects, so that we continue to make a lasting impact on our people.
And that's a fantastic understanding of what the issues are and how we move forward. But if I may dig deeper, where do you see the growth, the massive growth opportunities in Africa? And I know I run a risk of kind of generalizing Africa. We know it's not a country, it's a continent, different people at different levels of development. But as you travel across the continent, as you've engaged with these issues over the last 3 decades, where do you see the significant growth opportunities on the continent?
No, thank you for that question. Over the last 3 months, I've traveled to well over 30 countries, and the diversity that you've just acknowledged is alive and well on the continent. And I think when it comes to growth, which is key to getting us out of the quagmire that we find ourselves in, I am encouraged by the fact that we've got many sources of growth. If we look at our traditional industries, mining, agriculture, the key there is reinvesting and making sure that we're getting as much value as possible, as close to our sources of production as possible. We need to add more value to our products. To the latest and sort of the newer industries, whether it is film, whether it is the arts, I have met amazing young people on the continent whose work, if you put it in a gallery in New York, in London, in Paris, would command significantly higher dollar values than they currently are. And so when I look at the sources of growth, I'm not worried about identifying new sources of growth. It's about how do we pull all of these things together to make sure that they're actually working for Africa. And in this regard, there are 3 pillars or 3 areas of focus that I want to champion. The first one is getting us to trade with one another. The Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement is going to be the biggest source of growth on the continent for the simple reason that as long as we continue an export-led growth model, our products are going to be much more expensive than than other global products. It's for that reason that when people talk about Africa's contribution to global trade, it's been at 3% for the last 10 years. It was probably 4% when you go back to the 1980s. It was about 5%, in the 1960s, 70s. And if we keep doing what we're doing today, by 2030, 2050, we're only about 2.7%. So we've got to accelerate continental trade because it's cheaper, it expands our markets, and it will attract additional investment. But as we pursue that, we mustn't lose sight of the basics of development. If you're going to trade with one another, you're going to have infrastructure between you, your countries. You're going to have to invest in energy, and you're going to have to invest in human capital to make sure that the engine of growth is growing. And I think if we are, there's plenty of debates as to why we are not doing that at the moment. I come to the conclusion that I look forward to debating with staff at the African Development Bank is, are we investing too much in individual country projects? So that if you add up all the money we're pouring into infrastructure on the continent, add up all the money we're pouring into energy, it is significant. It's just that we're not investing it in a way that connects these economies and gets them to thrive rather than just survive.
And we themed this conversation cracking the code, and I think we've gotten to that point now because you've kind of identified for us what we believe are the big levers, right? Trade, investment in infrastructure, investment in human capital. Now, if you can dig a bit deeper into that, what's challenged us with having this intercontinental trade? What are the political challenges? What are the infrastructure challenges? And how do you see the Africa Development Bank, playing a pivotal catalytic role in resolving these issues and just driving us in that direction where we can see more trading and the growth that comes from that?
So in answering that question, I must start by acknowledging the fact that I don't have a silver bullet to this particular problem. Otherwise it would have been done. But what I do come with is the experience and knowledge that development is not a linear process.
Mhm.
That development is people just like you and me debating solutions and putting our best foot forward, learning and constantly improving. So if there's one thing that I want to do more at the African Development Bank is actually spend time debating issues, listening to our governments, listening to the private sector, especially the domestic private sector in each one of these countries who have been at this for quite some time.
Mhm.
That said, there are a couple of things which have been consistently provided to me alongside this campaign trail. The first one is financing. We need to increase the amount of financing that governments are dealing with. And for some governments, it means finishing the outstanding work on debt that they're grappling with. You can't grow if your arm is tied behind your back.
Exactly.
For some governments, it means doubling down on domestic resource mobilization and making sure that we are reinvesting in our economies. And for those African countries that are growing, have good, decent macro situations, it's about increasing access to international markets. So that diversity of financing sources is going to be critical. Now, as an institution, we can't join that conversation as effectively as we should if we remain an $8 billion annual lending institution. $8 billion is significant, but it's nowhere near enough for a continent with 1.5 billion people with a development agenda that we have. So a significant part of the work that we need to do is to make sure that we are strengthening the financial foundations of the African Development Bank, diversifying its sources of finance. And I have a high degree of respect for the finance team that's at the African Development Bank. A lot of innovation there. I look forward to joining them, to supporting their work and scaling up the level of ambition. So financing is really critical. There is a second topic that goes with financing, and that's scaling up the voice of African governments on the global stage. I want to work with the African Union. I want to work with African heads of state to make sure that we are constantly amplifying Africa's voice on some of the topical issues today that are challenging, whether it is the changing model of development that has seen a reduction in concessional finance, whether it is the increase in tariff discussions that are redefining global trade as we speak, whether it is the issues on climate where there is a huge debate on what adaptation means and mitigation, making sure that my relatives in rural parts of Zambia who've never seen electricity in their homes, make sure that we are focusing on access as much. So there are all of these topical issues that make development messy, make development challenging. And we need to make sure that as we're increasing financing for our initiatives that are working, we are amplifying Africa's voice and we are defining African solutions for the many challenges we have on the continent.
I mean, you've opened up just too many routes I want to explore with you, and
now I'm going to get myself into trouble now.
But so you talked about the $8 billion, and I'm really interested in how you would address the AFDB's donor disengagement risks, particularly in light of the proposed $500 million or so US funding cuts. Assume that I'm part of this large African masses who have a significant trust deficit with anybody in a suit and tie. Explain to me something in your experience, that gives us the comfort that if you're the president of the African Development Bank, that you can address these risks, which are, clear and present.
So it's a really important question because it's a live and ongoing discussion at the moment. I think the starting point is acknowledging that the African Development Bank is a bank. It's a financial institution that draws in financing, both market priced and concessional financing, uses its balance sheet to on-lend to governments in order to support our people. That basic formula is the same for any financial institution. At the center of that formula are the strategic relationships that you have with your shareholders, both those that are on the continent and those that are outside the continent. And keeping in mind that as you run this institution, those shareholders have their own constituents, they have their own priorities. So at all times, the strategic engagement with your shareholders is going to be primary. And I've been in development long enough to fully understand that those shareholder interests will vary from time to time. So I never look at one particular decision as defining the future of that relationship. That relationship will remain as strong because I have no doubt that all of the shareholders in the African Development Bank are interested in seeing Africa develop. Their domestic interests will vary. And this is where, regardless of the decisions that are currently being made, my focus will remain the same. One, a strategic partnership. I will meet our shareholders where they are to understand what their priorities are, how they are changing to maintain that alignment. The second thing I will also make sure is that when it comes to a financial relationship with your shareholder, very rarely is it just about the money. Oftentimes, it's about what they're getting out of that money, what their aspirations are for that institution, how confident they are that every dollar that you put into the institution reflects good outcomes for the people that you're intending to serve, that the efficiency and effectiveness with which you're going to use that dollar is still going to be top-notch. Otherwise, they'll pursue the same interest with other institutions that might have more efficiencies and effectiveness. And so to answer your question more directly, of course, the recent decision is significant. It's a significant amount of the replenishment that goes into the African Development Fund. But I am very mindful that as this decision has come, it's a wake-up call for all of us within the institution that we need to significantly diversify the sources of financing for this bank. We need to make sure that as whatever financing we get, we're channeling it through the institution as effectively, as efficiently as we can so that we can continue to earn the confidence of all shareholders. But fundamentally, it also reminds us that we're not going to develop Africa purely on development aid. Africa will be developed by private sector financing. It will be developed by our own domestic savings on the continent. And that's the path. Aid can help, and it certainly does help governments survive. I came from Zambia, and Lord knows that aid has helped save lives. But in order to thrive, it is long overdue for us to replace the cycle of aid and debt to one of prosperity and growth and reinvestment and private sector path. It's a difficult path, but it is the only path that guarantees us sustainable growth in the years to come.
And I will definitely get to that point because it ties back to what you said about voice, and it ties back to agency and our role as human beings in determining our future, But I wanted to dwell a little bit on the operational efficiency of the AFDB. Many of the things that you've spoken about, you would have to drive through the machinery of the AFDB. As impactful as it has been, some of us who've watched it from outside see that the plumbing needs a bit of work. So what, in your experience, probably at the bank or somewhere else, Pricewaterhouse, or maybe at other places you've worked, can demonstrate to us that you have the ability, the experience to fix that internal plumbing to ensure that the AFDB can play the strategic role it needs to play to catalyze growth in Africa?
I'd like to stress, before we talk about my contribution, that what the African Development Bank is facing is not unique to the African Development Bank. This happens from time to time between all MDBs. The World Bank Group has just gone through and is still going through a process of reform of its own plumbing to make it as efficient as it possibly can. And other MDBs go through this cycle. These are large bureaucracies with people coming in and going out, and with time, we are very good at adding new layers in the spirit of making sure we're being equitable and inclusive. We're not as good at going back to those rules and checking whether we still need all of them. And I think the timing of a transition of one president to the other, regardless of who those individuals are, is always a good opportunity to ask basic questions. Do we need this step? Do we need this process? And to speak to my own experience, this is something that I've always done whenever I have taken on a large team. My current team at the World Bank is 600 people. 500 of them, I've had 30-minute conversations with each one of them asking 3 basic questions. What's working for you? What's not working for you? And what do you want me to focus on? And I guarantee that by the time you've gone through half of those conversations, you will come back to the same issues. And on this campaign trail, in the last 9 months, when I've met with government officials, I've met with the private sector, I've met with staff of the African Development Bank, I've met with staff of other MDBs who work with the African Development Bank. I've simply asked the same questions, and we come down to the same set of issues that don't surprise me, the same set of issues that I've worked on before, which is one, when you look at the portfolio, when you look at a task team leader who has just finished a conversation with the government, who has to take that idea to board approval, what are the steps they're taking, they have to go through? The second area is budgeting. Budgeting is an important, you are in this industry, you know. Budgets can either hold back an institution because it takes over what you really want to do, or you can reform it in a way that it empowers quicker decision making. And a third layer, which is just as important, is the staffing and career path of the staff within the institution. These 3 basic elements of a good financial institution are present at the African Development Bank, they're present at the World Bank and all the other MDBs. And over the last 5 years that I've gone through each of the positions that you mentioned in your generous introduction, these have been issues we have debated with, we've grappled with. There is never a best case scenario, but you must be willing to have these conversations. And allow me to say that the challenges at the African Development Bank, we often forget the history of the institution and what it has gone through. It successfully worked out of Tunis for 10 years. Moving from your headquarters to a different headquarters, moving back, and then subsequently making the decision, which was the right one, that we need to work closer to our clients, implementing a decentralization model, means that by definition, you have been changing systems and processes for some time. And what I'm looking forward to is joining the staff there, the leadership there, in completing that work so that by the time we're done, we had become known that this is an institution you want to deal with because they are quick. They may not always say yes to what you ask for, but the evaluation and the response will be quick. It's much easier to tell someone in the private sector, on this occasion, we can't help you after a month, than keeping them along for 18 months and then telling them we can only do half the deal. So that's what I'm focused on. Going back to basics with managing a financial institution that is aggregating significantly larger resources of financing, working within the institution. I was a task team leader for many years, supporting them in accelerating the pace of decision making and making sure that the entire architecture, whether it be budgeting, staffing, portfolio allocation, is working as efficiently, as effectively as we need it to work at the African Development Bank.
Interesting. And I'm loving what I'm hearing. But I still have a few more questions about the AFDB and where it is.
Sure.
How would you address the AFDB's collapsing net interest margin, which has really fallen from like 93, I think it's about 93 or 93.5% in 2022 to 2023. And how do you do this to stabilize the revenue base? Yeah. What financial innovations will you employ to tackle the FDB's revenue erosion and safeguard its AAA rating, which is critical for us? And again, what in your experience demonstrates to us and gives us the confidence that you're able to achieve this really important task?
So, given that I know the staff that are in the finance complex, I know that this is something that they're dealing with aggressively. And I know I look forward to joining them, because for any institution, and this goes back to one of the reasons that I fell in love with finance, is that if you monitor your financial situation on an ongoing basis, and for a bank, you should be doing it with your daily balance sheet, you know where you are about to catch a cold, you know which areas of your business need surgery. And so what you describe is something that is important to look at, because part of that may be a result of the global financial situation that we've gone to with the changing interest rates globally. It may be something specific to the MDB industry as a whole, as we rightly pointed out earlier. It also may be specific to the institution itself. But one thing that I expect our conversations will include will be, one, a discussion about our cost base as an institution, and how much is it costing us for every loan, for every operation that we're taking. It will require us to look at the portfolio and the portfolio mix, and to see which products may not be generating the revenue we need to be fiscally sustainable. There are many products which you don't expect revenue, given that we work in all sorts of markets. I certainly don't want us to be overpricing our work in fragile states, but we must always have a portfolio that generates adequate revenue for us to cover our cost base. The third area is then also to look objectively at different sources of revenue and financing. We've got a large balance sheet that is involved in all sorts of businesses. We need to find ways in which we can partner with financial institutions to make sure that that marginal revenue is important. And I think in development, far too often we feel guilty having this discussion, given the development mandate that we must have. But it's essential. You need a strong financial institution that's able to cover its operating costs, and that margin is the right indicator to look at carefully. But it's not the only one. There are certainly others in terms of our capital base, our quality, our asset quality, our earnings potential, and our management of liquidity, to make sure that the institution is run as a premier institution. It is able to retain its AAA rating, and use that AAA rating to attract additional sources of financing. Exactly. And the last point I'll make on this one is that when it comes to the financial condition of the African Development Bank, it is something that I will do in partnership with other African financial institutions who are already on the continent. The African Import-Export Bank, TDB, Shelter Africa, and many others. We've got to leverage all of our balance sheets to make sure that not only are we financially sustainable, we are growing and dealing with the one thing that we must do on the continent, which is attract as much financing as we can, and make sure that every one of our successful projects is scaling up in a manner that provides impact for our continent.
Fantastic, fantastic. And in my intro, I mentioned, how well regarded you are as a thought leader, especially in the area of African finance. Your publications are quite seminal: Financing Africa, through the crisis and beyond, financial sector development in Africa, and many others, right? How would your intellectual leadership shape AFDB's role in deepening Africa's financial systems, and what areas, should it be paying the most attention to?
In response to that question, I would like to focus on the process that goes into a publication, because that's always the part that I love the most. Okay. Oftentimes, whenever I've gone into a book project or a research project, I'm going into that discussion because I have more questions than I have answers. And the process of collaborating with others and the Making Finance Work for Africa is one of my proudest achievements because of the process we engaged. This was a joint project between the World Bank and the African Development Bank. We found African scholars on the continent who were our peer reviewers. We traveled the continent asking basic questions, pertinent questions. We had seminars where we had experts come in and debate, and the final outcomes and recommendations were instrumental in what we see in Africa today. Payment systems that allow us to make payments across borders easier than was the case before. West African banks in Southern Africa, Southern African banks in East Africa, and the same. But this was the process of publication is what made the process enjoyable. And that's what I would like to make sure is alive and well at the African Development Bank, bringing the culture of debate, making sure that nobody feels uncomfortable questioning something I say simply because I'm the president of the institution, because there is no monopoly of ideas. There's no monopoly of brilliance. And so we must make sure that the chief economist and his entire team are empowered to speak out on controversial issues, even before there's broad-based consensus. Even if it means the president of the African Development Bank has to apologize to a major shareholder, let's have that debate. You cannot grow if you're not debating. And if everything is agreed, then you're not pushing the envelope as much as you can. One practice I have with my current team that I've always enjoyed is that when we're dealing with something that is significant, I always appoint somebody in the team, often the youngest or the youngest professional in there, to criticize and to find faults in everything that I say. And once you have somebody on the team tell the vice president that that idea doesn't make sense, it liberates people, it creates so much energy, and ultimately, of course, as the leader of the team, I will have to make the decision. We may not come to the best solution, but we will find that solution that fits those circumstances as best as we possibly can. And as we walk away from that meeting, I always thank that young professional for challenging me as much as they did, because if that can happen in a senior leadership team meeting, then I know it's going to happen at all ranks within my department. And that's the culture I want to energize within the African Development Bank.
Let it be on record that I've stolen that idea from you, and I'm going to implement it.
It's fun. It's fun. Trust me, you won't regret it.
No, I love it. I love it. And what we do is, I'll give an opportunity to some of our participants to pose questions, and they're typing up their questions in the Q&A tab. And I'll read out some of them with full attribution. This one is from one of our interns at Next Year, Roslyn, and she insisted that I ask the question verbatim, so I'm going to do that. Her question is, many African countries still rely on concessional financing to fund basic development needs. However, global development finance is shifting, with donors less likely to provide this kind of support. How would you position the AFDB to adapt to this changing landscape while still making sure that low-income and fragile countries get the support they need?
That's an excellent question, because it goes to the heart of the development model that we have today. The development model we have today has reached a point where we all have a sense of permanency of concessional finance. This sense that this is a line item on a country's balance sheet and it will always be there. This is not supposed to be the case. And if you go back in history, you will find that countries like France and Japan, they all used concessional finance, but up until a point where they graduated to regular sources of finance. So it's looking at that graduation process. How can we get more middle income to come to sort of, how can we get more middle income countries in Africa? Now, the important thing is the more countries we get to graduate, the bigger the level and amount of concessional finance that we have on the continent. And so to answer this important question, the first point is to acknowledge that there is no permanency, there's no entitlement to the idea of concessional finance. The second is that development finance as a whole, concessional or otherwise, is not the path for Africa to grow long-term. And we must accelerate the process by which we attract private capital into the development space. So as challenging as the current conversations are that have seen a decline in concessional finance, I genuinely believe that it is a welcome wake-up call for all of us to accelerate everything else around concessional finance. Believe me, I will continue to advocate for concessional finance. I'll continue to fight for it as much as I can because it has a role to play. It allows us to go to market, borrow money, and make it cheaper for our countries, many of whom are still facing significant debt risk. And so that's the approach that I would take.
Fantastic. I have a listener from Zimbabwe, and she referenced one of your recent social media posts where you indicated that you're an amateur artist. And her question is, what is your view on the role the creative industries will play in Africa's renaissance? And what would the Africa Development Bank do to catalyze that economy?
So I love painting. To the extent that I can paint every weekend, I feel I'm much better, because painting does something to you that is really important. It allows you to paint on canvas, to make mistakes, to change, to try different things. And it increases your risk appetite in life, in work. You can tolerate mistakes much better because you know you can actually work around it. So I do enjoy painting. The reason I have championed it on this campaign is because we have 7 million kids right now who are graduating from universities without jobs. So I have been on the lookout for industries whose individual projects create many different jobs. If you think about a single film, the number of jobs that come with that film are quite high. If you think about painting, manufacturing canvas, manufacturing paints, exhibitions, events, those jobs are significant. And so if we systematically look for these industries where our young people can have a diversity of jobs from a diversity of backgrounds, then we will accelerate the job creation process. Now, what I'm looking forward to doing with the African Development Bank, first and foremost, is to join those development institutions who are already in this space. The Afri-Exim Bank has been financing a special initiative around the creative arts. The African Development Bank has a program. I want to scale them up. But being a finance person, I also want to take a look at the structure of how we finance the creative arts on the continent, how we can make sure that this is a viable career for someone who is going there. And if you look at how the creative arts have developed everywhere else around the world, this is a business. It's a serious business. And I want to address those structural issues that make sure that as our children are going through university, as they're going through high school, that this is a viable career path for them with a meaningful return.
Exactly. And the questions are piling up. So let me see if I can get through a number of them. There's one from...
I will make my answers shorter so we can.
There's one from Ifoma Ndeku. She said she met you about 10 years ago at University of Manchester when you spoke to Dr. Alitsa's class on structural adjustment programs in Africa in the 80s. And she's seen your videos where you've spoken on the billions of dollars you've raised for the continent, but wants to know how those billions were utilized and if they translated to any form of development for the continent. The second question from her is, how will you ensure that the policies you drive are tailored to address our peculiar African needs and not influenced by the Bretton Woods institutions?
Given that I am at the Bretton Woods Institution, I'd love to make sure that I can still have some positive influence. Look, it's a great question, and thank you for having an alumni on this conversation. I grew up in Zambia during structural adjustment programs, and when I went to the University of Manchester, the University of Manchester is largely a left-leaning university, so it is true that I joined the World Bank, with a healthy dose of skepticism about Bretton Woods institutions as a whole. But one thing that I have benefited from working there all these years is realizing that fundamentally development is about individuals, you and me debating a good outcome. When we have had financing, and this is what I lectured to, like my lecture was on the program, was that at every single phase in time, you will have good intentions going to seek development outcomes. And I'm quite comfortable with the fact that when I look across the continent, those resources have not been wasted. We have seen an increase in a lot of the social indicators on the continent. We have seen cities, the skyline of cities has been growing. We've got governments who know what they need to do. And we're at that phase in life where when I walk into a ministry today, I am meeting colleagues who've been at the same universities I am. It's not a lack of knowledge of what needs to be done. It's a lack of resources. It's a lack of connectivity between the many different operations. And so my answer to my dear sister is, I haven't given up on the development of our continent. I will keep trying different models. I will make sure that those that work are scaled up. Those that don't work, we set them aside. And this brings me to the last point that I will make, that the Bretton Woods institutions are made up of individuals like her and myself and others. The responsibility we all have as Africans on the continent is always to challenge whatever recommendation comes and ask the simple question, does this work for my grandmother in the village? Does this work for my young brothers and sisters who are trying to eke out a living? We must make sure that we own the solutions that are coming out, regardless of where they're coming from, whether it's the Bretton Woods institutions, the African Development Bank, or anywhere else. Let's challenge, let's have the discussion, let's have the debate.
Fantastic. And I like that you mentioned the grandmother in the response to that question, because this one from Olivia Anuno is, from a gender perspective, what bold, disruptive policies will you be championing at the AFDB to transform and drive financial inclusion for women across the continent?
I think the best way we can make sure that a gender inclusive policy is successful is making sure that women are involved in those decisions. It's not for any man, myself, or anybody else to be prescriptive in that regard. But there are some structural things that we can do a lot better. And this is not just about the African Development Bank, it's about society everywhere. If we have a young professionals program, we need to make sure that it's diverse, that it's 50% women and 50% men. When we have a leadership team, it must reflect and make sure that women are at the table and we don't just have special programs that keeps them out of the table. The other thing that I'm very particular about is making sure that we're not just appointing women, but we're taking care of the pipeline. We're looking throughout the institution to make sure that at every level, there's a generation of women and who are accelerating well. In industry, the way we design our programs has to reflect the fact that society is made up of men and women. I'll give you a very simple statistic that in many cases, we all suffer cities with very bad traffic congestion. This is for the simple reason that many of our cities were designed at a time when men went to work, women stayed at home. And so we all have cities that have that one trunk road going to the city center and leaving, and not enough that connect the communities in which we live in, going to the hospital, going to the clinic. We're all suffering for a bad decision that didn't take care of women-led issues. So it may not be disruptive, but certainly the decisions and the focus I will have will be to make sure that we have women at every decision-making table. My mother would expect no less.
I like that. We have a question from an anonymous attendee, but I think it's an important question. He says the speaker is clearly knowledgeable on issues of banking, but that is only one facet of the question. What ails Africa? Or one facet of the question of what ails Africa. I hear nothing. He hasn't spoken on the geopolitics of the problems of Africa. How does he plan to deal with this elephant in the room?
It's a mighty big elephant. One of the things that I've learned in my time in development is that development is a political process. Any institution, any development institution that says we are apolitical, not involved in politics, is not living in the reality of the world that we live in today. But I'm also mindful that for an effective institution, you do need to be disciplined about your mandate. Otherwise, you will get bogged down in way too many issues. As part of my campaign, it was therefore important for me to go and congratulate the new AU chair, because I firmly believe that the African Union and the African Development Bank are two sides of the same coin. He and I, should I be successful in this campaign, will spend a lot of time together, working and addressing the development of our continent, both from a political and economic perspective. We are losing too many cities to fragile situations, and every single time we have a fragile country like Sudan and what it's going through today, every neighboring country catches a cold. It holds back our development in neighboring countries, it increases the cost of capital that is coming into the continent, regardless of where you currently are. So Kenya pays a higher premium because there's conflict in Sudan. Zambia pays a higher premium because the Sahel is unsteady, because people see Africa as one country. And so the question that has been raised is really fundamental. It's important. I fully recognize, and I think in the brevity of a conversation like this one, I wouldn't possibly cover all of my angles. And so, but I welcome the question because it does give me the opportunity to reaffirm my firm conviction that development is a political process. We have a lot of issues on our own continent that we must address from a political cycle. And I'll give you a simple example. I think there are some sectors today that are struggling. For example, we've seen the withdrawal of concession of financing in health. Health, education are things that must be decided on by governments, making sure that we protect that development finance from the changing winds of our development model. So development and politics, same conversation, but that's one that I will partner with governments and the African Union to make sure that it's addressed correctly.
Exactly. This question is from Wisdom Utin, and we kind of touched on it previously, but maybe it's just to go a little bit deeper. How is the AfDB promoting the development of financial infrastructure and services to facilitate seamless intra-Africa trade, with a particular focus on overcoming the challenges of cross-border payments within the continent? Why does it remain more cost-effective and operationally efficient to transfer funds from countries such as the UK to African nations than between African states themselves? What specific initiatives or partnerships is the AfDB undertaking to address these structural inefficiencies, or does this issue lie beyond the scope of the bank's current priorities?
Thank you for that question. It speaks to the infrastructure challenges that we have on the continent. When I talk about making continental free trade work on the continent, it's physical infrastructure, it's financial infrastructure, it's human infrastructure. There's so many issues that we all need to address. And I want to acknowledge the questioner's question that we still have a lot more to do in making sure that transfers of financing are working well. I'm not yet at the African Development Bank, so I won't speak to what they're currently doing. But I know from my work at the World Bank, but this is an area that we have partnered with the African Development Bank, that we work closely. And the work takes place at 3 different levels. Number one, at a political level, given our last question, working with governments to understand that financial connectivity is essential to their individual and collective growth. Secondly, physically making the investments in the infrastructure that allows financial institutions to transact with one another. And that investment includes regulations to make sure that there is faith and trust in financial movements on the continent. Third, making sure that the financial institutions participating in these transactions see the broader value that they're making to real economic growth. And I'll also add that at the end of the day, it's users such as yourselves, it's private firms themselves, making sure that whenever we see these barriers to trade, we highlight them. And part of the role of the African Development Bank is actually not just the financing, it's also the knowledge, making sure that we're identifying and we're researching and we're talking about these issues. And so feedback like the one you've provided allows us to tap into specific markets and then address them as needed. So thank you for that question.
So I have 2 questions, that are kind of related. So let me see if I can combine them. One is from Vipia Mango, and sorry if I messed up the name. And the second is from Emmanuel Aduku. So it's really around, how to enhance trade and value addition within the African continent so as to trigger economic growth. And the role the AfDB could play with regional, supranational institutions and national governments to develop these regional value chains, tied to critical raw materials. So it's all around that intra-trade, but creating the value chains and creating opportunities for value addition? Over.
No, thank you very much for that question. You know, one of the things that I hope we can move to is an environment where we're not just talking about trade in conferences and events and sort of championing the benefits of trade, but actually spending time working towards it and getting to the plumbing work that needs to be done. In order for us to increase continental trade, we have to start early in the process. We have to make sure that within our own countries, we're promoting domestic private enterprise. If Ghanaians are not buying Ghanaian products, why should a Zambian buy them, right? And so you must invest in your own economies. And the other thing is, you're not just doing it because you feel good about it, but trade is a muscle that an enterprise needs to develop with time. When you're buying from these products, you're giving the opportunity to expand their markets. When we're buying from our neighboring countries, you're developing that export muscle, that trading muscle that all enterprises need to have. The second is trade is not just about the borders that exist between ourselves. It also speaks to how industries within governments, within countries, negotiate with one another. It shouldn't be that we have 5 delegations from 5 African countries going to one European country or Asian country to negotiate agreements. We need all 5 presenting and negotiating together. We need to do the same thing and increase the number of trade visits amongst ourselves. It shouldn't always that we're traveling to China or the US or Europe. We should have Southern African countries going to North African countries and vice versa. So that human interaction is critical. It also means that we have to tackle things such as our aviation industry, making it easier to travel across the continent, visa requirements.
Tell me about
so
it.
I'm sure. But that's the level of detail we need to get to. And we need an African Development Bank that speaks to those plumbing issues, that is not shy about having the political conversation that we need these things to be worked on. And I'll be the first one to admit that we may not always be able to get these things done. There are many valid reasons why they haven't been fixed. But we need to have that honest conversation so that we're not hitting our heads against the wall. We're not consistently preaching about things that we've decided are not going to work. We need to find workarounds. So in my summary response to your question is that in order for us to get trade moving, we need to work one layer below, get to the plumbing, go country by country, go border by border, get the initiatives going that we need to get done. That's where trade takes place. It's at the individual firm level, it's at the individual country level. But we need to accelerate that process so that we're not duplicating all these efforts, we're doing it en masse.
This question is from Zainab Dati, and it's again on the intra-Africa trade. You cannot trade if you cannot transport. You cannot connect digitally if fiber stops at the border. We need to prioritize Pan-African roads, rail, ports, grids, and internet infrastructure. We have to think in corridors, not just countries. The FDB has led in funding large-scale infrastructure and now supports industrialization and regional trade under the AfCFTA. But what will it take for the bank to move from backing projects to backing cross-border production ecosystems? For instance, can the AfDB create special industrial corridors where it co-invests with countries and private sector players to build shared value chains in sectors like agro-processing, green manufacturing, and may I even add, electricity infrastructure? Over.
I love that question. I love the analysis and the options. On the analysis, it's absolutely true. All of our goods that we produce on the continent are either rotting or they are more expensive. Transport costs add as much as 40% of our production costs. Our port infrastructure needs work. So some of our goods are spending 30 days in port before they're cleared. So fixing our infrastructure is absolutely the right thing. I love the fact that you pointed out digital infrastructure. When you are trading on the continent, the speed at which information moves from one country to the other is absolutely essential. I'll give you a very simple example. When you and I are traveling from one city, making 3 different connections to a final destination, when you check in, your information and your baggage leave at the same time as you do. When you arrive at your final destination, you haven't checked in 4 times. You will arrive and find your bag there. And yet, our poor truck drivers arrive at a border post, get out of the car, fill in a form, get back into their truck, cross the bridge, get out of the car, fill in the same type of forms, and they will do that 5 times before they get to their destination. All because the information that they could have sent further ahead digitally doesn't have the infrastructure that currently allows us to do that. Which is why I would say yes to all of the recommendations that I hear in the question. With the limited resources that we have as an institution, it is imperative that when we're investing in infrastructure, we're doing it with a corridor model, because we won't have the luxury to keep coming back to these projects. The corridor model is also addresses a fundamental challenge we have on the continent, which is maintenance of the infrastructure we built. If you build a road and you build a corridor where private firms are coming in and paying taxes, the council or the government have the resources to maintain those roads. When we don't have a corridor, 5 years, if we are lucky, otherwise 2 years from then, the road needs maintenance. We're out with a begging bowl, asking for donor financing to fix a critical trunk infrastructure. We may not be able to do that for all of our roads, but certainly those trunk infrastructure that connect our major cities, be they Nairobi, Cairo, Abidjan, Cape Town, we need to make sure that that model that the questioner rightly asked is one that we take seriously going forward.
Exactly. And maybe one more question from her. I think we've got enough time to take that. Again, it's still from Zainab Dati. And she says, Dr. Sam, we've had strong commitment from the AFDB on regional integration, AFCFTA, and industrialization. But many young African entrepreneurs, especially women, still feel shut out, either because of financing bottlenecks, regulatory red tape, or because the big ticket infrastructure projects rarely trickle down. How do you see the AFDB pushing member states, not just to build roads and railways, but to build inclusive economies? Can we expect the bank to attach political conditions or incentives to ensure that the infrastructure it finances actually leads to jobs, trade access, and capital for women and youth-led enterprises across borders, not just for the big firms?
That's an excellent question. And one thing that I will stress right from the bat is that unless our development is inclusive, then we have no business being in development. And the point that you have raised, Zainab, is one that I have consistently heard across the campaign trail when I've met young entrepreneurs who are doing amazing things. People often ask me where I see the source of growth. Is it in China, is it in the US, or is it in Europe? And I say to them, the largest source of growth on the continent is from young people who have gone outside the continent, who are coming back, who are investing. And I think it's important that we address these issues. The honest truth is that this is a challenging area, and therefore the one initiative that I intend to implement at the African Development Bank very early in my presidency is having a youth council, having young people have direct access to the president and the leadership team, and having them use their network to make sure that whenever we're designing operations, the youth voice is there. The second thing I'm tired of is going around the continent, meeting amazing young people, and then ending up in conferences where the average age is way above what our continent looks like. I think we need to spend more time giving our young people the space that they need to do things that they do best and getting out of the way as often as we can. And then fundamentally, it's also making sure we're designing our infrastructure in ways that accommodates young people who don't have capital. I'm excited whenever I go to a city and I find a government has invested in public space for people like WeWork structures where people can go in, rent space for a desk in order to establish their businesses. When I've traveled the world, the last time I was in Mexico, I was amazed at how, the city councils give young budding entrepreneurs free space for a year until their ideas mature. We need to invest in those type of infrastructures to make sure that we are supporting our young people. And so as a last question, I am very happy that we ended up talking about our young people. I continue to be amazed at the work that they're doing in sophisticated sectors and industries. They have a boldness, they have a sense of urgency. They don't have the patience that my generation had in waiting for the future. The future is really here. And Zainab's question is well phrased, and it's one that I want to come back to with a group of young people to make sure we're designing our financial instruments, we're designing our programs in a way that works for young people. I am reluctant to talk about conditions and requirements, because if you have to force a government to do the right thing, then you will exert your energies enforcing those conditions rather than supporting the very people you want to spend time with. When I come to a country, hopefully as president, I don't want to spend time looking at which conditions have been met or not. I want to be in the field with young people like Zainab and others, seeing what they're doing and how we can support them more.
No, this has been fantastic, and we've kind of really run out of time, but I want to give you like a minute, to talk to Africans, something we haven't covered or something that's top of mind for you, just 1 minute, and then we can bring it to a close.
One thing is this race has lasted 9 months. When I started, I was clear-eyed about the challenges that we face. And certainly traveling across the continent, I've seen the best of what Africa can be. I've seen the challenges of people struggling with basic things. And I conclude this race more inspired by our potential, more confident in our future, and ready to roll up my sleeves to work from day one with young people, working with people who are in government today, many of whom know what needs to be done. So I'm excited about the prospects. I certainly hope that the election next week goes my way. But even if it doesn't, the important thing is that Africa's future is bright, and I will continue to be a part of it in whatever capacity this turns out to be. Thank you very much for your time, Patrick, and I hope we can catch up after the election and continue this conversation.
Fantastic, and thank you for making time for us today. And ladies and gentlemen, that's it for today's episode of Development Discourse. Big ideas, hard questions, real conversations. Until next time, I'm Patrick Okibo. Let's keep building that society that we want to live in. Thank you very much, everyone, and see you next time. Bye.
Thank you very much. Take care.
The courtesy call by the management of Signature TV to Godfrey Okoye University is the beginning of what promises to be a long-lasting and symbiotic relationship between the two organizations that are both domiciled at the Tinkers Corner area of Enugu. Speaking during the visit, the President and Chief Executive Officer of Signature TV, Vin Martin Obiora Ilo, said the station is committed to giving voice to the underreported segment of the Nigerian society and preserving the Nigerian culture, especially in the Southeast. Ilo told the university to explore the internship programs of the station to give practical training to the mass communication students of the institution.
We are looking at a formal arrangement where maybe every year we take 5 or 3 or 10, depending on what we agree. They could be just your fresh graduates who are waiting to go for service. They could be people in year 2 who want to go to year 3. They come and have practical experience. We are also interested in partnering with your mass communication department. In our organization, we have very experienced journalists who not only read journalism, but have practiced journalism, that we would be willing to also lecture in your mass communication department.
The Vice-Chancellor of Godfrey Okoye University, Very Reverend Father Professor Christian Anyeke, congratulated Vin Martin Ilo for his decision to establish the station in Enugu, which he said will give opportunity to organizations and individuals in the Southeast to have easy access to TV broadcasting. Professor Anyeke said that the university has been quite innovative in its approach to university education, having incorporated skills acquisition programs and linkages between the university and the business community, as well as entrepreneurship programs.
It's also good for us to know, even for purposes of accreditation, that we have a TV close by. We don't need to be replicating the things we do in our department. So we can call this one our own TV. Yeah. Okay? So it's good for us as university to say, okay, we have our TV down there where you can go and see the practical listen, because we're going to have an MOU here. Oh, yeah. So the MOU accreditation, we say that's the TV we use for whatever we are doing. And that's a very good thing. So we are going to support this partnership. Okay? We are going to support it and give us a lesson and also get our friends to support the partnership.
The Vice-Chancellor also spoke on the breakthroughs recorded by its teaching hospital, now located at the former Ntasiobi Hospital at Trans-Ekulu, which he said has recorded tremendous growth and expansion.
Our teaching hospital is the only teaching hospital in a private environment that is functional. Many have built teaching hospitals, but not functional. They would need to go to state-owned hospitals, but we have done our teaching hospital. Thank God that the diocese gave us the former Intersurgery, and we have expanded it, okay, to be actually very, very good teaching hospital. So we'll count as number 1 among all private universities in Nigeria with a functional teaching hospital, where you don't need another hospital to have your accreditation. And we've done that with a sense of duty, a sense of comfort, and a sense of expertise. Some last week, the first brain surgery happened at teaching hospital. I was monitoring that. Okay? I was monitoring that development. Immediately after that surgery, the person recovered. And just, it's amazing. Normally, it would take some time. Some may never even get out of intensive care. And I said to myself, this is something that people run to outside the country to do. And if you do it in Memphis, maybe you have some time to recover. But this has happened within a very short time.
The Signature delegation used the opportunity of the visit to introduce the SLTV satellite cable station to the Vice-Chancellor and handed over a decoder with a 6-month free subscription where the station, Signature TV, broadcasts on channel 265.
So this is our decoder, and that's what I've installed in the office with so many channels, and I'm sure you're going to enjoy it, and that you'll now be tuned to Signature TV. You don't have any reason not to watch now.
Princess Ken Ochoma, reporting for Signature TV.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wyatt is overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when you go see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that.
Oh.
That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
We are local.
International communities observing
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended say aye. Aye. We have taken it by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome to another edition of news on Signature Television. I am your chief newser, as it were, that position you by either was by selectorate or by electorate position you have put me there, whichever one. I find myself being the chief newser on this program where we muse, and the muse is where we think and talk. And as usual, I say always in Nigeria now, we are advising that people should think before they talk. But if some people choose to talk before they think, well, we go on like the Igbos will always say, where if a goat is lying on the ground, is lying on his skin. So let's get going with what we have to muse about today. There are so much in the Nigerian news headlines that will draw attention to thinking and talking, but we have only selected few. So might not be exhaustive in the topics we want to think and talk about today. But one of them is that one that has been trending and is top on the agenda since the last 2 decades in Nigeria is the issue of bandits and terrorism. And recently in the news, you find out that they say all the thriving communities in Nigeria are empty. Many people are running away from their communities, their homeland, and their inheritance, because some people that have been described as bandits and terror are that's chasing them away, burning down their communities, killing them, beheading them, raping, disarming, doing so much things that are tragic to them. And quite recently in the news, we also read about how almost 30 communities in Kwara State, their traditional rulers have run away with their families because they can't stay any longer, meaning they are submitting, they are throwing in the towel. It's like, let's run away, save our lives, let whoever want to take over the land take them. And of course, those who are taking over the land are the bandits and terrorists. And it's not talking, it's not, saying, it leaves a lot of sour taste in our mouth, and everybody who is right-thinking Nigerian, who is peace-loving, who has been a Nigerian, the resilient Nigerians, one of the happiest people on earth, have turned to become one of the most, what do we say, the most sorrowful and the saddest people on earth. And how did this, how did this turn? How did it turn around that in Nigeria, blessed with so much resources, human and natural and material, now most of the communities are living in IDP camps? And you know what that means. IDP camps where people line up for rations in the mornings with their families, that is surviving ones, those who are alive. And when it has taken this turn, it started with bombings and setting bombs on mass transport vehicles in Abuja. It started with kidnapping of children in Chibok. A lot of campaigns were done, a lot of things were done. Where is the Chibok? Now, nobody, even the Chibok people, are going to voicemail. Chibok girls who have been kidnapped are going to voicemail. And now, what are we talking about now? We are talking about that the communities, even their traditional rulers, are taking off, going into exile and leaving their communities and the people to their tent. It's like, to your tent, all Nigerians, to your tent, all community members, those who used to be my subject, I am throwing in the towel because I can't survive there. Nobody can see death coming and want to stand. So it's only 3 that we hear that it will cut down and still stands there. The Igbo say no sisi no na egbu ekuleba. So even the traditional rulers who are running away now is because of what happened in the past, continuing in the recent, present, and in the future. And you find that there have been this idea of doing kidnapping and mass abduction of ordinary innocent Nigerian citizens, and it has gotten to traditional rulers. We have had some side instances of school children, and now the bandits and terrorists are updating their games. They are upping their games to the point of taking over. And you know, the Igbo say that when the big tree falls down, all the birds will find, they will scamper and find whatever, where they will find a tent, where they find safety. And that's what is happening. Now, we are saying, for how long will this continue? So many communities up the north have been taken over by terrorists and bandits, and Nigerian security apparatus is doing all they can to fight these menace, and it's even becoming overwhelming. We are saying the Nigerian security forces and the agencies and all the establishments are doing whatever they can do. But there is something that will happen when it gets to a point where something becomes overwhelming. It becomes a full-blown war. And you ask, with this number of Nigerians in the den of, in the camps or in the hands of bandits and terrorists, how many are left for the 2027 election that we're preparing? And for some other developmental things that we want to do in Nigeria. It calls for attention. It calls for serious attention. And the question has been, do we as Nigerians call for international communities to come and assist us? And do we then need for us to call them to come and assist us when Nigeria has been in the forefront of helping other countries of the world who have one kind of problem or another? Nigeria has been in the forefront. One of the achievements of the great Nigerian nation has been to contribute gallant soldiers to peacekeeping forces. And now Nigeria has found itself in this kind of war, whether declared or undeclared. And the international communities are watching Nigerians being decimated, being kidnapped, abducted, mass killing. And some of the things that have thrown back for us is to start arguing whether people who are mass abducted, kidnapped, or killed, or whatever, those harmful situations that people are going through. People are now going to the argument of whether are they Christians, are they Muslims, are they pagans, are they atheists, or do they even have anything, and we leave that. And every day in Nigerian newspaper headlines, people are being kidnapped by terrorists and bandits. Now our traditional rulers are on the run. For how long can we do this? And we are calling for attention. I am not the spokesman for Nigerian nation. We have Minister of Information. We have Ministry of Information. We have other agencies that are handling our diplomatic relations. Is it not time we call for assistance? Let the people who can help come over, like the Bible said, come over to Macedonia to help us. And in this case, we are saying, come over to Nigeria to help us, because we are in dire stress. And it's time that the international community, United Nations, we signed by agreement to be a member of that. We signed agreement to be a member of EU. We have a bilateral agreement with the AU. Of course, AU is our African continental union. And what are these organizations doing? A lot of international communities that have big business dealings with Nigeria, are they saying that the bandits and terror will take over Nigeria, that they are comfortable to do business with bandits and terrorists? Is it that they are not comfortable doing business with ordinary Nigerians and the government and the establishment that have been doing these businesses with them? Because we know Nigeria have a lot of things that international communities want. Can there be something be done? Is there a way to negotiate and we stop these killings? Why are we crying for killings? Because whenever any slave sees how a fellow slave is buried, he will eventually know that's how the same fate awaits him or her. We as Nigerian ordinary citizens are crying. Let something be done. We don't know who next will be kidnapped, abducted, beheaded, or raped, and we don't know whose people would have been taken into the dens of bandits and terrorists, and the ransom demand will be made. We even heard that for traditional rulers, their ransom money now has risen up to 400 million. I don't know whether it's for one person or for the whole royal family. But when that has happened, you know, this greeting has passed the ankle. Because the Igbo say, once a kenega fe nkwaka, once greeting passing the ankle, he has turned to fight. This greeting that we started almost 2 decades ago with the bandits and terrorists has passed the ankle. It has now turned to fight. Let whoever want to separate that fight come now. Or whichever strategy we use to stop this menace is welcome. Nigeria needs to be helped by everybody who loves Nigeria and by all peace-loving Nigerians. Let's put our hands together, whether we are Muslims, whether we are Christians, whether we are atheists, whether we are traditional worshippers, or whatever we believe in. Even if we don't believe in anything, I'm sure we believe that life is sacrosanct. Life is a right for everybody, and nobody has the right to take the life of another person without it being discussed. Well, that's about it. In Nigeria now, as a broadcast journalist, you hardly talk about any news, discuss anything on air without talking about bandits and terror. It has become top trending issue in Nigeria for the last going to 25 years, and we said it's high time something be done. Well, that's about that. I've talked several platforms about this issue. Can somebody add their voice? Let's see whether that will help. Well, the next thing we will talk about today on the news, a platform where we think and talk, is Nigerian National Broadcasting Commission, NBC, has recently issued a directive to all the broadcast media in Nigeria, talking about defaulting the broadcast code of Nigeria, that Bible that all broadcasters and people on the glare lights and the microphones and the people who use biros to write about information in Nigeria, but this is about broadcast journalists. And our regulation has been there. We recognize our regulator, the Broadcast Commission. But whenever the elections are coming, they find out that their constituency, that's the broadcasters, have the penchant of doing things that are also heating up the politics. But I say, if you think the broadcast media are talking and doing too much about happenings in Nigeria and going overboard to even commit offense, going beyond the code and doing things that are not contained in the code, which becomes an offense, let's look at even the situation and the environment of Nigeria. Is it promoting, forcing the broadcast journalists to begin to do things ordinary way? Remember that when wrong things stay too long in a community, it becomes a culture. The Igbo say it becomes a culture. Does it mean that some of the people who do the things that broadcast journalists complain about have done it extraordinarily out of shape, so making it impossible for the broadcast journalists to talk about these things and report them the normal way that is written in the code? It takes two to tango. If you do too much, there's one warrior adage, they say, if you do too much, you see too much, you get too much, whatever the way they say it. Does it mean the Nigerian community and the people of Nigeria are now doing too much, making the broadcasting commission, National Broadcasting Commission, to regulate the broadcast journalists to say, you are now doing too much, you are talking too much, you are saying things out of the ordinary? But let's be very frank and serious. It requires that the broadcast journalists in Nigeria become very cautious, because you are not going to throw away the baby with the bathwater. If things are going offhand because of the way most Nigerians behave now, politicians, ordinary people in all sectors of Nigerian life are doing things out of ordinary. There are people who are not supposed to lose their heads even when others are losing theirs. And the only people that cannot do this, they put it to us, are broadcast journalists. So the broadcast journalists, you have a duty that even when others are going out of overboard, doing things that are not required of them, that you are not supposed to join them. So only Nigerians are the people who cannot join 90 million flies to eat what they eat. That's a tall order, very tall order for us, but we have to adhere to our regulatory body. The only thing we're saying, whatever we are doing in Nigeria, let's do it the right way. Let's also be able to stop any fight before the push. If you want to stop fight, let's stop the push. So Nigerians, the politicians, the political environment, the economic environment, all other environment, the ecosystem itself is overcharged with a lot of ordinary actors, and we think that it's time for Nigerians to move on to do. So now the next item we have here to talk about is something that concerns every Nigerian, every African, every black man. We're talking about malaria sickness. The thing is alarming when they say that malaria defies medications despite ongoing eradication practices, activities that I feel everywhere. We are growing up, we heard about kick malaria back in 2020 or 2030, fight malaria, eradicate malaria. All those development organizations overuse words of eradicating, stopping, doing things. They use words like things that we are used to. But when we are hearing about vaccines for different diseases in the world, we are asking the question, why is it that those people who have the wherewithal to manufacture vaccines, develop vaccines, have done for HIV? HIV came into Africa and of course touched the whole world, and then the vaccine has been worked on over time, and then a vaccine in practice and in circulation where trials have been done, and there are some medicines that can even hold it up and shift up the HIV virus in the system for a very long time and make the person to live healthy. Why has malaria become the area of life where the people have said there's no vaccine over time? Maybe they're still working on it. But we said, for how long will it take these people, the medical world, in the medical sector, the World Health Organization, and all the big pharmacies, pharmaceutical companies of the world, to come out with vaccines that can stop malaria? And then somebody on the side said, if they stop malaria, how they could make money from Africans, from the health sector? When they say, today we started hearing malaria when we were growing up with simple 5 kobo chloroquine tablets. You swallow about 10 of it, and the way doctors will recommend it, before the 3 days runs, malaria is gone, and you go hit the street back. But now we have combination therapy that is costing more than, going at the average of 30,000 naira for an average Nigerian to treat malaria. When we know that if we are 240 million Nigerians, we have over 250 millions of them having malaria in their system. And the mosquitoes are they mutating? Do we have species of malaria now that give of mosquitoes now that bite people, and the malaria will be difficult to cure? The question we were asking is: the malaria those mosquitoes imported? Are the big pharmaceutical companies across the world, are they interested in making Africa, Nigeria, where I'm coming from, to come out of malaria epidemics? Or is it that it's part of the business as usual going on, so that get malaria? If 240 million Nigerians is a big market for malaria tablets and medicine, then it might be a tall order to tell somebody to find a vaccine that will stop that. But then let's look at it. Let us look at it very well. Which one is more? More Nigerians are dying now. Even malaria we have in Nigeria now are defying medications. Which way? For a Nigerian, you say, they say, the Igbos, my father will always say, he said, "No, yezu okay. Asonya dari bitohafo." So the sicknesses have not gone round, and you are now asking the man who has swollen stomach to also have swollen scrotum. That one. Is there nothing that can be done? I know the international community, the whole world has gone digitally and gone in a lot of high level of development across the world. We are calling for vaccines to eradicate malaria to be introduced so that we will stop. Now there is a very interesting thing for all motorists that have been going on in Nigeria. When the policeman stop you and say, yes sir, park here, bring out your papers, and they will flip through the papers and they will tell you third class insurance, third party insurance, you are still having it. Nigeria said you must have first class insurance, and that means comprehensive insurance to use your Tokumbo cars that you have managed to buy 1,500 naira fuel to put in it, and they will either impose fine or impound your vehicle, or you have to go to the station to explain to the Oga, or if you are not able to do any of those things, you know what I'm talking now. Because in Nigeria, every offense, whenever you run into the hands of our friend, the police is your friend, I know. But whenever you run far or run into their net, I follow, will cost money. I know follow, cost money. So which way? Nigeria. But it's a good news that SIN, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Falana, has gone to court and they has gotten judgment, and they say court now stops Police and Federal Road Safety Commission from imposing fines on defaulting motorists in Nigeria who do not have who have third-party insurance, and then that means we can now use third-party insurance to drive our cars. It's some kind of so-called, knowing the hardship and hunger in Nigeria, what it takes an average Nigerian to survive. That is the few that still have their vehicle on the road, because 95% of Nigerians have parked their vehicles. Only the politicians and people working in government can use government cars, bought with our tax money, our resources to move around with sirens, and some of the cars are even armored vehicles. No policeman can even stop them with in that convoy to say whether you are using third-party insurance or whether you are using comprehensive. The world is not straight. This one is not fair. But whichever way, whenever there is a move to help cushion a little bit the suffering of Nigeria, we welcome it. So, Nigerians, kudos, you can now drive your cars according to the report we have with the third-party insurance on Nigerian roads. Good luck, and let all the people who will fight for more rights for the ordinary citizens of Nigeria keep on fighting, because it's like we have two worlds now, they and us, and somebody need to be the middleman who will talk for the ordinary Nigerians, because if they don't talk for us, who will talk for us? Because even the rich now also cry. So imagine what it is for the poor and the wretched of the earth of Nigeria. I am not promoting defaulting, I am not promoting lawlessness or anything, but even in madness, they told me there's an order. Let's put order, even the hardship and hunger and the economic system of Nigeria, how we can survive. Let us shield ourselves from some of the suffering, because, like they say, are we going to all to die and cry and squeeze us to death before certain cushion is introduced into the system? Thank God we cannot drive with third-party insurance in Nigerian roads. Well, that if you can afford to buy the fuel. And somebody was saying engineering and other accessories they used to drive car in Nigeria. But most cars in Nigeria are second hand. Some of them are tenth hand, and we are still managing to drive them. But when the condition of driving them is adding up to hardship and hunger, it makes it so difficult for us to survive. Well, that's about it. The next item we have here, because we are running it up today, you can see that Muslim today is taking a fast lane. We are moving. NNPC has cleared the air. He said, we do not say that the refinery is now a scrap that is now standing for sale. That they are warning people because Nigerians, let them not find themselves into the hands of 419s who will come and tell you that Port Harcourt refinery is up for sale because it's now a scrap, or that the Warri refinery is now up for sale because it's now scrapped, or that Kaduna refinery is now up for sale because it's now scrapped. NNPC said, we not talk about one more. So if somebody comes to you for the international communities where Nigerians, they think they will come and tell you, I am the minister of oil and gas in Nigeria, I'm coming on behalf of Nigerian government, and we are selling our refiners, who can buy. They put a caveat. NNPC has put a caveat. If you buy, buyers are buying at their own risk. Owners, if you park your car in certain hotels and some joints, they will tell you cars are parked at the owner's risk. That's why I stopped when I was able to buy fuel to use my car. I stopped going to such places with my car. If you stop to buy one bottle of beer at expensive price, or buy any drink you drink, and you look around, you see a signboard saying that you are parking your car here at your own risk. Even in somebody's premises, you is running business, you say your car is parked at your premises. So everybody in Nigeria is on their own. So just like the NNPC is saying, if you go to buy, anybody approach you and say he's buying our refineries, they may be scrap. Well, but then the NNPC and the Nigerian government has not declared them for sale yet. Probably there's a further notice. And somebody said maybe when it becomes scrap of, you have A class of scrap, you have B class of okreka, you have C class, until when you get to Z level of scrap, that's when they will say. Now, I'm not talking on behalf of NNPC, but they know when they scrapped or whatever looks like refineries that cannot turn around money into it. We have turned them around with a lot of budget in Nigeria for the last 28 or 30 years, and nothing happened. And some people have said, let us not put more money there again. It's as good as scrap. But even at that, a lot of decisions will be made across board before we decided whether our refineries will be up for sale as scraps. You are moving around a lot of in the cities. You find a house that looks old and dilapidated, where people, maybe the owners, are managing to still only collect the rent from tenants living there, and you find on the wall big written text saying, beware, this house is not for sale, beware of 419. I got a joke of one. They wrote, one man was very clear when he wrote, beware of my first son. This house is not for sale. Nigerian young men, because of lack of employment, say Nigeria has up to 80% of unemployment rate in Nigeria. That's what they told me, and here you can confirm from the Ministry of Employment and Labor whether Nigerian youth are employed. So they are looking for way of surviving. They say, when the land is not good, those ones who are positioning as peacemakers and keeping peace, they are the ones who are thriving. In Igbo land, when Indians come to settle talk for you, you have to buy drinks and buy cola and even buy goat and kill. And before they settle, probably you have an issue, you are struggling to settle an issue of 200,000. It will take you about 200,000 to bring Indians and also the Indian Aladimma. Those people who talk about Aladimma, when you hear Aladimma in Igbo land, is about let the communities be okay. What you take them to bring them as alternative dispute resolution platform is costlier than even what you are trying to settle. And you think Nigeria is going to be better? I'm not talking about when I talk say make there will be crisis. So when there's crisis, they will invite Indians and also to settle. And if you bring the red cap chiefs to come and settle issues for you, they must chop something before they talk about the issue, and that's about it. So on that note, that's where we can draw the curtain on today's edition of the news, a program on Signature Television, a global TV that is pushing the voice from the southeast for the world to hear. We'll go to our social media handles, it's on your screen. Comment and share and let more people know what we are doing. Let's continue to do this together. As we grow together. So when we get there, we all share the profit. Thank you for having been with us today again. My name is Christian Chibuzo Maduka, your chief muser. Thank you for accommodating me in your sitting room with all my excesses. I will come again next time with another edition of news. Keep watching all the programs on Signature Television. Don't go away. Thank you for being here.
We are local.
why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Presenting the motion on the spate of killings, Kabiru Amadu warned that rising violence and forced payments to armed groups are pushing already vulnerable residents further into poverty. The Zamfara-born legislator noted that many of the residents who are being exploited rely on small-scale farming and petty trading for survival.
Mr. Speaker, the above-mentioned killings are just few examples of many killings and kidnapping that have been taking place only within 1 month in my constituency. The following were resolved, Mr. Speaker. Number 1, call on the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to explore a new strategy to end these killings and activities in Zamfara State and Nigeria at large, Mr. Speaker. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I want this House to mandate all ministers of defense, all service chiefs to relocate to Zamfara State to conduct a massive and rigorous operation that will bring an end to this menace.
The House urged the President to adopt fresh security strategies and directed the Minister of Defense and the Civil Service Chiefs to relocate temporarily to Zamfara to coordinate an intensified security operation. Later, proceedings took a dramatic turn when Anambra lawmaker Ifeanyi Uzokwe attempted to give a personal explanation on Section 82, subsection 1 of the Electoral Act. He argued that the law does not mandate INEC to physically attend political party primaries or conventions and was supported by Joe Onwuakaluse.
And I stand this afternoon all of us to look at our electoral law 82(1). When we go out, the impression that people have outside is that INEC must be present in conventions and congresses of party, but it is not in our law. I will take our members to 82(1), and it reads, Notice of Convention and Congresses. 82(1).
Honorable Ifeanyi, point of order. I hope you are aware that we are in the process of amending our Electoral Act.
Yes.
And that a session is going to be dedicated very soon to look at clause by clause all the relevant provisions and the amendments proposed. So I don't think if in the light of what we have before us, we need to discuss anything about Electoral Act. You should wait until when those issues that you are raising are not addressed in the amendments that...
Your Excellency, what happened if you watch the televisions, you will see that these people are throwing our democracy into spanners that we cannot handle in future.
I believe, Honorable Ifeanyi, hold on, please. Wait until when the amendments are brought before us. If it is not captured, then you have every right to actually
it is an existence.
But Speaker Abbas Tajuddin ruled him out of order, insisting that any amendment issue must be channeled through the Constitution Review Committee.
But my appeal to him was that rather than discussing about this issue, we should wait for the Deputy Speaker, who is going to bring before the Parliament a comprehensive amendment on Please, can we sit down? Let's have order, please. Order, please. Order. Order, please. It's the laws that guide us while we're here. And when issues of law are raised, Mr. Speaker, we are the makers of the law. We are the protectors of the law. And we are the amendments of the law. By virtue of 7th schedule that we are sworn in of the 1999 Constitution, the issue that were raised by Honorable Fanyi is an issue of law. And the House have the right to hear him out. That's my position, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, I'm coming under Section 4. Section 4 is Section 4. I want to read.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Joe,
Mr.
please,
Speaker,
can you sit down?
Mr. Speaker, point of order.
Joe.
Lawmakers also adopted a motion urging the NNPC Limited to fast-track oil drilling in Obi local government area of Nasarawa State, following a request by Abubakar Dahiru.
The Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited has sufficient funds allocated under the Petroleum Industry Act to prosper the oil anywhere in Nigeria. We are aware that drilling the OB oil is statutory duty of the Nigerian National Petroleum Limited, as provided in the Petroleum Industry Act, which allocates 30% of the funds for oil prospecting. Concerned that the delay in drilling the OB oil in Nasarawa State is affecting potential income, employment opportunities, and economic growth for both the state and the nation.
A bill sponsored by Essen Martin Etim and 24 others seeking to amend the Constitution passed second reading. The proposal seeks to reduce the minimum age for Senate and governorship positions from 35 to 30.
It further proves that if a member of this House at 25 years spends 2 terms in the House of Representatives, he will be 33 years, and he will still not be qualified to go to the Senate or to become a governor. So I think that this Honorable House should look into it, and we maintain the gap between the office of the governor and Senate, as it were, and that of the House at the 5 years that it has always been. So this bill is seeking to reduce the age from 35 to 30 for the office of the governor and membership of the Senate, as it were, Your Excellency.
Late President Muhammad Buhari in May 2018 signed the Not Too Young to Run constitutional amendment into law, reducing the minimum ages for the office of president from 40 to 35 years, and House of Representatives and State Houses of Assembly from 30 to 25 years. The age limit for governorship and Senate seats was, however, left unchanged at 35 years. I am Princess Ken Ochama, Signature TV News.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature Television Unscripted. My name is Mike Obani. Today we are going to discuss issues concerning yesterday's May Day celebration as it concerns the workers across all the 36 states of the Federation and Abuja, the Federal Capital Territory. What is the plight of our workers? How are they feeling against the backdrop of the rising cost of living? Then we look into the recent judgment of the Supreme Court concerning the leadership crisis in the ADC, the leadership crisis in the PDP, what are the implications of the rulings of the Supreme Court vis-a-vis the progress of our democracy. With me in the studio this morning to handle these two crucial and topical issues on my right, immediate right, is Dr. Ukeje. Dr. Ukeje, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you, Mike.
And my good friend, Mr. Martinani. Mr. Martinani, you're welcome.
It's a pleasure.
Thank you very much. We're all workers. We are workers.
It's a pleasure to have you once again. Thank you very much.
Yes, like I said, there was May Day celebration yesterday, first day in the month of May. Nigerian workers, both in the public and public sector and the private sector, yesterday was dedicated to honor them, to celebrate them for the labor, that they have explored in the production sector of our economy. And one would like to ask you, gentlemen, whether the workers have any reason to smile against the backdrop of the rising cost of living. Dr. Keje, what do you make out of yesterday's May Day? Do you think the workers have any reason to smile or to, express a disappointment?
Mike, yesterday too was a memorial day for St. Joseph the Worker. Joseph was the foster father of Jesus. He was a carpenter, and he trained Jesus in carpentry before he started his mission. All of us usually, in fact, majority of the people in the world are workers. And as Pope Pius the 12th said in 1955, that that God created man and gave him the ability to create, to continue his work of creation. So virtually all of us are workers because we have labor in us.
I agree.
As things stand now, either many people are not laboring because they are unable to labor, or they are laboring in vain. You plant your crops, somebody harvests it, either for his livestock or for his sales, so you don't go back. You are a paid worker. You can't get to work because of the cost of transportation. If you live nearby, what you earn cannot keep you at home. Meanwhile, the public service or the government continue to increase prices, while governments elsewhere are reducing taxes or charges to reduce the cost of living. I mean, I'm surprised. Each time I go to the ENUGU airport, there is a fee you pay at the gate. When you get in and you want to park, you are asked to pay another fee. I said, does this airport lead to Nchatacha? If you paid to enter, why should you pay again to park? So, Martin, you can contribute. Well, it's really interesting, and, but it's not funny anyway. We're all laborers. Even our Lord Jesus Christ in the Bible encouraged that anyone that will not work should not do what? Eat. So it is expected that man should be engaged in one means of one business or the other, means a production line. Either you're buying, you're selling, or you're manufacturing, or you are the middleman, or you are in the office, carrying out government policies as a bureaucrat and all that. Or you're also a political leader, giving direction, for what to do and not to do. So the point here is that Nigeria is at a very critical stage, of our political life today. And unfortunately, workers of the world, especially in Nigeria, are grilling under serious pain and hardship, which has been further, heightened. The bar has recently been raised by the current fuel increase, and of course, the war between Iran, Israel, and America, and of course, choking up the Strait of Hormuz, which is the Mediterranean path-through shipping line, mostly move goods, and they say it's about 20%. So sometimes my child was asking me, a young a teenager. He was asking me, Daddy, if they say it's 20%, so what has happened to the other 80%? That fuel has suddenly risen, that you are now buying from 700 to 1,002. And like Dr. KJ mentioned, nations of the world, of course, every government is all about the welfare of the people. So when you find your citizens grilling under this kind of difficulty, there is need for government to intervene. You know, there is need for government to intervene, even in the free market economy. You know, Adam Smith and the rest of them. There is need for government to intervene sometimes, because that will not be allowed. Force of demand and supply shouldn't be allowed. You know, that's why in the neoclassic economy, it's expected that government should intervene. And what do we expect that states like Nigeria should do? It is to lessen the burden on the people. Because like we are celebrating, we are marking the World Day yesterday, May Day yesterday. Workers cannot, their salary cannot take them to work. They can't even go to any restaurant and eat. They can't even pay their bills. House rent is on the increase. The National Housing Fund, they can't access it to build houses. And there are no mass housing schemes. And there's so much poverty. A lot of persons have been further thrown down in the cesspit of poverty. So the point here is that there is a gamut of burden on the laborers. I don't know, but Karl Marx, you know, when he was speaking, he said the workers of the world should unite, that they have nothing to lose in his communist manifesto. He said that there's nothing for them to lose than their chance. So this is a wake-up call for all the workers of Nigerians to unite and lose the burden off their shoulder by ensuring that they actively participate in choosing who their leaders are. Because if you are not giving me what I needed, you are not providing security and social welfare for me, I have the, under democracy, the choice to make a change. So we're expecting that the workers should unite. If the suffering is okay for them, let the status quo be maintained. But if they are no more comfortable with the pain and burden, then there is need for them to yak off the yoke on their neck and the burden on their shoulder, like Prophet Isaiah, you know, stated, you know, when he prophesied about the coming Messiah. So that is my take. I use this opportunity to congratulate all of us, whether in the formal or informal economy, and mostly to congratulate the entire workforce of Nigerians on 2026 May Day celebration. I pray that they will take action, because God cannot come down. I keep saying it, Nigerians are good in praying and praying, but certainly God cannot come down until we take action. Nothing will change.
Who is to take action? You mean the workers or the government? You know,
the workers, both in the informal and formal, of course, constitutes a larger percentage of the over 200 million Nigerians.
Yes. What bothers many of us? I mean, generality of Nigerians. You did mention the issue of rising cost of you know, petroleum products, against the background of the fact that you know, there is a conflict, a war, U.S. Israeli and Iranian war, which you know, brought about the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, making it difficult for ships, you know, to carry petroleum products from the areas of production to the areas of need. All right. Yeah, but yes, we have that problem at hand, but that has led to, you know, the issue of the rising cost of petroleum, and also an increase
cost of living generally.
Cost of living generally, and also an increase in the amount of money that comes to the federal government by way of you know, proceeds from the sales of oil. And what one don't understand is, why is it not possible for government to use these higher income to soften you know, the sufferings of Nigerians? Remember, oil subsidy has been removed, Dr. KJ. And nobody's telling us where this money that is realized from the reduction of from the removal of oil subsidy has gone. Then this issue, this the present problem we have now, you know, that led to the rise in petroleum product. Nigeria is making more money. I mean, we are making more money because oil is an international product. Once the price of oil goes, you know, we make more money. So where is this money, all this money going to? Are you not surprised that this money is not being recycled into the system, so that Nigerian workers will have a feel of the profit that the government is making for now?
Well, I'm an economist. I'm not surprised because there is something that is called resource cost. Any group of people that depend on extraction of resources, natural resources, for their livelihood, have a cost on them because they don't know when it is exhausted. You know, in Lagos, you hear of Alaye, those who claim that the land is their own. So when somebody is building a house, they come there. Immediately after the Nigeria-Biafra war in Onitsha, as people were rebuilding, there were a lot of gangs in Onitsha. It was a terror at that time, you know, who come to claim that it's their father's land and you have to settle them. Around here, you hear of Obona Ichago. In our many rural villages, there are youths who go to the forest, cut wood, sell it. You even see people cutting cashew or mango and sawing them into joists. When that natural forest finishes, what happens? So Nigeria has never been stable since it started depending on oil because of the assumption that oil is an international product, it has a market, the government goes into all kinds of transactions. Lagos-Calabar highway. When Lagos and Calabar are linked by the Atlantic Ocean, Sokoto to Badagry highway, you cannot police the border when there is no road. Now you want to set up a road between Sokoto and Badagry. One of the things that led to the crisis in the 1990s in Rwanda was a road that the government built linking Rwanda to Uganda. The Zaire president told the Rwandan president at that time that this road will lead to your downfall. The rebels came from Uganda following that road because Kagame was an officer of the Ugandan army. They used all kinds of facilities and came and overthrew him and led to the fight back that was called genocide. Many of the things that the government is doing, or especially at the federal level and state level, are not their function. Like the government says it's going to be feeding school children, federal government. Just imagine somebody at the federal government feeding children at maybe Mbo. How would it happen? The state government is taking out the functions of local government. They say they have Eswama. But if you go along the road in ENUGU, you will find rubbish. Eswama has no office in ENUGU. But the local government cannot set up refuse collection because of Eswama. It is something that was known. It has always been there anyway. It will only accentuated. But if Nigeria is an oil producing country as it is, we have a domestic policy that 450,000 barrels per day is reserved for domestic consumption. It has been there since the 1970s. Where is that one? Forget about the money they are talking about. Inflation, according to Margaret Thatcher, is the greatest enemy of savings. Mike, Matthew and Mike, if you have 2,000 naira in a savings account now, if you don't touch it, at the end of the month, the bank may not give you an interest. If they give you, they will give you 12 naira. Meanwhile, the real value of that 2,000 has gone down to less than 500. So, fighting inflation is what the government should be doing, reducing money. But if the president of Nigeria pays 50 million naira to buy nomination form for presidency, and senators will pour in money, that will stimulate inflation. They are not interested in the welfare of the people.
Yes, so what I'm pointing at really is that, this time around, it's always been said, the president has always said, and he repeated it, that the governors are getting more money relative to what the governors in the last republic got. So my question, and the question that so many Nigerians have been asking, what are the governors doing?
Why is it not translating?
Why is this money not, translating to economic welfare, to improvement in the living standards of the people? Where is this money going to? you know, so,
Okay.
I mean...
You want me to wait?
Yes.
Okay. Well, the point here is that, unfortunately, they say people get the kind of government they deserve. So I don't know whether this is true in the case of Nigeria, or that there were a lot of technical glitches in INEC that made Nigerians not to get the kind of government they deserve, or were there a lot of human factors that are what we call intervening factors or variables that make Nigerians not to get the kind of leadership they set out in 2023. But be that as it may, we are here, and there is no retreat, no surrender, but we need to forge on. So the point here is this: when it was President Buhari government, there was what they called body language. And when the body language of the president favored the governor, then the governor, like the king, where Esther was they said if the king doesn't set out his kingly whatever, if the wife comes in, the person is dead. So the point is that the way the president is behaving is actually the way the governors are behaving, the subnationals are behaving. There's quite a lot of profligacy. You see, have you noted the president's convoy? So if you are a good follower of the president as a governor, you should emulate your president. Have you noted the travel contingencies? Have you noted the itinerary? Okay, as a matter of fact, by tomorrow the president will be set out for, they say France, they say 2 other African countries. You know, by the end of that travel, it will be end of May for our president to return back. So what are we trying to say? It is almost like father, like son. So you don't expect anything different from the subnationals. Even when they are doing something different, it will be like they are mocking those who are doing the wrong things. You know, one skit maker, they call him, he calls himself one governor of Olani State. You know, well, he's a skit maker, so many of us will be watching him. So he has been mocking this government, that doing the wrong thing is a norm. So if you're actually trying to do the right thing, it will be like you're a leftist, and that you are somebody that shouldn't be tolerated. So the point is that, but the Bible said, when the righteous in the throne, the people rejoice. But when the wicked is in authority, the people perish. So that's exactly what is going on in our country. So no one is accountable to anyone. Nobody is accountable for all the billions. Every year, every month, trillions of naira is being shared in federation account. But where is it? In addition to the internally generated revenue that have risen from less than 50 billion in the past to today, some governors are declaring 400 and something billion. And then there are still no roads in their local government, the town that connects the local government to the state. There are still no factories coming up. There are still no business. There is no reviving of economy. Some of the states, I give credit to the governor of ENUGU State for his intervention in the schools, even though they are yet to start off. Even the GTC, I passed through there the other day. I told someone, well, go and put your child there. He told me that I went there and that all the structures are still under lock and key. I said, the one that the president's wife came to commission, said, yes, they are still yet to start. So we hope that maybe by September this year, you know, after all the contractor that tried to swindle their money, if they are able to sort that out. So that's a model school that we are seeing in ENUGU. But unfortunately, you still go to some states, the schools are not there. Children are still under, pupils are still under the mango tree, dilapidated structure. Parents can no more pay for private schools, and there is no public school for them to go. So many parents are struggling just to have their children get secondary school education in Nigeria. So what I'm trying to say, why it's not trickling down, is that no one is asking questions.
I mean, maybe you are stressing the point too much. You know, yesterday, I think there was an announcement that Borno State government has intervened to ameliorate the difficulties of the workers by bringing in vehicles. Meanwhile, the worker said he has not paid the 70,000 naira minimum wage. So when you say what are the governors doing, you are really identifying it that this is not a government of the people. It is the government of some people. The president, accountant general, governor general, you know. And it's
evident in the defection.
So it's not.
You know, the defection that has gone on and is still going. Is evident.
Yes, like they say in the labor cycle, aluta continua. I hope that the workers will continue to struggle, you know, to find a way to make a living. amid the economic challenges and difficulties that they are facing and continue to face. And we do hope that the different governments, federal and state, local government, should do something concrete quickly to alleviate the sufferings of our workers. It's getting too much. Gentlemen, that brings us to the issue of politics, and we are inching forward towards 2027 general elections. And the most recent crucial news, that happened 2 days, 3 days back, had to do with the Supreme Court judgment over the leadership crisis in the People's Democratic Party and the African Democratic Congress. Yes, when you come to the PDP, to the ADC, we understand that the Supreme Court has given the ADC a partial lifeline, a partial political lifeline, against the backdrop of its decision that the matter at the Supreme Court should be referred back to the High Court. But on that same day, the INEC, listed the names of the leaders of the ADC into their portal. But for the PDP has been beheaded. The point I'm trying to raise here is that it looks as if the judiciary is contributing to the slowing down of democratic development, democratic process in our country by various interventions that we have seen in the political parties. So how do you weigh in on this?
Well, this is happening in the open. If the Minister of Federal Capital Territory is providing for judges, Supreme, Appeal, Federal High Court, and High Court of the Federation, of the Federal Capital, they are dancing to his tune. There was Achebe wrote a book, said there was a country. Although he described a little bit of Biafra there, but my reading of the book was that there was a time things were done well. Yeah. There was a time that this type of thing that was trying to happen in the 1970s, and Zeke was being humiliated about property tax in Onitsha. He went to court, but a journalist in Sunday Times tried to impugn Zeke's character. The judge invited him. So why did you comment on this matter that is before me? He tried to bluff him. He locked him up at ENUGU. I said, you must remain there until you purge yourself of the contempt. Today, look at the judgment of the Supreme Court. Two matters that are similar, you gave different judgments. But the ADC is already tapped in another suit filed by what is called incorporated former legislators. And the Attorney General of the Federation is taking part, asking that the ADC should be delisted. Well, I think he quoted Isaiah. It's the same God that made everybody. We have seen these things before. It will end. I think there was a governor that used to say it will end in praise. But when he left, he left in shame.
Okay.
Let's see where it will go.
Mr. Patrice, don't you think there is too much of intervention? Because right as we speak, many Nigerians have made up their minds on who to vote for. I'm aware that the candidates they have not emerged, but at least some millions of Nigerians have decided whether they are going to vote for ADC, PDP, PRP, AA, and whatever. And today, the judiciary is making it somehow difficult, for them to for them to make a decision and get through that decision.
Yeah, the point here is this. I want to start by commending the judiciary. They say it's the last hope of the common man. Yeah, unfortunately, there are still bad eggs, within the system. That have been so much messed up by bribery and corruption. In fact, that is the cesspit of bribery and corruption in Nigeria. So unfortunately, nothing is in the open, nothing is hidden. You know, just people go ahead and buy judgment and go use all manner of family and friends to get what they want. But I want to commend the Supreme Court for taking that action. In the first place, ADC has been given an opportunity to survive, because in actual sense, all the suits that came from their former vice chairman, the one they call Nafiu Bala, the one that resigned and now say he didn't resign, the one that say he didn't, he was not part of Nafiu, the one that say, you know. So the point here is this: you cannot rule out recklessness among the party, within the parties. A lot of recklessness, a lot of insubordination, a lot of disregard for the laws. And when they say the court has no power to intervene in internal affairs of the party, it is relative. You cannot deny me of my right, possibly, to exercise my franchise in voting in my party, and say I shouldn't run to the court. Or you cannot say that I'm a member of the ESCO and you dissolved me without me, you know, accepting, or you didn't wait till convention or NEC and you didn't follow the laws. So the point is that there's so much lawlessness. It's happening here, it's happening there, and that's why everybody is accusing each other. Nobody knows where it's coming from. Everybody says it's coming from the ruling party. The opposition party seems to be putting all the blame on the ruling party. But among themselves, they're not obeying the laws. They're not obeying the rules they crafted for themselves. So, well, thank God, the opportunity for ADC to return back to the High Court over the suit that has been pending. And again, why should the judges be confusing some of us who are not lawyers with some Latin words or Greek words, I don't know. They say antebellum, status quo, antebellum be maintained. These are simple matters. You don't need to give your judgment in Latin. You can as well write it. Let the status of leadership of the party as it was before Nafiu Bala came to the court be maintained. And that is that there was an executive led by Senator David Mark. So why did INEC on its own went ahead to interpret the law their own way? So at least Supreme Court has called attention to that, and it's a good development. Let them go back and sort that out.
Martin, I think there's something that you need to pay attention to.
Yes.
There's a convention or meeting that was held in Ibadan. The Oyo State Governor, Makinde, said we are going back to Operation Red Tear. What happened in the 1960s under Akintola was that at that time there were electoral officers who were, you know, civil servants. They were supposed to be available and give you nomination form. But they made it impossible for people who are not in Akintola's party to get those nominations. This is just what is happening today.
Exactly.
You can see that INEC chairman was identified as having sympathy for a party. Then he organized his own inquiry and said that it has been proved that he is not the person. Is that how things are done? But like I said, by their fruits you shall know them.
Just to touch a little on PDP. The point here is this: we are almost a state that looks as if we are not governed by the law. For instance, in the case of Makinde-led PDP, that is Turaki. Why would there be a court order, no matter how bad it was, that you should not organize a convention? Why would Nigerians not obey the law? Why would not Nigerians?
No. I think there's something. There is something you need to see. No, one of the things
that should have gone back.
No. I think, Martin. I think we are in a republic. A court should not tell people not to perform their function. It is the function. It is the function of.
What was going wrong?
It is the function.
They get to go back to that court.
It is the function of the court. It's not the function of the court to prevent an institution from doing a duty that is not fatal.
No, they didn't.
Assuming that you want to execute somebody, the person appeals, because if you execute him, it is no longer possible to.
The court didn't give that order ad infinitum. It was another given to you that someone ran to the court and said something is going wrong, something is going to spoil if you don't do it. You do it. Then you return back to that court and ask, why did you do it, and vacate the order. So they didn't go to vacate the order. Now they run to the Supreme Court. How do you expect the appellate court to give you judgment?
You know the minority judgment in the PDP matter was very clear. He said, look, it is true that these people disobeyed a court order. But it is also true that courts should not intervene.
I understand those things.
And therefore, given the circumstances of the case, that is substantial justice.
So those
you can allow these people to hold their convention.
Those who go to equity should go with clean hands. You don't come to one court and disobey.
But the issue is here, whatever may be the decision of either the Supreme Court, the High Court. I mean, it should be both the judiciary should.
The weekend-led PDP has won, so that is just the point. Let the rest.
But the court also ruled that
have they won? Because PDP is headless now. There's no leadership in PDP.
They have won.
There's no leadership in PDP.
No, there is.
There is. Anyanwu has been suspended.
No. The court didn't say so.
No. The court.
The Supreme Court.
The Supreme Court upheld the suspension of Anyanwu.
I don't think.
The Supreme Court upheld the suspension of the national chairman of the party. And that is why the chairman of the board of trustees, Senator
Wabra,
has taken over the. But the point I'm trying to drive at, the point we are making is that the judiciary should not make it difficult for democracy to try, for the people to exercise their franchise.
We should also know that this concept, that there are 3 branches of government, is a concept. It's not made by God, because God is almighty. But it is true that in our system, most people become judges because they are recruited. They don't go there because of their competence.
I understand.
Yes, you are speaking. Really, what bothers me is the involvement of the Attorney General of the Federation. Involvement of the Attorney General. Why would the Attorney General involve himself in a matter that concerns the deregistration of a particular political party? So these are issues that ought not to have arisen, and which the federal government. Of course, the federal government is aware. The federal government must have asked the Attorney General to enter into that case, but I don't think it has.
Judiciary should be independent.
I don't think it's good for our democracy. Why would you want a particular political party or parties, to be obstructed from,
it is happening everywhere.
Election.
Yesterday, I read an article that said that Shetima, the vice president, was talking to some APC members, and he asked them not to pull down the roof over themselves. Things are going to happen. It is possible to kill other people, but the people remaining may find it difficult to share the booty.
Thank you, gentlemen. It's been a wonderful and exciting discussion. I will make it some other day. Thank you for coming. Once again, my name is Mike Obani, and for our viewers, we thank you for watching us. Keep watching Signature Television. Thank you very much. I wish you a prosperous month of May. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Bright and early, as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why it's overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when you go see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning weekdays and Signature New Day weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives. New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Good day, Nigeria. Welcome to E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. I'm your baby girl, Queen ENUGU. I'll be walking you through a lot of stories.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
The courtesy call by the management of Signature TV to Godfrey Okoye University is the beginning of what promises to be a long-lasting and symbiotic relationship between the two organizations that are both domiciled at the Tinkers Corner area of ENUGU. Speaking during the visit, the President and Chief Executive Officer of Signature TV, Vin Martin Obiora Ilo, said the station is committed to giving voice to the underreported segment of the Nigerian society and preserving the Nigerian culture, especially in the Southeast. Ilo told the university to explore the internship programs of the station to give practical training to the mass communication students of the institution.
We are looking at a formal arrangement where maybe every year we take 5 or 3 or 10, depending on what we agree. They could be just your fresh graduates who are waiting to go for your service. They could be people in year 2 who want to go to year 3. They come and have practical experience. We are also interested in partnering with your mass communication department. In our organization, we have very experienced journalists who not only read journalism, but have practiced journalism, that we would be willing to also lecture in your mass communication department.
The Vice-Chancellor of Godfrey Okoye University, Very Reverend Father Professor Christian Anyeke, congratulated Vin Martin Ilo for his decision to establish the station in Enugu, which he said will give opportunity to organizations and individuals in the Southeast to have easy access to TV broadcasting. Professor Anyeke said that the university has been quite innovative in its approach to university education, having incorporated skills acquisition programs and linkages between the university and the business community, as well as entrepreneurship programs.
It's also good for us to know, even for purposes of accreditation, that we have a TV close by. We don't need to be replicating the things we do in our department. So we can call this one our own TV. Yeah. Okay? So it's good for us to give us to say, okay, we have our TV down there where you can go and see practically listen, because we're going to have an MOU here. Oh, yes. So the MOU conversation, we say that's the TV we use for whatever we are doing. And that's a very good thing. So we are going to support this partnership. Okay? We are going to support it and give us a lesson and also get our friends to support the partnership.
The Vice-Chancellor also spoke on the breakthroughs recorded by its teaching hospital, now located at the former Ntasiobi Hospital at Trans-Ekulu, which he said has recorded tremendous growth and expansion.
Our teaching hospital is the only teaching hospital in a private environment that is functional. Many have built teaching hospitals, but not functional. They would need to go to state-owned hospitals, but we have done our teaching hospital. Thank God that the diocese gave us the former Ntasiobi, and we have expanded it, okay, to be actually very, very good teaching hospital. So we'll count as number one among all private universities in Nigeria with a functional teaching hospital, where you don't need another hospital to have your accreditation. And we've done that with a sense of duty, a sense of comfort, and a sense of expertise. Some last week, the first brain surgery happened at teaching hospital. I was monitoring that. Okay? I was monitoring that development. Immediately after that surgery, the person recovered. And just, it's amazing. Normally, it would take some time. Some may never even get out of intensive care. And I said to myself, this is something that people run to outside the country to do. And if you do it in Memphis, maybe you have some time to recover. But this has happened within a very short time.
The signature delegation used the opportunity of the visit to introduce the SLTV satellite cable station to the Vice-Chancellor and handed over a decoder with a 6-month free subscription where the station, Signature TV, broadcasts on channel 265.
So this is our decoder, and that's what we have installed in the office with so many channels, and I'm sure you're going to enjoy it, and that you'll now be tuned to Signature TV. You don't have any reason not to watch now.
Princess Ken Ochoma reporting for Signature TV.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have, some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Bright and early, as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wyatt is overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when you go see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what it was CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are
are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
We are local.
International communities observing
Why the main market is in chaos. People are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. We are local.
international communities observing
why the main market is in chaos. People are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Presenting the motion on the spate of killings, Kabiru Amadu warned that rising violence and forced payments to armed groups are pushing already vulnerable residents further into poverty. The Zamfara-born legislator noted that many of the residents who are being exploited rely on small-scale farming and petty trading for survival.
Mr. Speaker, the above-mentioned killings are just few examples of many killings and kidnapping that have been taking place only within 1 month in my constituency. The following were resolved, Mr. Speaker. Number 1, call on the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to explore a new strategy to end these killings and activities in Zamfara State and Nigeria at large, Mr. Speaker. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I want this House to mandate all ministers of defense, all service chiefs to relocate to Zamfara State to conduct a massive and rigorous operation that will bring an end to this menace.
The House urged the President to adopt fresh security strategies and directed the Minister of Defense and the Civil Service Chiefs to relocate temporarily to Zamfara to coordinate an intensified security operation. Later, proceedings took a dramatic turn when Anambra lawmaker Ifeanyi Uzokwe attempted to give a personal explanation on Section 82, subsection 1 of the Electoral Act. He argued that the law does not mandate INEC to physically attend political party primaries or conventions and was supported by Joe Onuakaluse.
And I stand this afternoon all of us to look at our electoral law 82.1. When we go out, the impression that people
of amending our electoral act.
Yes.
And that a session is going to be dedicated very soon to look at clause by clause all the relevant provisions and the amendments proposed. So I don't think if in the light of what we have before us, we need to discuss anything about electoral acts. You should wait until when those issues that
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
'Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Christopher Lele. In the headlines, Peter Obi and Rabiu Kwankwaso resigned from ADC, head to NDC. ADC demands INEC extension to enable it conduct primaries. Mali probes soldiers suspected of involvement in military-based attacks. And Israeli airstrikes killed 10 people in southern Lebanon. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
2023 presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, and his counterpart of the New Nigeria People's Party, NNPP, Rabiu Kwankwaso, are heading out of the African Democratic Congress, ADC, after an all-night meeting with the stakeholders of the Obedient and Kwankwaso movement on Friday. The two politicians decided to join Senator Siraki Dixon in the Nigerian Democratic Congress, NDC. Correspondent Wabweze Njoku reports that Peter Obi is expected to officially announce the new platform to the Obedient movement in the next 48 hours. All right, that report will be coming up in the next bulletin. The African Democratic Congress, ADC, has called on the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, to grant it additional time to conduct its primary elections. National Organizing Secretary of the party, Chinedu Idigo, made the demand during an interview in Abuja, stressed that while preparations are ongoing, more time is needed to ensure credible and inclusive primaries across all elective positions. Idigo explained that the party's internal crisis and prolonged legal tussle significantly disrupted its schedule, leaving the party with limited time to complete key pre-election activities. He argued that fairness and democratic integrity require INEC to extend the deadline to accommodate the party and provide it a window to conduct credible primaries for all aspirants. He, however, revealed that despite the setbacks, the party is pushing ahead with its internal processes and will unveil its primaries timetable within the week. The ADC spokesman further disclosed that the party has recorded significant growth, with over 4 million Nigerians registered through its online membership platform. Bauchi State Governor Bala Mohammed says the recent Supreme Court judgment of the crisis rocking the People's Democratic Party, PDP, has prevented all factions from taking over the leadership control of the party. Reacting to the judgment, Governor Mohammed stated that neither the Kabiru Turaki faction, which he belongs to, nor those loyal to the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, Nyesom Wike, achieved total victory. He, however, expressed satisfaction that efforts by his camp helped stop what he described as an attempt by Wike to take over the PDP, and said that as Democrats who respect the rule of law, they have accepted the judgment. On the future of the PDP, the governor explained that the party's board of trustees would temporarily oversee its affairs in line with its constitution until a caretaker committee is constituted. He also accused Wike of working against the PDP, claiming that the FCT minister and his associates have ties with the ruling All Progressives Congress, APC. Mohammed revealed that he and his supporters were considering leaving the PDP to pursue their political ambitions on another platforms ahead of the 2027 general elections, to give his supporters the opportunity to contest elective positions without uncertainty. The governor confirmed his intention to contest for the Bauchi South Senatorial District seat in 2027, adding that consultations were ongoing with alternative political parties to ensure a clear direction. President Bola Tinubu has declared insecurity and poverty as national emergencies, warning that both crises pose serious threats to jobs, productivity, and Nigeria's overall stability. Tinubu made the declaration at the 2026 International Workers' Day celebration held at Eagle Square, Abuja, where he was represented by the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, George Akume. Tinubu noted that there cannot be decent work where workers fear for their lives, where wages cannot feed a family, or where insecurity disrupts farms, factories, markets, and other economic activities. He said the federal government was treating both issues with urgency due to their far-reaching impact on livelihoods and economic confidence, and assured that his administration is implementing coordinated strategies to tackle the crisis. Tinubu highlighted several interventions under his Renewed Hope agenda, including the Community Protection Guards Initiative, which has recruited 45,000 young Nigerians to boost local security while creating employment, and the social investment programs, which had expanded to reach 15 million vulnerable households. Organized labor, however, used the occasion to push for a significant wage review, with calls for a new minimum wage of up to 250,000 naira. Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi and former Vice President Atiku Abubakar have criticized the economic policies of the Tinubu administration and the effect on the Nigerian workers. In a message he shared on his X handle, Obi paid tribute to workers as the driving force of any functional society, acknowledging their roles across key sectors such as education, healthcare, agriculture, transportation, security, and manufacturing. He noted that despite these contributions, many workers are struggling to stay afloat as worsening inflation, high food costs, and rising transport fares have significantly eroded the value of their pay. Obi urged the workers to harness their collective political strength and demand accountable leadership defined by competence, character, capacity, credibility, and compassion. Atiku Abubakar, in a separate message also posted on X, struck a more somber note, saying he could not celebrate Workers' Day, but instead observed it in grief, accusing the current administration of worsening economic conditions under the banner of renewed hope. According to him, the reality for many Nigerians reflects increasing hardship rather than the promised relief, with workers bearing the brunt of current policies. He revisited the removal of fuel subsidy, describing it as a necessary reform that was poorly handled as the policy was implemented abruptly without adequate preparation of safety nets, to caution its impact, leading to a spike in transportation costs, food prices, and general living expenses. Meanwhile, labor leaders in ENUGU State are calling on the Nigerian government to pay more attention to insecurity and poverty, which they say pose serious threats to decent work. They made the call during the Workers' Day celebration held at the Michael Okpara Square, ENUGU. Correspondent Chinemerem Ikegbunam tells us more.
Workers across Enugu State converged at the Michael Okpara Square, Enugu, to commemorate the 2026 Workers' Day celebration, with labor leaders and government officials emphasizing the need to improve the welfare of workers to adoption of a better approach to fight insecurity and poverty in the country. In his address, the Commissioner for Labor and Employment, Felix Nnamani, described the 2026 Workers' Day observance as unique because of the transformational leadership in the state. He commended Governor Peter Mbah for his commitment to the welfare of the working class, in appreciation of the fact that workers remain the bedrock of any government.
The theme of this year's Workers' Day is security, poverty, the bane of decent work, aligns with Your Excellency's commitment and bold steps to ensure that they are stamped out of Enugu State, which has yielded multiple results as you have tackled them head on.
The chairman of the Nigeria Labour Congress in Enugu State, Fabian Wibo, said Workers' Day remain a moment to honor the sacrifices, dignity, and contribution of heroes past and present. Wibo lamented the levels of insecurity in many parts of the country, which he said makes it nearly impossible for Nigerians to operate in decent and safe working conditions.
Your Excellency, we are appealing sincerely that you direct that immediate action be taken with regards to the issue of this minimum, that 2,000 minimum pension, and then the gratuities. Your Excellency is sincerely urged to consider and direct the payment of consequential adjustments to workers of Enugu State, as the new minimum wage act does not contain consequential adjustments.
Chairman of the Trade Union Congress, Simon Akeme, stated that workers should not only provide income, but also dignity, stability, and hope. He highlighted the devastating impact of insecurity and inflation on workers and described the current economic realities as abnormal.
Poverty at the same time continues to deepen, even among working population. Many workers, despite being employed, can no longer meet their basic. Your Excellency, inflation has toppled and crippled the economy of workers.
The Deputy Governor, Ifeanyi Osai, who represented Governor Peter Mbah at the event, stated that the administration is ever committed to improving the state and its workforce. Addressing the theme of the celebration, insecurity and poverty, the bane of decent workers, Osai urged workers and stakeholders to continually task themselves on ways to improve productivity while appreciating efforts of state workers towards building a better Enugu State.
We must begin to add context in your annual celebrations to begin to give meaning, hymn of today's event. If you want to chase out poverty, you can't chase out poverty if you're not attempting to tax your head and get creative.
There are high expectations that beyond the May Day observance and speeches, there should be concrete policies and actions that would translate into safer working environments and improve living standards for Nigerian workers. In ENUGU, Chinemerem Ikebuna, Signature TV News.
At least 3 police officers have been killed and 2 others injured after suspected terrorists attacked a police mobile force camp in Tenado Community, Kayama, local government area of Kwara State. The assailants arrived in the early hours of Saturday in large numbers and launched a surprise attack on the PMF camp, overpowering officers on duty before killing 3 and injuring 2 others. An eyewitness told newsmen that the attack caused panic in the community as residents fled their homes following the heavy gunfire. The spokesperson for the Kwara State Police Command, Adeton Ajire Adeyemi, who confirmed the incident, promised to provide more accurate and detailed information later. The latest attack highlights continued insecurity in parts of Kayama local government area, where armed groups have repeatedly targeted communities and security formations. The violence follows an earlier February 2026 incident in Woro and Nuko communities, where over tens of people were reportedly killed and abducted, including women and children. The chairman and chief executive officer of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, retired Brigadier General Mohammed Marwa, has identified sustainable skills development and enterprise support as the most effective strategies for curbing drug abuse and building resilient communities. Marwa, who stated this in Abuja at the official launch of the New Dawn for Women and Community Intervention Initiative, stressed the need for bold and visionary initiatives focused on women empowerment, youth development, agribusiness, skills acquisition, and community intervention. He also called for women's empowerment to enable them to make meaningful contributions to the country's economic development. The NDLEA boss expressed readiness to collaborate with the organization in the areas of mutual interests, including youth empowerment, community sensitization, and the promotion of drug-free lifestyles. In his keynote address, the Director General of the National Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies, Professor Ayo Omotayo, called for a shift from advocacy to concrete action in advancing gender equality and community development across Nigeria. Omotayo, who spoke on the theme Empowering Women and Communities, a practical pathway for transformation and sustainable development, emphasized the need to domesticate international agreements to make them effective within Nigeria's socio-cultural context. Earlier, the founder and chairman of New Dawn for Women, Bolaji Raji, said the organization was established in response to the lack of opportunities and support systems available to many women and youths at the grassroots. According to him, the organization was created to drive practical empowerment and demand-driven capacity building through agribusiness, arts, creative enterprise, skills acquisition, and community interventions. The Nigerian Consulate in South Africa, NICASA, in collaboration with the Nigerian Citizens Association of the country, has offered a free repatriation flight to Nigerians willing to return home permanently following the rising unrest in South Africa. The president of NICASA, Frank Onyekwelu, told newsmen that even though there is currently no structured support system in place for affected Nigerians, the consulate's intervention is already providing an option for those who wish to leave. She said many Nigerians are already indicating interest in returning home as the situation had forced many of them to close their shops and businesses. Nigerians in South Africa have been narrating their experiences, saying that the recurring violence had continued to threaten their safety, livelihoods, and mental well-being, as some of them have been forced to stay indoors, thereby living in constant fear. Violent anti-foreigner protests erupted in cities such as Pretoria, Johannesburg, Durban, East London, and parts of KwaZulu-Natal, resulting in harassment, looting, property damage, and injuries. This has triggered fear and panic within the diaspora community, with Nigerians in Diaspora Commission directing Nigerian business owners to temporarily shut down to minimize risks and avoid losses. The demonstrators are accusing migrants of causing economic hardship and crime, with activists demanding the deportation of undocumented foreign nationals, particularly those from African countries such as Nigeria, Ghana, Zimbabwe, Mozambique, and Somalia. The Nigerian Consulate General in Johannesburg, Guinea Kanwa Oke Uche, has confirmed that 2 Nigerians, Amara Miro Emmanuel and Ekpeong Andrew, were killed in separate incidents linked to the attacks. Trump says U.S. Navy acting like pirates to enforce Iran blockade. UK's Starmer eyes banning some pro-Palestinian protests. Details and more from the international scene.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Malian authorities say they are investigating soldiers suspected of involvement in a wave of simultaneous attacks on army bases across the country last week, claimed by an Al-Qaeda affiliate and separatists. A prosecutor at the military tribunal near the capital, Bamako, said in a statement on Friday that 5 suspects had been identified, including 3 active duty soldiers, 1 retired person, and a soldier who was killed in fighting near a Bamako army base. The coordinated assault on the morning of April 25th struck at the heart of the West African country's military government, which took power after coups in 2020 and 2021. The defense minister was killed, and Russian forces backing the government were forced out of the northern town of Kidal, which Al-Qaeda-linked Jamaat Nusrat al-Islam wal Muslimin and Tuareg separatists of the Liberation Front of Awazad now control. Israel has launched multiple strikes across southern Lebanon, killing at least 10 people in further violations of a ceasefire declared 2 weeks ago. Lebanon's national news agency on Saturday said at least 3 people were killed in an Israeli attack on the town of Shawkain in Nabateh district. Earlier, an Israeli strike on a car in the village of Kifar Dejar killed 2 people. A home was also hit in the village of Liwaiza, killing 3, while a strike on the village of Shwaikin killed 2 others, NNA said. Israeli forces also carried out an airstrike targeting the vicinity of Al-Sadar Bakery near the Al-Qads roundabout in the city of Nabateh, and warplanes struck the town of Sidiquin in the Tyre district. United States President Donald Trump says the U.S. Navy is acting like pirates as he described an operation about seizing a ship amid the blockade of Iranian ports. A ceasefire between the U.S. and Israel came into effect on April 8, but days later, Trump imposed a blockade of Iranian ports and the Strait of Hormuz on April 13th as negotiations to end the war, mediated by Pakistan, continues. Trump said on Friday he was not satisfied with Iran's latest peace proposal to end the war. He said he was uncertain whether a deal would be reached, warning that he would blast them away if negotiations failed. According to reports from Tehran, Iran's military headquarters has released a statement saying a resumption of the war was likely, as evidence shows the U.S. is not committed to any agreement. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer says some pro-Palestine marches could be banned and people who use the phrase globalize the intifada could be prosecuted. In an interview broadcast by the BBC on Saturday, Starmer advocated for tighter language restrictions at pro-Palestine marches, adding that in some cases, rallies should be prohibited altogether. Starmer's comments come after he earlier this week called the chant "Globalize the Intifada" a case of extreme racism and said those who use it should be prosecuted. And that's it on the foreign news.
The Nigerian Football Federation, NFF, has officially announced that the playoff round of this year's President Federation Cup will commence on Wednesday, May 6, marking the long-awaited start of the country's oldest domestic football competition. A statement signed by Ruth David, Director of Competitions for the NFF, said the men's and women's categories will kick off on the same day at designated centers. The playoff round serves as the gateway to the main draw of the prestigious President Federation Cup, with teams from across Nigeria vying fiercely for a place in the next stage of the competition. That's the size of the news this hour. Thank you for watching. I am Christopher Lele.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Bright and early, as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why is overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when you see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they see it.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
We are local.
Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. We are local.
International communities observing
why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Presenting the motion on the spate of killings, Kabiru Amadu warned that rising violence and forced payments to armed groups are pushing already vulnerable residents further into poverty. The Zamfara-born legislator noted that many of the residents who are being exploited rely on small-scale farming and petty trading for survival.
Mr. Speaker, the above-mentioned killings are just few examples of many killings and kidnapping that have been taking place only within 1 month in my constituency. The following were resolved, Mr. Speaker. Number 1, call on the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to explore a new strategy to end these killings and activities in Zamfara State and Nigeria at large, Mr. Speaker. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I want this House to mandate all ministers of defense, all service chiefs to relocate to Zamfara State to conduct a massive and rigorous operation that will bring an end to this menace.
The House urged the President to adopt fresh security strategies and directed the Minister of Defense and the Civil Service Chiefs to relocate temporarily to Zamfara to coordinate an intensified security operation. Later, proceedings took a dramatic turn when Anambra lawmaker Ifeanyi Uzokwe attempted to give a personal explanation on Section 82, subsection 1 of the Electoral Act. He argued that the law does not mandate INEC to physically attend political party primaries or conventions and was supported by Joe Onuakaluse.
And I stand this afternoon all of us to look at our electoral law 82.1. When we go out, the impression that people have outside is that INEC must be present in conventions and congresses of party, but it is not in our law. I will take our members to 82.1 and it reads, Notice of Convention and Congresses. 82.1.
Honorable Ifeanyi, point of order. I hope you are aware that we are in the process of amending our Electoral Act.
Yes.
And that a session is going to be dedicated very soon to look at clause by clause all the relevant provisions and the amendments proposed. So I don't think if in the light of what we have before us, we need to discuss anything about Electoral Act. You should wait until when those issues that you are raising are not addressed in the amendments that...
Your Excellency, what happened if you watch the televisions, you will see that these people are throwing our democracy into spanners that we cannot handle in future.
I believe, Honorable Ifeanyi, hold on, please. Wait until when the amendments are brought before us. If it is not captured, then you have every right to actually
But Speaker Abbas Tajuddin ruled him out of order, insisting that any amendment issue must be channeled through the Constitution Review Committee.
But my appeal to him was that rather than discussing about this issue, we should wait for the Deputy Speaker